No! 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 The Titan launched himself after it. Not yours! Not yours! Mine! All mine!
His words dissolved into meaningless sounds, raw and animal, as he charged across the plateau. Adom drew a breath, counted. 1. The golem dodged the Titan's grab, feet skidding on stone. Behind it, a massive fist cratered the ground. 2. Stop moving! Stop moving! The Titan's voice cracked like thunder. His next strike whistled through empty air as the golem vanished, reappearing 20 feet away. 3. Hold tight! Valiant barely had time to grip Adom's shoulder before they broke cover. The mouse's claws dug in through the fabric as they sprinted toward the gate. Human! The Titan's head snapped toward them, eyes blazing. Human here! Human here! Not allowed! Not! His fist came down like a meteor. The impact shattered rock where they'd been a heartbeat ago. Now they were where the golem had stood, still running. The ceramic warrior was already diving into a roll, having anticipated the swap. The Titan's head whipped back and forth between them and the golem, movements growing more erratic. No, no tricks. Tricks, always tricks. He slammed both fists down, splitting the ground. Can't trust. Can't trust. The voices lie. Another near miss. The golem dodged the next hit, body cracking but holding. They were halfway to the gate. Stop! 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 The Titan clawed at his own face. Not real. Not real. Just the voices. Just the... His voice dropped to a whisper. They're not here. They're not... Then exploded. Human! Real human! Adom? Valiant's voice was tight. He's getting faster. The ground exploded where they'd been. Adom's legs burned as they ran. The gate was close now, 30 feet, 20. Pain. White-hot needles drove into his skull. Adom stumbled, vision blurring. A silhouette flickered behind his eyes, reaching. Adom! Valiant's voice seemed far away. Move! Shadow fell over them. The Titan's fist descended like judgment. Raw force erupted from Adom's palm. They shot sideways as the impact sent fragments of stone flying. His head felt like it was splitting open. That presence pushed against his thoughts, trying to get in. Get out! He didn't realize he'd screamed it aloud. The pain intensified. That silhouette grew clearer, familiar somehow. Found you! Found you! The Titan's voice cut through everything. No escape! No... Swap. They flickered to the golem's position. Adom stumbled, nearly fell. Blood trickled from his nose. Valiant's grip on his shoulder tightened. Kate's right there, the mouse pointed with his free paw. Whatever's happening, fight it! 10 feet to go. The presence in his mind pulled harder. That shape reached for him, its features almost clear now. The Titan's roar shook the plateau. Mine! 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 Swap. The golem almost got hit this time. 5 feet. The pain peaked. Adom's vision went white. That presence pressed against his thoughts like a burning brand. You have successfully resisted potent mind control. Sweat dripped down Adom's face as he forced himself up, legs shaking. His mind felt raw, like someone had taken sandpaper to his thoughts. We need to go! Valiant's claws dug deeper into his shoulder. Now! The Titan was still focused on the golem,
his massive hands trying to crush the ceramic warrior. "Break! Break! Break, you all! Break!" The spell launched them forward. The gate was right there, ancient stone humming with dormant power. Just a few more. Time slowed. Flow prediction kicked in, showing him what was coming. The sticky strands of web fluid would miss him by inches, if he moved now. Adam threw himself sideways, dragging Valiant with him. The webbing shot past where his head had been, so close he felt the air displacement. That sound. That familiar, horrible whisper of spider silk through air. "How many things are trying to kill us?" Valiant's voice cracked. Adam didn't answer. He hated that sound. Hated it more than ghouls,
More than anything in this cursed dungeon. Because he knew what made it. His hands pressed against the gate's surface, pushing mana into the ancient stone. The runes flared to life, one by one. "Adam?" Valiant's tail wrapped around his arm. "The Titan—" "I know." He spun around. The golem was still dancing between the Titan's strikes, but it wouldn't last. Fine. Time to end this. Raw force yanked the golem toward them like a shot. The Titan's fist crushed empty air. "Escape! Escaping! No! No! No!" The gate hummed louder. Through the arch, Adam could see trees, real trees, and snow swaying in wind he couldn't feel yet. "Holy fucking shit." Valiant's whisper was barely audible, but it was enough to alarm Adam. So he turned. That's when he saw her. At the cliff's edge, far from the chaos, she stood. Naked, but not in any way that felt human. Milk-white skin that seemed to glow in the purple light, too smooth, too perfect. Her hair floated around her like living silk, moving to currents that weren't there. 2 pairs of arms hung at her sides, graceful, impossible things, too long and elegant to be real. Each finger ended in a crystalline claw. And her face. 8 ruby-red eyes arranged in an inhuman pattern, all fixed on him with an intelligence that made his heart hammer against his ribs. Her features were beautiful, in the way a perfectly preserved corpse might be beautiful. Flawless and wrong. Her face was a mask of alien stillness, lips white as moon-bleached bone or mother of pearl, set in an expression that held neither malice nor mercy. The spider. It had to be. She was evolved, changed, standing there like the incarnation of revenge. His mouth went dry. Had he ever seen the notification for her death? The carp's, yes, but hers. "Mine, mine, mine!" The Titan's voice shook rocks loose from the ceiling. No time. The golem slammed into Adam's chest as his brought it home. He absorbed it into his inventory in the same motion. The Titan's hand descended like the end of the world.
"Jump!"
Valiant screamed. They dove through the gate. The spider's gaze followed them, and in it Adam saw something worse than hatred. Something patient and hungry. A promise written in 8 blood-red eyes. The gate shattered behind them with a sound like breaking reality, and white light streamed past them, reality bending as they were transported through space. Valiant's echoing screaming had turned into creative cursing that would have been impressive if Adam wasn't so lost in thought. The spider's eyes haunted him. He was almost certain she hadn't followed them through. The gate's destruction had been too quick, too final. But that didn't stop his mind from racing through the implications.
Would she take over? The thought sent a chill through him, even as they hurtled through the light. She was intelligent, patient, and now evolved into something far beyond what she'd been. If she managed to kill the Titan, well, the dungeon would probably evolve, might even jump several ranks at once. Sweet, merciful fuck, why does it feel like my stomach is trying to escape through my ears? Valiant's voice echoed from everywhere and cut through his thoughts. But Adam's mind was already jumping to worse scenarios. Dungeon breaks were rare at this point in time, but they happened. Usually when a boss grew too powerful, too ambitious. And with her apparent intelligence, her obvious grudge, the mouse's complaints actually helped ground him. Right. One crisis at a time. They had more immediate problems waiting for them in the real world. 2 months. He'd been gone almost 2 months. What had Marco done in that time? The bastard had probably spread all sorts of stories about Adam's disappearance. And the academy, had they marked him as dead? Missing? There would be paperwork, questions, probably an investigation. The thought of dealing with bureaucracy almost made him miss the Titan. His parents. My parents.
They must be there by now. Had they found any traces? How would they react?
I think I'm going to throw up, Valiant announced from somewhere. Don't you dare, Adam muttered, but his heart wasn't in it. His mind was already mapping out what they'd need to do first. Find out what stories were circulating, re-establish key contacts, deal with the academy, and, somewhere in there, start planning how to handle Marco. The white light began to fade around them, reality reasserting itself. Adam caught glimpses of what waited ahead: snow, trees, a winter sky. Back to the real world. Back to schemes and careful plans. At least no one would be trying to smash them with giant fists anymore. Probably. Reality snapped back like a rubber band. One moment they were in that tunnel of light, the next, brutal cold and a face full of snow. Adam rolled across frozen ground, his body remembering old reflexes even as his mind tried to catch up. The wind cut through his ragged clothes like they weren't even there. Somewhere to his left, Valiant's scream turned into a string of curses that ended in a muffled oof as he face-planted into a snowdrift. Adam pushed himself up, limbs already stiff from the cold. Behind them, the gate stood silent and dark, its runes dead. No way back now. Not that he wanted one. His breath came out in white clouds as he looked around, shivering. Valiant? His teeth chattered. You alive? The snow shifted, and a very disgruntled mouse emerged, shaking white powder from his fur. Define alive. Everything hurts and I can't feel my tail. Where are we? Valiant asked, wrapping his arms around himself. Adam pointed across the dark waters stretching out below their cliff. There, on the horizon, lights twinkled through the winter haze. That's Arcos. We're maybe 3 hours out. Valiant stared at the distant city in silence. We did it. Yeah. Good. The mouse's expression hardened.
Because now I'm going to make Mako wish he'd never, not so fast. Oh, come on! Valiant's tail lashed in frustration, sending up little puffs of snow. After everything they did, the people Gale and Helios worked for? Adam cut in, his breath steaming in the frigid air. They had enough pull to get into my academy. Made a professor, a prominent one, work for them. He rubbed his arms, trying to get blood flowing. That same professor disappeared without a trace after. What's your point?
Valiant's whiskers twitched with impatience. Adom wove a flame spell between his palms, letting the warmth spread through his frozen fingers. The fire cast dancing shadows across the snow. My point is, we've been gone 2 months. We don't know what stories are circulating, what kind of trouble we might be walking into. The wind gusted, making the flames flicker. For all we know, I'm being hunted for something. Adom sighed, more white clouds coming out. Look, I know you want revenge. You bet your ass I do. Valiant's voice was hard. And you'll have it. Adom reached into his inventory, pulling out the whistle. The clover in his other hand crumbled, its last leaf falling away to nothing in one last green glow. But first, we need friends. He raised the whistle to his lips and blew. No sound came out, at least none that human ears could hear. They stood there, shivering, snow starting to fall heavier now. Dark clouds rolled in from the sea, promising worse to come. Adom kept the flame spell going, but against the growing wind it barely helped. So, Valiant's teeth chattered. What exactly are you doing with that whistle? Like I said, Adom tucked the now useless clover away. We need friends. Valiant looked around at the empty clifftop, ears twitching as snowflakes landed on them. Is this another one of your mage Laddie! Valiant squeaked, actually squeaked, and jumped about 2 feet in the air.
Bob appeared as if he'd always been there, snow settling on his wild red hair and beard. That familiar grin split his weathered face. It was a face Adom hadn't realized he'd missed so much until right now. Hello, Bob, Adom managed, through chattering teeth. Valiant was still trying to get his heart rate under control. One paw clutched to his chest. Where did he come from? Chapter 41. Reunion. In a blink, Bob materialized inches from Adom's face. Adom yelped and stumbled backward, landing hard in the snow. Holy shit! Valiant's tail went rigid. Adom chuckled, brushing snow from his cloak. Bob, you really need to stop doing that when it's not You feckin' Egypt! Bob yanked him into a bone-crushing hug, beard scratching against Adom's face. 2 months! 2 bloody months! Searched every pub, every street, every dark corner in Arkles. Bob, I can't breathe. He really couldn't. What was it with small creatures like leprechauns and dwarves having that ridiculous amount of strength anyway? Thought you were dead in the ditch somewhere. Bob's voice cracked slightly. He pulled back, holding Adom at arm's length, sharp eyes examining every inch of him. By the old gods, look at the state of you. Where's your proper cloak? Trying to catch her— That's what, Bob snapped, then turned back to Adom. At least tell me you solved whatever mess you got yourself into. Adom and Valiant exchanged glances. Not exactly, Adom admitted. Bob's face darkened. What's that supposed to mean? Maybe we could discuss this somewhere warmer, Valiant suggested, teeth chattering. Preferably with food? Ah, you both look half frozen. Bob's expression softened slightly. Should get you somewhere warm before— He paused, something crossing his face. Though, I suppose you should know, your parents have been in quite the state. Everything stopped. The cold, the wind, the snow, it all fell away. Adom's eyes went wide. My parents? Yeah, about that. Bob tugged at his beard, a habit Adom knew meant trouble. You might want to sit down for this, lad. Adom looked up from his spot in the snow, one eyebrow raised. Bob, I'm literally sitting in frozen water right now. How much more seated would you like me to be? Valiant snorted, quickly turning it into a cough when Bob shot him a glare.
Your da's about to rebel against the Empire. The words hung in the freezing air. No one spoke. Even the wind seemed to pause, letting snowflakes drift silently around them. Somewhere in the distance, a branch cracked under the weight of ice. What? Adom's voice barely carried through the falling snow. Bob exhaled, his breath misting. You remember sending me to get your father, telling him you were in trouble? Well, by the time we arrived, you vanished. No trace. Nothing. He kicked at the snow. He started asking questions, searching, but every lead went cold. The wind howled between them. Adom sat perfectly still, listening. Then the Crown Prince showed up in the city a few weeks back, told your father to stand down, said he was causing too much chaos for a Star Knight of his rank. Bob's face darkened. Said they were handling the investigation,
but wouldn't give any answers about what happened at the academy where you disappeared. Valiant's head snapped up. Wait, his father's a Star Knight? 689th Commander of the Iron Wolves, Bob nodded. 400 of the finest Star Knights in the Empire. He glanced at Adom. I myself was surprised. Adom's hands clenched in his lap. He'd known involving his father would draw attention. That's exactly what he'd been trying to avoid. But with Gale in the picture, another Star Knight, and a mage to boot, he'd had no choice. But to this extent... Holy fucking shit. The Iron... Valiant's whiskers twitched rapidly. Those are the elite corps that... Aye. And when the prince ordered him to stop searching, with no explanation... Bob shook his head. Well, your father called in his entire battalion. Adom's head dropped in a deep sigh. The prince didn't like that. Said he was overstepping. The argument got heated. Your father demanded to investigate the undertow, said something wasn't right about the whole thing. Snow collected on Adom's shoulders as he sat, unmoving. What happened now? Asked Valiant. Now, Bob continued. Your father's given the Empire an ultimatum. Either they open the city gates and let him conduct a proper investigation into your disappearance, or explain what really happened at the academy. He paused. Or he'll come in and find out himself, permission or not. And the Empire? Valiant asked quietly. Sent 1,500 Imperial troops to Arcos. They're waiting at the gates. Bob's voice grew grave. Both sides are dug in. One wrong move and... The wind filled the silence that followed until Valiant's small voice broke it. But Adom's back now. Won't that fix everything? Adom pushed himself up, snow falling from his shoulders. His legs felt unsteady. It'll make things worse. He brushed more snow from his shoulder. Think about it. My father raised an army because I vanished. If I just walk back in now... He let out a shaky breath. They'll say I ran away. That my father mobilized the Iron Wolves for nothing. Started a rebellion over a rebellious son. Another shiver ran through him, and this time it wasn't just from the cold. He tilted his head up, watching gray clouds spill endless snow over the world. I just crawled out of a dungeon. And now... Why not just tell the truth? Valiant asked. Bob shot the mouse a look. For someone who managed to escape a dungeon, you're not exactly the brightest spark in the forge, are you? Hey! Valiant's tail bristled. He was quiet for a moment, then... Oh, shit. The Crown Prince had his reasons for blocking the investigation. Adom's voice trembled slightly. Reasons that probably involve him. If I show up now... He wrapped his arms around himself. Best case? They label me a runaway.
No one believes anything else, no matter what I say. My father loses all credibility. And at his level, that's as good as a death sentence. The snow kept falling, collecting in his hair. And then things get worse. Much worse. You should go see them, Bob said, his voice softening. Your mother's there too. Sweet lady, worried sick about you. Adom's face softened for a moment, almost saying yes. Then he straightened. I will. Today. But I need help first. He pulled his thin clothes tighter. And somewhere to stay. Can't go back to the academy now. What do you need? Proper clothes. Warm cloaks. For all of us. He glanced at Valiant. And I need you to tell my parents where I'm going. Bob's face darkened. For feck's sake, lad, you can't keep running off. I'm not running, Adom cut in. But if we want to end this, we need proof. About the children of the moon, about what they're doing. I need to prepare first. He met Bob's glare. After you help with that, bring my parents to me? Where? Bob growled. Adom turned toward Arcos, squinting slightly. His vision,
though better than before, good enough to go without glasses now, was still weak, but improving. Through the falling snow, he could make out shapes in the harbor. The Vaishari usually leave when winter comes, but... He pointed toward the beach. Their ship's still there. Probably stayed because of all this chaos. He lowered his hand. I'll ask them for shelter, for now. Bob stared at Adom for a long moment, then dragged a hand down his face. The Vaishari. You disappear for weeks, the Empire's about to have a civil war, and you're planning to hide out with the bloody Vaishari. He let out a harsh laugh. Perfect. Just perfect. Why not throw in a few pirates and maybe a demon while we're at it? He paced a few steps, snow crunching under his boots. You know what? Fine. I'll get your clothes. I'll tell your parents. But you better have a damn good plan beyond, let's hide with the nomads and gather proof. Because right now, he gestured toward the city. There's 1,500 Imperial soldiers down there who aren't going to care much about proof once the fighting starts. He stopped, turning back to Adom. And your father? He's not going to sit quiet once he knows where you are. Man's been ready to burn down half the Empire looking for you. Then Bob vanished. Valiant shook his head. What a grumpy leprechaun. Aren't they all? Adom said. Right? Valiant's tail swished excitedly. I didn't want to say anything, don't want to stereotype and all that, but I always heard leprechauns were grumpy. First one I ever meet and, surprise, grumpy as can be. Coincidence? I think... Bob materialized right in front of Valiant's face, making the mouse squeak and stumble backward into the snow. A bundle of clothes hit Adom in the chest. That was fast. Valiant looked around. Hey, where are mine? Nothing in your size, Bob grunted. You're small enough to fit in his pocket. Nice and warm in there. Valiant's whiskers bristled. Now listen here, you... All right, Adom cut in, already pulling on the heavy cloak and warmer clothes. The fabric was thick, well made. Thanks, Bob. They exchanged nods, Bob's expression softening slightly. Just make sure you don't vanish into another dungeon before I bring your parents, yeah? Adom nodded again, and Bob disappeared into thin air, leaving them alone in the falling snow. Adom exhaled deeply, examining the clothes Bob had brought. Everything was exactly his size. Thick wool socks, sturdy leather boots lined with fur, dark trousers,
a warm tunic, and a heavy cloak with deep pockets. The fabric was high quality, dyed in deep blues and grays. There was even a pair of gloves. Had Bob been keeping these ready? "We better He started to open his cloak. Before he could finish, Valiant had already darted into the pocket, rustling around before settling. "Hate to admit it, but that grumpy leprechaun was right. It is nice and warm in here." A small smile tugged at Adom's lips. "Just stay quiet, all right? We need to get through Arcos, find a strider, and make it to the beach." He adjusted his cloak. "That means no weird popping sounds with your mouth, no commentary, nothing." "I'll try," Valiant said, then added under his breath, "No promises, though." Adom shook his head and started walking, snow crunching under his new boots as they headed toward the city, leaving their footprints to slowly fill with fresh snow behind them. It took them almost 2 hours to reach the city. Adom stuck to the paths he'd discovered during his years here: narrow alleys between buildings, service entrances, gaps in the old walls where stones had fallen away. The hood of his cloak was pulled low, a strip of cloth covering his face below his eyes. Only his blue eyes were visible, scanning the streets constantly. Arcos felt wrong. The usual bustle was gone, replaced by an eerie quiet, broken only by the crunch of boots in snow. Imperial soldiers patrolled in groups of 3 or 4, their red uniforms stark against the white ground. The few civilians hurried past with their heads down, darting from doorway to doorway like scared rabbits. Shops were closed, windows dark. The snow kept falling, making everything look softer than it was. He stopped abruptly. There, posted on a wall, was a notice with his face, a sketch from his first year, showing him smiling next to Sam. His hair was shorter then, his face rounder. The word "missing" was printed below in bold letters. Sam. He wondered how his friend was doing. And Erin, too. A bitter ache filled his chest as he remembered their meals together in the city, laughing over old Mary's meat pies. He glanced toward her place now. Closed. Another casualty of the current situation. "Stop squirming," he murmured as Valiant shifted in his pocket. "Just getting comfortable," the mouse whispered back. "Do you know how hard it is to find the right spot in a pocket? There's always a seam or a fold in exactly the wrong place." "Shh." Adom kept walking, keeping to the shadows. More soldiers passed, their hands on their weapons, eyes suspicious of everyone they saw. "Oh no." An apple rolled across the snowy ground, stopping at Adom's feet. He picked it up, its red skin bright against his gloved hand. It was firm, heavy, the kind that would burst with juice at the first bite. His mouth watered. After weeks of nothing but monster chicken and water. Movement caught his eye. An old man was struggling to gather several apples that had spilled from his bag. His back was curved like a bow, shoulders hunched from decades of life. White hair dusted with snow, hands gnarled and trembling slightly as they reached for the fallen fruits. Looking at those shaking hands brought back memories of Adom's own aged body from his past life, the frustration of simple tasks becoming battles. The old man's broad shoulders and the way he carried himself, even now, showed he must have been quite strong once. Time spares no one, Adom thought, briefly wondering if his healing factor would change that this time around. Something in his chest tightened. Not everyone got the chance to live that long, to see their hair turn white and their hands wrinkle. And here he was, alone in the cold, trying to carry his apples home. "Here you are, sir." The old man looked up, cloudy eyes crinkling behind wire-rimmed spectacles. Deep lines carved paths around his mouth and eyes. Ah, thank you, young man. These old hands aren't what they used to be. His voice was soft, cultured, with the slight tremor age brings. Let me help you with those. Adom gathered the remaining apples, careful not to bruise them. Such a kind boy, the old man said warmly, his cloudy eyes crinkling. A patrol of soldiers marched past, and both of them paused, waiting in the uncomfortable silence until the sound of boots faded away. Not many take the time anymore. Everyone's too busy watching their backs these days, rushing about. As Adom helped steady the bag, the old man tilted his head, studying him with a gentle curiosity. You remind me of someone, you know. Something in the way you move, careful-like. And those eyes, he chuckled softly. My wife, God rest her soul, she had eyes just that blue. Like summer skies, she did. I'm sorry for your loss, Adom said quietly, meaning it. The old man's voice had softened at the mention of his wife. Oh, it's been years now, but kind of you to say. He tried to adjust his grip on the bag, hands trembling slightly. Used to be able to carry twice this much without thinking. Now look at me. Can barely manage a few apples. Time catches up with all of us, Adom said, the words carrying the weight of personal experience. That it does, boy. That it does. That's when Adom's stomach, that traitor, chose to growl loudly. Oh my, the old man paused, already reaching into his bag.
You must take a few apples. No, I couldn't. I insist. They're from the farmer Major's orchard, you know. That special apple tree of his. Adom blinked. That tree's bearing fruit. In winter. Started a few weeks ago. The Duke's been having them distributed at the farm. Anyone who comes gets a few. They're quite remarkable. He pressed 4 apples into Adom's hands, his papery skin cool to the touch. A growing boy needs to eat properly. Thank you. Adom carefully tucked the apples away. Take care of yourself, young man. The old man smiled warmly, revealing a few missing teeth. These are dark days, but kindness still matters. They exchanged goodbyes, and Adom watched the old man shuffle away through the snow, his slight frame seeming so fragile against the harsh winter day. Can I have one? Valiant whispered from the pocket. Shh. Come on, I can smell them. They smell amazing. Wait until we get to the cart. A soft but insistent tapping started against Adom's chest. He ignored it, keeping to the shadows as they passed the weird stuff store. Through the frosted window, he caught a glimpse of Emma arranging trinkets on the counter. Still no sign of Mr. Biggins. He pushed down his curiosity. Other mysteries would have to wait. The tapping continued. For the love of... Adom muttered, then caught himself as a patrol passed. Finding a strider wasn't hard. Several carts waited near the market square, their drivers huddled together for warmth. The creatures themselves stood patiently in the snow. Beach fare? Adom asked the nearest driver, a middle-aged man with a weather-beaten face. 2 silvers. Done. The tapping became more insistent as Adom climbed into the cart. With a resigned sigh, he pulled an apple from his cloak and dropped it into his pocket. The assault on his chest stopped immediately, replaced by happy munching sounds. Adom took a bite of his own apple. The juice burst across his tongue, sweet and crisp, with an odd warmth that spread through his chest. Then he felt it. A surge of energy, familiar yet strange. +4 mana. +1 mana. He nearly choked. Another bite. +3 mana. +2 mana.
The farmer mage's tree hadn't produced fruit since Law's death thousands of years ago. He'd read about its apples, of course, their properties, their power. But to actually taste one. A rough laugh came from the front of the cart. Good, ain't they? Adom quickly pulled the cloth back over his face as the driver half turned. Yes, very. Best I've ever had. Weird, though, that old tree suddenly bearing fruit after all this time. The driver clicked his tongue, urging the strider forward. My gran used to say there was a spirit in it, keeping the apples from growing. Said it was waiting for something. Waiting? Despite himself, Adom was curious. After everything he'd seen lately. Aye, story goes the tree was planted by Law himself. Used to feed whole villages with those apples during the old wars. The driver shrugged. My gran said it stopped bearing fruit when he died, like it was mourning him or something. Sounds like nonsense, but... He gestured at the snow-covered streets. Strange times we're living in. Maybe it just felt like giving fruit again. Adom took another bite, feeling the manna flow into him. A few weeks ago, he might have dismissed it all as superstition. Now, after everything he'd seen, he watched the snow fall, thinking of ancient magic and the ways it lingered in the world, working by its own rules that no one fully understood. Your gran might have been onto something, he said quietly. The driver just nodded, and they rode on in silence through the white streets, the strider's claws clicking against the cobblestones. 2 hours later, the cart rolled to a stop at the beach road. Adom pulled 5 silver pieces from his inventory and handed them to the driver. Sure you don't want me to wait? The man asked, pocketing the coins.
Beach gets mighty cold at night.
I'll be fine, thank you.
The driver shrugged, clicked his tongue, and the strider turned around, its clawed feet leaving deep tracks in the snow. The beach stretched out before them, white and endless under the winter sky. Waves crashed against the shore, dark and foaming, throwing up occasional chunks of ice. The wind carried salt and snow, biting at exposed skin. Valiant poked his head out of the pocket. Got any more of those exquisite apples? Here. Adom dropped another apple into his pocket. Last 2. These are incredible, Valiant said between bites. Never tasted anything like it. Sweet, but there's something else too, like sunshine, if sunshine had a taste. Adom bit into his own apple. Magic apples. Who would have thought? They walked along the shoreline, their footprints, one set of boots and tiny mouse paws, quickly filling with fresh snow. The beach looked different in winter. During summer, it would be full of merchants, sailors, and children playing in the surf. Now it was empty, the dunes wearing caps of white like old men. You sure these Vaishari people will help? Valiant asked, wiping juice from his whiskers. They helped before. Yeah, but you said that was when you needed a curse broken. But hiding from the Empire? Valiant's tail swished nervously. That's different. The Vaishari don't care much for empires or kingdoms. They follow their own laws. If you say so. Valiant ducked back into the pocket as another gust of wind howled past. They walked in silence for a while, until Adom spotted an orange glow in the distance. As they got closer, he could make out the massive bonfire, its flames reaching higher than the surrounding tents. Ready to meet some interesting people? Adom asked his pocket. As long as they have food, came the muffled reply. I'm already missing those apples. Adom smiled and walked toward the firelight. A child's voice cut through the winter air. Deacon! Shoshoy Mursh! More small figures appeared on the dunes, pointing and waving. Their excited chatter carried across the beach as they bounced in place, their colorful winter clothes bright against the snow. Valiant gripped the edge of the pocket tighter. They're not going to try to catch me, are they? I think they just think you're cute. As if to prove his point, one of the smaller children broke away from the group, running toward them through the snow while shouting, "Shoshoy! Shoshoy!" Her older sister chased after her, catching her before she got too close. The first drums started, a steady rhythm that seemed to match their footsteps in the snow. More people emerged from between the tents, adults this time, their faces curious, but not unwelcoming. There sure are a lot of them, Valiant muttered, shrinking further into the pocket. And they're all staring at us. Well, you are a talking mouse. And you're a child mage. We're quite the pair. A group of women near the fire paused in their work to watch them approach. One nudged another, pointing at a dome and saying something that made them all nod. Did they recognize him? At least there's food cooking, Valiant noted, his nose twitching. Something with meat. And is that bread? The drums picked up tempo as they got closer, joined by the first pipes. Children darted around them now, keeping a respectful distance, but clearly bursting with curiosity about the mouse peeking out of a dome's pocket. Just try not to bite anyone, a dome whispered. I am a gentleman, I'll have you know, Valiant replied with mock offense. Even if they do smell like they've been handling cheese. Mirko's massive form emerged from between the tents, his wild white hair and beard now adorned with small bells that jingled as he walked. His eyes lit up with recognition as a dome took off the piece covering his face. Ah, little mage returns! He spread his arms wide. Welcome back to our fires. His bushy eyebrows rose as he spotted Valiant. What this? Another curse need breaking? Price same as last time. 100 gold pieces. I am not cursed. Valiant's chest puffed up, whiskers bristling with indignation. I was born this way, thank you very much. Ah. Mirko stroked his beard, nodding sagely. Sorry then, little Shoshoy. The way he said it left both Adom and Valiant wondering if he was apologizing for suggesting Valiant was cursed or expressing sympathy for Valiant's natural state of being. Adom had to bite his lip to keep from laughing. Manly man, a voice called out from somewhere behind the tents. Is that you? Adom froze. Who's manly man? Valiant whispered, still looking somewhat miffed about the curse comment. Long story, Adom muttered, trying to look at the familiar voice's owner. Morgana stepped into the firelight, wearing a heavy Vaishari winter dress with intricate embroidery. Her hair was braided in their style now, decorated with small silver bells like Mirko's. Hi, Morgana, Adom said, and her face lit up with a warm smile. I'm so glad you're all right. She moved closer, concern evident in her eyes. I went into the city last week, saw Sam with some of those club members of yours, putting up missing person notices everywhere, asking anyone who'd listen if they'd seen you. Adom's stomach twisted with guilt. Yeah, I saw them too. She tilted her head, studying his face. That's new, she said, gesturing to the white streak in his hair. Trying something different? For a moment, Adom was back in that dungeon, feeling the life being pulled from him, watching death smiling at him, and all he could do was smile back. He swallowed hard. Something like that. It suits you, she said simply, and he could tell she knew, grateful for her tact. Ah, Mirko clapped his hands together. So you cause all this trouble, yes? City guards very angry. Say no one leave islands until idiot prince say so. He shook his head, bells jingling. Big mess. Anen pajthud! Mirko called out to someone behind him, then turned back to them. Too cold for talk here. Vaishari no like cold. We sit, drink warm milk, then talk. He gestured toward the massive bonfire, where several people were already arranging cushions and blankets. As they moved toward the fire, Morgana finally noticed Valiant, who went back in Adam's pocket. Oh, hello there, she said, bending slightly to get a better look. Valiant seemed to shrink back, his whiskers twitching nervously. Everything all right? Adam asked, confused by his friend's reaction. Wait, can Beastkin be attracted to humans? Oh God, no! Valiant sounded horrified. He looked up at the equally confused Morgana. It's just, you have the same aura as a cat. It's unsettling. Morgana chuckled, settling down on one of the cushions. Well, I was one for quite a while. You were what? Valiant poked his head out further, curiosity overcoming his nervousness. It's another long story, Adam said, accepting a steaming cup from a young woman, involving curse-breaking and raw sheep hearts. Raw sheep? Valiant started, then shook his head. You know what? I don't want to know. This week has been strange enough already. So, Adam wrapped his hands around the warm cup. I need a place to stay, just for a while. Ah, Mirko's face brightened. Little mage wants stay with Vaishari. Of course, of course. After all, you bring Ranji to us. He gestured toward Morgana with a proud smile. She very good for tribe. Adam looked at Morgana questioningly. She just smiled and spoke. Nice tuke, Mirko. Then switched to normal speech. But you flatter me. No, only truth from Mirko's mouth. Always truth. He tapped his chest firmly. Adam blinked. You already speak their language? It's been almost 2 months, Morgana shrugged. I used to study languages, back before everything. It's not so different from some dialects I know. Mirko nodded enthusiastically, his bells creating a cheerful symphony. We supposed to leave before first snow. Vaishari not made for winter, you see. But guards block roads, block ports. I'm so sorry, Adam started, but Mirko waved his apology away. Bah, not your fault. Prince idiots, guards idiots. Think they own everything, own everyone. He spat into the fire. But, his face lit up again, Ranji show us how make proper winter clothes. From our own sheep. No need buy expensive cloth from city merchants. They're quite good at weaving and embroidery, Morgana added. They just needed to adjust the technique for warmer materials. Yes, Mirko beamed. And now, if little mage stay, we have 2 sorcerers, and genius who beats winter. He threw his head back and laughed, the sound booming across the camp. First time in history, Vaishari stay through snow and laugh at cold. Valiant poked his head out. Does this mean we get to stay somewhere warm? Of course, Mirko exclaimed. Vaishari always take care of friends, even tiny mouse friends who not cursed. He winked at Valiant, who couldn't decide whether to be offended or amused. Mirko clapped his hands together. Not to worry. We hide little mage in plain sight. All wear same clothes, same colors. Who tell one from other? He gestured toward the tents. Guards come, you just another Vaishari learning to weave. Or maybe tend sheep, yes? A young woman approached with a large platter, steam rising into the cold air. The scent of freshly baked bread filled Adon's nostrils. Ah, Marikli, Mirko beamed. Best bread in all camps. Watch, watch!
The bread was flattened against the clay walls of a dome-shaped oven.
Baking until golden brown. As it came off, they spread melted cheese over the top, letting it bubble and brown. The first bite was heaven. Crispy outside, soft inside, the cheese sharp and rich. "This is amazing," Valiant declared, already on his third piece. He had gathered quite an audience of children, sitting cross-legged in the snow around him. "But you should have seen the dungeon! There I was, leading my trusted companion, the little mage here, through darkness and danger." The children leaned forward, entranced. One small boy offered Valiant another piece of cheese-covered bread. "Brave mouse," an older girl said solemnly. "Like in old stories." "Oh, I'm much braver than those stories," Valiant winked, accepting the bread. "Did I tell you about the time we faced the Guardian?" Morgana caught Adam's eye and smiled. "He's good with them." "He's good at telling tales, you mean?" Adam replied, but he was smiling too. A woman brought them warm milk, sweetened with honey. "Pajthud," Morgana explained. The heat spread through Adam's chest, chasing away the last of the winter chill. "Zyben!" someone called, and more platters appeared. Roasted meat with herbs, stewed vegetables, something that looked like dumplings in a rich broth. "Sarmi," Mirko explained, pointing to cabbage rolls stuffed with meat and rice. "And here, pishot, best you ever taste." The food was hearty, meant to ward off winter's bite. Adam couldn't remember the last time he'd eaten so well. Even in the Academy's dining hall, meals had never felt this warm, this right. Then a child's voice cut through the comfortable atmosphere. "Aven Manouche!" More voices joined in. "Manouche! Manouche!" Adam's head snapped up. 3 figures approached through the snow, their forms dark against the white landscape. His heart stuttered in his chest. He would know them anywhere. His mother walked with the same grace she always had, her dark cloak billowing in the winter wind. Even at this distance, he could see her hands moving as she spoke. She'd always talked with her hands. Her hair would be streaked with more silver now, he knew, but her eyes would be the same warm brown that had watched over his fevers, celebrated his victories, comforted his defeats. And his father. The way he moved, measured and deliberate, every step placed with purpose. Adam had that same walk. People used to comment on it, how the son moved just like the father. The Star Knight's cloak couldn't hide the straight spine, the squared shoulders. His father had always carried himself like he was wearing his armor, even in civilian clothes. Bob led them, his wild red hair visible even from here. He gestured as he walked, probably explaining something, knowing Bob, complaining about something. The drums picked up a new rhythm, welcoming and strong. Children ran past, bells jingling, bright clothes flashing against the snow. Adam stood, his legs unsteady. The firelight caught his mother's face as she looked up, and he saw the exact moment she recognized him. Her step faltered. Her hand flew to her mouth. His father stopped too, going completely still in that way he had, like a sword being drawn. Somewhere behind him, Valiant was still telling stories to the children. Mirko was saying something about proper greetings. Morgana touched his arm briefly, a gesture of support. But all Adam could see was his mother starting to run. His father's long strides eating up the distance, and Bob, that old grump, wiping suspiciously at his eyes as he watched them close the gap between them. 42. Family time question. How do you face the people you loved and buried? Not in dreams, where everything feels half real and fades with the morning light, not in memories, growing fainter with each passing decade, but here, now, solid and warm and alive. Adom had imagined this moment countless times over 60 years. In quiet nights alone, in busy days when something would remind him of them. He'd imagined what he'd say, what they'd say. Sometimes he'd talk to them, feeling half mad but needing it all the same. "You should have seen this sunset, Mother." Or, "Remember that silly joke you used to tell, Father?" The reality was nothing like his imaginings. His mother reached him first. She didn't slow down, didn't hesitate, just crashed into him with enough force to make him stumble back. Her arms wrapped around him, and suddenly he was enveloped in that familiar scent, sweet apple and ink and home. She was crying, he realized dimly. Or maybe he was. Maybe both. "My boy," she whispered, her voice cracking. "My foolish boy." He wanted to say something, anything, but his throat had closed up entirely, and all he could do was hold on, press his face into her shoulder like he used to do when he was small. When he was actually small, not just wearing the shape of youth. His father's arms encircled them both. Adom felt the scratch of his beard, smelled the familiar mix of steel polish and pipe tobacco. How had he forgotten these details? How had 60 years dulled the memory of exactly how his father's embrace felt? They stood like that, the three of them, while the snow fell and the drums played and the world kept turning. And was that Bob crying over there? Huh, what an odd thing to see. That would make for excellent teasing material later. Anyway, don't you ever, his father's voice was rough, ever do that to us again. Adom tried to laugh, but it came out more like a sob. I won't. Promise me. I promise. His mother pulled back just enough to cup his face in her hands, studying him with tear-bright eyes. She traced the white streak in his hair, her expression flickering between relief and worry. You look thin, she said, and it was such a mom thing to say that Adom did laugh then, properly. I'm fine now, he said. I'm home. And he was. Not in the physical sense. They were standing on a beach in the snow, surrounded by nomads and their drums, with a talking mouse peering cautiously from behind. But home had never really been about places. His father's hand was steady on his shoulder, grounding him in the moment. His mother's fingers were warm against his face. They were here, alive, real. In his past life, he'd dug their graves himself. The soil had been hard, frozen. He'd refused help, needed to do it alone. Afterward, he'd sat between the mounds until his tears froze on his face. But that was then. That was there. This was now. And they were warm and solid and alive. You have so much explaining to do, his father said, but his voice was gentle. I know. Adom managed a wobbly smile. But can we just stay like this? Just for a minute? His mother pulled him close again, and his father's arm tightened around them both. As long as you need, his mother whispered. The drums played on, softer now. The snow kept falling, and if Bob was still crying somewhere behind them, well, nobody mentioned it. Some moments don't need words. Some moments just need to be lived. There was a lot to explain. Like, a lot. Evil plans involving mass murder weapons that would destroy the world? Check. Dungeons full of death and monsters? You bet. Political mess threatening to tear apart the empire? Oh yeah. But honestly,
None of that mattered right then. When his parents approached, Morgana quietly pulled her shawl over her head in the Vaishari style, blending into the background with practiced ease. The tribe welcomed them with calls of, "Avon! Avon!"
while Mirko directed everyone to make space around the fire. "Welcome, welcome," he boomed. "Parents of little mage always welcome here. Sit, eat, be warm." Instead, they sat around the fire, and his mother fussed over how thin he was. He wasn't. And his father pretended not to be emotional. He was. And Bob definitely wasn't wiping his eyes every few minutes. He absolutely was. "And who's this?" his mother asked when Valiant finally gathered enough courage to emerge from hiding. "Valiant," the mouse said with a tiny bow. "Your son's savior and companion through dark dungeons and—" "Have some more bread," his mother interrupted smoothly. His father just nodded sagely, clearly deciding that some questions could wait for another day. Mirko kept bringing food, more of that amazing bread with melted cheese, rich stews, something sweet with honey that made Adom's teeth ache. His mother tried everything, asking about spices and recipes, while his father nodded along, clearly having no idea what they were talking about, but content just to be there. "Deacon!" a child called out, pointing at the fire. The young sorceress had emerged from her tent, bells in her copper hair chiming softly as she settled near the flames with the grace of a dancer. "Purani story," Mirko announced proudly to Adom's parents. "My niece, Sorceress. She knows old magic best." The sorceress began to speak, her voice carrying across the camp. As she spoke, she gestured at the fire, and shapes began to form in the flames. Giants walking across mountains, a small figure stealing their secrets. The flutes started playing, low and haunting, while someone tapped a steady rhythm on a drum. "The story of how we learned magic," Morgana translated quietly from her spot nearby. "How the first Vaishari tricked the giants and stole their runes." The children gathered closer, their eyes wide as figures danced in the flames. Even Valiant stopped mid-story to watch, cheese forgotten in his paws. As night deepened, more stories followed. The Vaishari started singing, their voices rising with the sparks from the fire. Adom's mother knew some of the words, of course she did, and joined in. His father hummed along, off-key, but trying. Even Bob gave it a shot, though his accent made several children giggle. "Shukar Gila!" someone called out, and more voices joined in. Adom didn't sing. He just sat there, between his parents, letting the warmth of the fire and their presence wash over him. 60 years of missing them, and here they were, his mother's hand in his father's arm around his shoulders. When he finally fell asleep that night, it wasn't in some fancy bed or comfortable room, just a simple tent, warm with borrowed blankets, the sound of the sea mixing with distant singing and his parents' steady breathing nearby. Best sleep of his life? Yeah, pretty much. The world-ending weapons could wait until morning. Almost morning. Adom wasn't sleeping. Well, not anymore, at least. Hadn't been for about 15 minutes now, but he kept his eyes firmly shut, breathing carefully measured. Just 5 more minutes. That's all he needed. Just 5 more. "You do realize I can notice your breath pattern when you're not sleeping anymore, right, son?" Ah, for God's sake. Right. He could do that. Adom cracked one eye open. The sun hadn't rised yet. The air smelled of sea salt and last night's fire, with a hint of his mother's ink and apple scent from the bedroll next to his. She was still sleeping, one hand curled under her chin like always. "Good morning, Father," he managed,
trying for casual and probably failing spectacularly as he pushed himself up and wiped sleep from his eyes. The borrowed blankets pooled around him, warm and heavy. Arthur Scylla sat cross-legged on his bedroll, already dressed and looking irritatingly alert.
He reached over and ruffled Adon's hair, now a mess of black and a little white, with that familiar half-smile that always meant he knew more than he let on. "You little troublemaker. Good morning." That was his father, all right. Arthur had always been like this, quiet, observant, with that uncanny ability to read people that made him such a good commander. He'd given Adom the grace of no questions yesterday. But knowing him— "Look at you," Arthur said, confirming Adom's suspicions. "Leave you for a few months and you get white hair and lose your glasses. Again." He paused, head tilting slightly. "Are those muscles I see on you, son?" Right. Months. For them, he'd just left for his second year at the academy a few months ago. Wow, that was something to process. His father was still watching him, patient but expectant. The questions were coming, they both knew it. But first— "I didn't lose my glasses," Adom protested weakly. "I just don't need them anymore?" Arthur's eyebrow went up. "Uh-huh. And the white hair?" "Would you believe me if I said it was a fashion statement?" "No." "Worth a try," Adom sighed, running a hand through said hair. "It's a long story." "I imagine it is." His father's voice was gentle. "But we've got time." And that was the thing about Arthur Scylla. He always did have time. For questions, for mistakes, for long stories that made no sense. Even now, 60 years and one resurrection later, that hadn't changed. "Yeah," Adom said softly. "I guess we do." "Good morning, boys," came Maria's voice, Adom's mother. Adom turned to see her sitting up, not a hair out of place, looking far too alert for someone who'd just woken up. Of course, she was already awake. Of course, this wasn't a coincidence. "Morning, Mother," Adom managed. "Sleep well, Lionheart?" his father asked her. They shared a look that spoke volumes. Yeah, they definitely planned this. Well, fair enough. He had sort of caused the whole empire-wide crisis they were dealing with. Adom looked between his parents, his father's patient smile, his mother's steady gaze, and suddenly felt very young again. "So," his mother said, "about that white hair." The secret to a good lie is to sprinkle it with some truths. That's what Adom had been thinking all night long. How to deceive his parents. Tell them half-truths, hide what he truly went through for the past decades. But now, as his parents looked at him expectantly, waiting for explanations, Adom felt his heart hammering against his ribs. The tent suddenly seemed too small, the air too thick. Every breath felt like a decision. He was about to break one of the fundamental taboos. From childhood, everyone knew the laws of magic, the boundaries that kept the world safe. Don't try to manipulate time. Don't attempt to revive the dead. Don't even think about creating something from nothing. It was annoying and borderline harassment the way these principles were drilled into anyone who could manipulate mana. But again, these weren't just rules. They were survival instincts embedded in society. Breaking them wasn't just illegal, it was heretical, dangerous, the kind of thing that could get everyone around you killed. And here he was, living proof that those laws had been broken. He hadn't done it himself, technically.
He'd just agreed to a deal with a rather suspicious entity, been revived, sent back to when he was young with 60 years of memories intact. Simple, really. Nothing worth getting executed over. Right? But these were his parents. His actual parents, alive and breathing and looking at him with concern. His father, who had built House Scylla from nothing, a commoner who had fought his way to knighthood through blood, sweat, and tears. His shoulders bore the weight of 400 Star Knights who had followed him into what might become rebellion. His mother,
descended from the ancient Lionheart mages who predated even the time of law. A high-ranking noble who had abandoned her house to marry a commoner. Her family had disowned her for it. Come to think of it, his parents had always been rule-breakers in their own way. They were doing it again now, mobilizing forces against the Empire for their son's sake. They'd risk everything they'd built on the mere suspicion that something was wrong. And with the scope of what Adom was facing, corrupt officials, catastrophes, ancient conspiracies, weapons that could destroy the world, one thing became clear. He needed help. Real help. Not just Bob and Valiant and whatever allies he could scrape together. No offense to the mentioned ones, of course. What better help than his parents? Adom opened his mouth, then closed it again. His tongue felt like lead. The words wouldn't come. What if they rejected him? What if they feared what he'd become? What if, after hearing his story, they didn't see him as their son anymore, but as some abomination, some stranger wearing their boy's face? This could ruin everything. Or it could make things so much easier. Adom? His father's voice cut through his spiraling thoughts. Are you all right? You've gone pale. His mother leaned forward, brow furrowed. Is it that bad, whatever you're afraid to tell us? Adom's heart pounded so hard he thought they might hear it. He could feel sweat beading at his temples despite the morning chill. His voice cracked. He cleared his throat. I don't know how to... You're scaring me, son, his father said, the worry lines around his eyes deepening. His mother reached out, placing her warm hand against his cheek. The familiar gesture nearly broke him. How many times had she done this when he was a child? When he had a fever, or when he was upset about something at school? Listen to me, she said softly. Whatever it is, you can tell us. We're your parents.
There is nothing you could say that would make us love you any less. Even if I've done something impossible, Adom whispered. His father's expression hardened slightly. Is that what you're worried about? Breaking some academy rule? Some law? Arthur, his mother chided gently, then turned back to Adom. What your father means is that we've broken plenty of rules ourselves. Important ones, sometimes. When it matters, his father added. Adom took a deep breath, then another. His parents waited, patient but concerned. Outside, the camp sounds continued, the clinking of pots, children's laughter, the steady rhythm of drums. His father nodded encouragingly. Go on. Adom closed his eyes briefly, gathering his courage. When he opened them again, he looked directly at his parents. Mother, father, the truth is, he swallowed hard. I have died once and came back to life. The words hung in the air. For 3 heartbeats, nobody moved. His mother's hand froze against his cheek. His father went completely still. What exactly do you mean by that? Arthur asked. His voice was controlled, careful, but Adom could hear the tension beneath it.
He couldn't back down now. I mean exactly what I said. I died, and then I came back. How? His mother's voice was barely above a whisper. I agreed to a deal. A deal? She repeated, her hand dropping slowly from his face. Yes. His father leaned forward. With whom? Adam hesitated. This was it, the point of no return. He took a breath and met his father's eyes. Death. His parents looked at each other, not with horror, which he'd expected, but with something more complex. The look of two people having an entire conversation without words. Tell us everything, his father said finally. So Adam did. I lived to be 79, he said. I watched you both die. Everyone, really. The world. It fell apart. His mother's hands tightened into fists in her lap. How? Wars at first, then plagues. Things engineered by people who should have known better. Adam ran a hand through his hair. I was sick for most of my life. Weak. I tried to fight it, all of it, but in the end, he couldn't meet their eyes for this part. In the end, I killed myself. His mother made a small sound, like something breaking. His father reached across and gripped Adam's shoulder hard enough to hurt. You what? There was real anger in his voice now. I was dying anyway, Adam said. Slowly, painfully, and I couldn't do anything to help anyone else. So I chose to end it on my terms. His mother's eyes were bright with unshed tears. And then? And then I met her. Death. She proposed a deal. Come back, right the wrongs, save the world before it's too late. Adam looked between them. That's what I've been trying to do. His father's grip on his shoulder loosened, but he didn't let go. And you expect us to believe this? It wasn't a question. Adam could see his father's mind working, assessing. I can prove it. Before they could respond, Adam opened his inventory. The air seemed to ripple, and he pulled out two objects, the grimoire he'd received from Law, and the golem, which unfolded to its full height, nearly brushing the top of the tent. His parents even didn't flinch. They'd seen strange things before. But they did stare, his father's eyes narrowing, his mother's widening. Mother, Adam said, do you feel any mana from that dimensional space I just used? She concentrated for a moment. No, nothing. Because it's a gift from death, beyond the normal rules of magic. His father circled the golem cautiously. And this? Found it in a cave. It's more sophisticated than any other golem in this world. I'd bet my life on that. You have, apparently, his father muttered, examining the golem's joints. The cave was just the beginning, Adam continued. There were trials, tests. This grimoire was left by Law Borealis there. His mother's head snapped up. The Law Borealis? Yes, I'm still figuring that part out. And the white streak in your hair? His father asked, returning to Adam's side. Transmutation. I took a vampire's healing factor. There was no point hiding anything now. His mother reached out, hesitated, then touched the white streak gently. You've lived a whole life we know nothing about. Yes. Our son died, his father said slowly. And you came back. Adam felt something cold settle in his stomach. This was what he'd feared, that they wouldn't see him as their son anymore. I'm still me, he said quietly. Just more. 79, his mother murmured. Older than either of us. His father was still watching him. If what you're saying is true, why would death send you back? What's the goal? To stop what's coming. Adone looked between them. The thing with the prince is just the beginning. There's something bigger happening. Something that ends with everyone dead. And you expect us to help you, his father said. I need you to help me, Adone corrected. I can't do this alone. I just can't. There was a long silence. His parents were looking at each other again, having another one of those silent conversations. Adone waited, his heart in his throat. This was the moment. They'd either believe him, or they wouldn't. They'd either help him, or what? Send him to a mind healer? Lock him up for his own protection? Turn him over to the Empire as a heretic? Would they do that to him? His mother broke the silence. How did we die? In your other life? The question caught him off guard. What? You said you watched us die. How did it happen? Adone swallowed hard. There was a battle. Father was defending Kati against enemy forces. He took a killing spell while trying to help me get out of the rubble. His father nodded slightly, as if that made perfect sense. And you, Mother, We were attacked by orcs in one of our camps. Adom looked at her, trying to not picture the memory. I did not make it in time. When I arrived, you were already gone. His mother's eyes closed briefly. Adom's eyes dropped to the ground. The tent filled with another silence so complete he could hear the blood rushing in his ears. No one spoke. No one moved. Doubt. More doubt. Had he made a mistake? He should have just lied, found another way. Anything would be better than whatever this was, this horrible, stretching silence. He wished he could sprout wings and fly away, right through the tent ceiling, just vanish. He wished he never existed in the first place. How did they see him now? As some old stranger wearing their son's face? Did they regret coming to help him? Regret causing a near rebellion for someone who wasn't even the boy they thought they knew? What have I done? Adom thought. This was it. The end of everything. A warm hand settled on his back. Adom looked up, startled, and found both his parents smiling at him. His father's hand moved from his back to ruffle his hair, messing it up completely. Never look down, his father said firmly. Always keep your chin up. You haven't done anything to be ashamed of, and we're certainly not going to treat you any differently. His mother grabbed his hand, squeezing it tightly. Adom's heart pounded against his ribs. These were exactly the words he'd needed. Exactly what he'd hoped for, but been too afraid to expect. Listen to me, she said, looking directly into his eyes. Whether you're 12, 79, or 1,000,000 years old, we will always be your parents. But no buts, she cut him off. Boy, you have spent 9 months in my belly. We named you. We raised you. We know you better than you think, Adom Silla. Don't you dare think we would ever stop being your parents. His father snorted. Not that we could, even if we wanted to, anyway. Exactly. Maria weaved a quick spell with her fingers and poked his Arthur's shoulder with it, making him yelp. Ouch! Arthur rubbed the spot where the tiny magical zap had stung him.
A chuckle escaped Adam, despite everything. His nose was running, and his eyes felt hot. God, this was so cheesy. He'd cried just yesterday, and now they were putting him through this again. His mother reached out and wiped a tear from his cheek with her thumb. Look at you, still crying just like when you were 5 and fell out of that apple tree. That broke something in him, and suddenly Adam was laughing through his tears. Thank you, he managed to say between breaths. I wasn't sure. That we'd believe you? His father asked, eyebrow raised. Or that we'd still want you? Both, I guess. Adam wiped his nose with his sleeve. His mother made a disapproving noise and handed him a handkerchief from somewhere in her robes. Use this, not your sleeve. Some things never change, apparently. Sorry, Adam muttered automatically, taking the handkerchief. So, his father said, leaning back and crossing his arms. You're technically older than both of us now. I suppose so. His father pretended to think about this. Does this mean I can finally retire and make you handle all the paperwork? Arthur, his mother scolded, but she was fighting a smile. What? He's lived a whole lifetime. Surely he can manage the quarterly expense reports for the Iron Wolves. Adam found himself grinning. I'd rather face death again, thanks. His father sighed dramatically. Worth a try. His mother rolled her eyes at both of them, but her hand was still holding Adam's, warm and solid and real. Thank you, Adam said again, quieter this time. For believing me. For everything. We're your parents, his mother said simply. That's what we do. An awkward silence settled.
His father suddenly sat up straighter, his expression shifting from warm to focused in an instant. We need a plan, Arthur said, rubbing his chin. The current situation is unstable at best. Dangerous at worst, his mother added. Adam nodded. Right, about that. I've been thinking. And so he told them about Professor Kim, the weapon called Dragon's Breath, the Children of the Moon, and his plan to solve the situation. His mother's eyebrow inched higher with each detail, while his father's face remained carefully neutral, though his eyes narrowed slightly at the mention of certain strategies. When he finished, they were staring at him. Just staring, looking confused and lost. Did you listen to what I said? Adam asked, uncertain. His father reached out, pressing a hand to Adam's forehead. Just checking. For what? Adam laughed. Did you learn military strategy? His father asked, instead of answering. I had time to study. This was so detailed, his mother added. You managed to manifest fluid through spite? Ha! That's my son, his father pressed. He's just like your older brother. That he is. It seems you took more than just my brother's name, boy, Arthur exclaimed. Adam opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. They were barely letting him get a word in. Arthur, his mother suddenly beamed, squeezing his father's arm. I told you it was just a phase. See? He's normal. Normal? His father laughed, deep and genuine, a sound so rare that Adam almost jumped. Maria, the boy just outlined a better strategic plan than half my commanders could manage. Wait a minute, Adam held up his hands. What do you mean, just a phase? His parents froze, exchanging another one of those looks. Oh, nothing bad, his mother said quickly. We just thought... His father cleared his throat. Well, you didn't seem interested in... People? His mother offered. Or anything that wasn't written down,
his father added.
You were worried about my personality? Well, you did spend an awful lot of time with those books. Remember when he wouldn't leave his room for 3 days because he found that treatise on ancient runes? Or that time he missed dinner because he was translating old scrolls? I was researching ways to counter magical weapons, actually, Adam said, the memory suddenly clear. Looking for answers, I suppose. Even then. Of course, dear. His mother patted his hand. His father's expression turned serious. Speaking of concerning behavior, a dungeon, Adam? Do you have any idea how dangerous? His mother burst out laughing. What? His father frowned. Oh, that's rich coming from you, she wiped her eyes. Sir, I'll start a civil war because someone won't answer my questions. That was completely different. Was it, though? Adam grinned. Technically, Father, this is all your fault. If you hadn't mobilized the Iron Wolves, I was justified. Of course you were, dear. His mother patted his father's hand the same way she'd done to Adam. I was. They were stonewalling me, refusing to investigate. So you thought the reasonable response was 400 Star Knights. It worked, didn't it? Yes, brilliantly. Adam rolled his eyes. That's why we're hiding in a Vaishari tent, avoiding a war. His father opened his mouth, closed it, then slumped. Your mother might have a point about the hot-headedness. Might? Both Adam and his mother said in unison. Like father, like son? His mother suggested innocently. I'm nothing like. Both Adam and his father started simultaneously, then stopped, looking at each other. His mother smiled triumphantly. Well, it took you 79 years, but it seems the phase finally passed. The snow crunched under their boots as they walked away from the camp. Dawn was breaking, and the clouds were purple and gold over the beach. His father would need to leave soon. Head back to his men, keep the crown prince busy with talks and negotiations. Buy time. They stopped at the edge of the beach, where sand met snow. Behind them, the camp was waking up, voices carrying on the wind, along with the smell of breakfast fires. His mother stood beside them, adjusting her shawl against the morning chill. Did you grow up a bit? His father asked suddenly, looking at him sideways. Adam chuckled. I might have. Arthur Scylla had never been one for long, emotional moments. A quick hug, a hand on the shoulder, maybe a proud nod when Adam did well in his studies. But this and last night had lasted longer than any heart-to-heart they'd had in a while. Maybe part of it was because Adam had always buried himself in books instead of trying to bridge that gap. And now they wouldn't see each other again until everything was settled. If it got settled. The thought sat heavy in his chest, like a stone. His father shifted his weight, cleared his throat. Maybe we should consider another approach. Something that doesn't put you in such brainless swordsman, his mother cut in fondly, reaching for his father's hand. We need to trust him. I do trust him, his father protested. I just worry, Adam offered. His father's mouth twitched. You're not making it easy. When have I ever? Fair point. His father looked out at the sea, then back at Adam. Just be careful. More careful than me, at least. That's a low bar, dear, his mother said. I thought you were on my side. I'm on the side of common sense, which you both seem to lack entirely. His father stepped closer, resting his forehead against Adam's. It was warm, strong. Maybe a bit too strong, almost a headbutt, actually. When this is all over, his father said quietly,
We'll catch up properly. But until then, he pulled back, his hands heavy on Adam's shoulders. Don't take unnecessary risks.
Keep your head down. Let Bob guide you. He's smarter than he looks. Adam chuckled. Bob will love hearing that. I'm serious. No heroics, no fighting if you can avoid it. And for heaven's sake, stay away from… Arthur, his mother interrupted gently, touching his arm. The sun's getting high. You need to go. His father nodded, pulling her into a tight embrace before stepping back. He looked at them both for a long moment, then pulled his cloak tight and turned away. Adam watched until his father's figure disappeared into the snowy distance, just another shadow in the dawn light. I'm a bit surprised, Adam said finally. You're usually the more protective one. His mother smiled, linking her arm through his as they walked back to camp. Your father's hiding it well, but he's in a difficult position right now. He's always been like this, ever since we were young, if you can believe it. A brainless swordsman with no name or money to his name, rushing headfirst into trouble. Father? Really? Oh, yes. He pretends to be all calculated now, but he's always been the impulsive one. You know, he always managed to get out of trouble somehow, no matter how deep he was in it. She squeezed his arm. So don't worry too much, and don't feel burdened. None of this is your fault. I can do this, Adam said. I know I'm young, but… She laughed. Young? Your father was 12 when we got stuck in our first dungeon. Adam stopped walking. Wait, what? Oh, yes. We couldn't stand each other back then. Made a bet that led us straight into trouble. Your typical rank F dungeon, nothing too dangerous, but still. She grinned at his shocked expression. What? Did you think we were always the responsible adults, you know? You and father hated each other? Hate is a strong word. Let's say we had a fierce rivalry that involved a lot of shouting matches and one very unfortunate incident with a magical sheep. How have I never heard this story? Well, you never asked. She tugged him along. Come on, I'll tell you all about how your father tried to impress me by challenging a mimic to a duel. And it didn't go well. Morning came with fresh snow and goodbyes. The Vaishari packed their breakfast away while children ran around, picking up forgotten items. Morgana was nowhere to be seen. For some reason, she had been very discreet since Adam's parents came. The cave looked different in daylight, less menacing, more, well, cave-like. Bob and Valiant waited outside while Adam retrieved the gold, the former not particularly eager to revisit the place, the latter just tired of anything that sounded like cave or tunnel. By midday, the streets were tense with activity. Soldiers patrolled in pairs, their armor gleaming in the winter sun and their red capes in the wind. Citizens hurried about their business, heads down, while merchants called their wares with forced cheer. The Iron Wolves' presence was particularly heavy near the gates, a reminder that peace hung by a thread. Where exactly are we going again? Valiant poked his head out of Adam's pocket. Blacksmith, Adam replied, keeping his voice low. I ordered some armor and gauntlets a while ago. Plus, the golem needs repairs before we can do anything else. Huh, Valiant's whiskers twitched. Speaking of doing things, where'd the leprechaun go? To tell Sam about me. Sam? A friend. You haven't met him, but I think you'd get along. Adam paused at a corner, letting a patrol pass. Say, you wouldn't happen to know where Aaron lives, would you? Uncle Cisco used to. Valiant trailed off. My uncle. He took care of the children of the Undertow. Made sure they wouldn't fall in with groups like the children. Helped them find ways out when he could. He paused. He always kept their information secret, wouldn't even write it down. Said it was safer that way, in case someone came looking. I'm sorry,
Adam said quietly,
understanding the past tense. Yeah, Valiant's whiskers drooped slightly. But we could ask around, carefully. Some of the old families might know something. That would help, yes. The smithy appeared ahead, steam rising from its doors in defiance of the cold. The rhythmic sound of hammer striking metal rang out. Someone was hard at work. The warmth hitting their faces as they approached was a welcome change from the biting winter air. The door creaked open, letting in a blast of cold air. Inside, the forge's heat hit like a wall, making Adam's frozen face tingle. Through the steam and smoke, he spotted a familiar figure, short, with that unmistakable wavy red hair. Feely was hammering away at something on his anvil, completely absorbed in his work. "Excuse me," Adam called out. Nothing, just the steady bam, bam, bam of metal on metal. "Excuse me!" Still nothing. Feely didn't even twitch, focused entirely on whatever he was crafting. "How does he still have ears?" Valiant emerged from Adam's pocket, paws pressed against his own. "Hey! Hey, you!" Feely turned around, hammer still raised, and froze. His eyes went wide as dinner plates at the sight of the talking mouse. "Ah! Ah!" Valiant dove back into Adam's pocket so fast he nearly tore the fabric. "What? How? It talked, but—" Feely stammered, backing into his anvil and nearly dropping his hammer. "Feely, wait!" Adam pulled down his hood and unwrapped the cloth from his face. "It's me." The hammer clattered to the floor. Feely stared at him, mouth slightly open, face going through several expressions in rapid succession. "It is you," he whispered. And then his face twisted into something Adam had never seen before. Not unfriendly, cheerful Feely. His eyes narrowed, his jaw clenched, and suddenly the small blacksmith looked about ready to throw someone through a wall. "You!" Chapter 43. Wham and Bam. As it turns out, an angry stoneblood charging at you is a pretty terrifying sight. They're built like small mountains, and Feely, despite being one of the shorter ones, still had arms thick as tree trunks from all the smithing. Arms currently trying very hard to reach Adam's face. "Wait, what? Why?" Adam backpedaled, fingers sketching a quick pattern in the air. The levitation spell caught Feely mid-lunge, leaving him floating a few feet off the ground, still swinging. "Put me down!" Feely's face was almost as red as his hair. You, do you have any idea what happened after you disappeared?" "I can explain." "Explain? Explain?" Feely's boots kicked uselessly at the air. "The guards came. They took Master Kern. They questioned us, threatened to shut down the forge." From Adam's pocket came Valiant's muffled voice. "Why is everyone trying to kill us lately? What did you do to this one?" I just ordered some armor." "Just ordered some armor." Feely stopped struggling long enough to glare. "You ordered enchanted gauntlets and vanished. Then Master Kern put in her order too, said you'd come for it, but you never did. We waited and waited, and then—" His voice cracked. "Then they came for her. Said he was somehow conspiring against the Empire. Do you know how long it's been since I've seen her? Do you?" Oh no. "I'm sorry?" Adam tried. "Sorry won't bring my master back." "Feely," Adam said softly, keeping the spell steady as the stone blood twisted in the air. "If I could have come sooner, I would have. A lot happened to me, too." "Oh,
A lot happened to you? Feely's laugh was bitter. While you were off doing whatever, I was here, watching them drag my master away. Do you know what that's like? Actually, Adam winced. I might have some idea. Don't trust him, Valiant hissed from the pocket. He'll punch you the second you let him down. Look, Adam continued, ignoring the mouse's protests.
I'll put you down if you promise not to do anything rash. Rash? Rash? Philly's face started reddening again. I'll show you. That's not helping your case. Philly stopped mid-rant, took a deep breath, then another. His lips moved silently, something that sounded suspiciously like some old mantra. Iron cools, water flows, anger passes. Don't do it, Valiant warned. I'll go berserk if this little monster tries anything. Not helping, Valiant. Philly's eyes snapped to Adom's pocket. Did that mouse just threaten me? Iron cools, Adam reminded him quickly. Water flows. Anger passes. Philly finished automatically, then scowled. Stop that. Ready to talk without throwing punches? The Stoneblood's shoulders slumped slightly. Fine, but I'm still angry. Noted. Adam lowered him slowly to the ground, ready to reweave the spell if needed. Philly's boots touched the floor. For a moment, he just stood there, fists clenched, clearly wrestling with the urge to swing. How about we talk a bit? Adam suggested carefully. If he moves funny, I'm zapping him, Valiant muttered. Philly took one final deep breath, his hands slowly unclenching. Yes, he said finally, voice rough but controlled. Yes, I think that would be a good idea. He gestured to a worn wooden stool near the workbench, then leaned against his anvil, running a hand through his red hair. The forge's warmth filled the awkward silence between them. I'm sorry, he muttered finally, for getting angry. It's just... You don't have anything to be sorry about, Adam cut in, settling on the stool. I totally get it. But right now, I need to understand something. You said they took Master Kern? Philly's shoulders tensed. Yeah, about a month ago. They just showed up one morning, saying a student from Xerxes had placed an order here. He picked up a hammer, turning it over in his hands. Master Kern denied it, even when they said someone saw the student come in. She just kept saying she had no customer named Adam. She denied knowing me? Adam frowned. Why would she? I wasn't sure either. Philly's grip tightened on the hammer. But she'd been saying things, you know? About the Empire being up to something bad. Especially after all those guards started showing up, and that business up at the mage school with the missing student and professor. It was quite the hot topic around here, actually. Philly, Adam interrupted gently. You're trailing off. Right. The hammer made a dull thunk as he set it down. So, yeah, they took her. Said they just needed to ask some questions, that it would only take a few days of interrogation. His voice cracked slightly. It's been weeks now. They won't let me visit, won't tell me anything. Just keep saying the investigation is ongoing. Valiant poked his head out of Adam's pocket. That's not normal procedure. No, Philly agreed, eyeing the mouse warily. It's not. And the thing is, he glanced at the door, lowering his voice. The night before they came, she was working late. Really late. Said she had to finish something important. When I asked what it was, she just smiled and said sometimes the best thing a smith can forge is trouble. Forge trouble? Adam leaned forward. What does that mean? I don't know. She was always saying stuff like that. But the next morning, when the guards came, she looked ready, like she was expecting them. And before they took her, she looked at me and said, "Remember what I taught you about tempering steel?" Which was? That's just it. She taught me loads about tempering steel. Could mean anything. Philly kicked at a stray piece of coal. Haven't touched her workbench since then. Keep hoping. He trailed off again, staring at something in the distance. I might be able to help with this, Adam said slowly. Maybe even free your master. Feely's eyes widened. How? First, I need my gear. The armor and gauntlets you made. The armor? Feely straightened up, heading to the back of the workshop. Metal clanged against metal, followed by the scraping of heavy boxes being moved. Where did I... Ah! Adam and Valiant exchanged glances as more shuffling sounds came from the back. Should we trust him? Valiant whispered. Do we have a choice? Finally, Feely emerged, struggling with a massive wooden box. He set it down with a thud that made the tools on the nearby bench rattle. This, he said, pride creeping into his voice, might be my best work yet. He unlatched the box, lifting the lid to reveal gleaming pieces of armor. Runes traced elegant patterns along the metal, flowing like water frozen in silver. The craftsmanship was extraordinary. Each piece fitted perfectly with the next, creating a complete set that seemed to catch and hold the forge's light. Wow, Adam breathed, lifting out the breastplate. The metal felt almost warm under his fingers. Reinforced steel core with an outer layer of enchanted alloy, Feely explained, practically bouncing on his feet. The runes are Master Kern's design. They'll help channel magical energy while dispersing harmful effects. The joints are double-layered for flexibility, and I added extra reinforcement around the vital areas. The pauldrons can... This is incredible, Adam interrupted. But before we can use it, we need to fix what's going to wear it. What do you mean? Adam reached into his inventory space, that pocket of nowhere that mages used for storage, and pulled out the golem. Feely screamed, stumbling backward into his anvil as the construct materialized. It stood nearly 8 feet tall, its remaining arm hanging limply at its side. The chest cavity gaped open, showing the transport crystal and talisman near the core mechanisms within, and various other dents and scrapes marked its metal skin. Sweet mercy of the forge, Feely whispered, clutching his chest. What? How? It's a long story, Adam said. But right now what I need to know is, can you fix it? The golem's head turned slightly, its dim eyes focusing on the stone blood. Feely swallowed hard, but Adam could already see the craftsman's curiosity overtaking his fear as he studied the damaged construct. I've never worked on anything like this before, he admitted. But... He stepped closer, examining the torn metal around the missing arm. These connection points, the metal composition. A small smile crept across his face. Yeah, I think I can work with this. How long would it take? Adam asked, watching Feely examine the golem. 2 days, Feely said, already measuring the chest cavity with his fingers. 1 full day to understand how it works, another to repair it. Won't need sleep or food or... Wow, Feely, Adam raised his hands. Don't hurt yourself. We need you in one piece. At least he's passionate, Valiant muttered from the pocket. Feely barely seemed to hear them, running his hands over the damaged metal. If we're going to break into the prisons to free Master Kern, I'll need to make sure the joints are perfect. Maybe reinforce the, we're not breaking into any prison. Feely's hands stopped moving. Oh, he looked up, confused.
But you said we'd free her? There's a better way to do it. Adom glanced around the workshop. Also, I need those gauntlets. Oh! Feely's eyes lit up. He headed back to the storage area, voice carrying over the sound of moving boxes. Master Kern spent more time on them than expected. Said something wasn't quite right with the enchantment matrix we bought from the Mage Association. She was still working on them when the soldiers... He emerged with a smaller box, ornately carved with runic patterns. She couldn't finish them properly, but... He set the box down carefully and opened it. Adom's eyes widened.
Inside lay a pair of gauntlets that seemed to drink in the forge's light. They were sleek, almost artistic in their design, with plates that overlapped like scales. Crystalline lines traced their way from fingertips to wrists, pulsing faintly with stored magical energy. They weren't as bulky as traditional armored gauntlets. Instead, they looked more like extensions of the wearer's own hands, deadly and beautiful at once. What's wrong with them? They look amazing, Valiant squeaked, peering at the gauntlets. Try them on! Adom lifted them carefully from the box. The moment his hands slid inside, text flickered in his vision. Rank S. They fit perfectly, like a second skin. The metal was cool against his hands, but quickly warmed to his touch. In each palm sat a mana crystal, different from his original design, but somehow better. The crystalline lines pulsed in sync with his heartbeat. Adom closed his eyes, breathing in deeply. The familiar blue fire of his fluid energy spread across his body, but when it reached the gauntlets, something changed. The crystals brightened, the lines glowing intense azure. Here, Feely dragged a heavily reinforced training dummy into the center of the workshop. Master Kern tested them on this. The mana crystals are set up in a resonance pattern. See how they're linked? He pointed to the intricate network of lines. When you channel energy through them, they don't just amplify it. They create a feedback loop that disperses the impact force away from your arms. You can hit as hard as you want without breaking your own bones. His fingers traced the crystalline patterns. The crystal matrix absorbs the recoil and redirects it. Master Kern spent 3 days just getting this part right. The fluid channels through these lines here, amplifying your strength while protecting you from the backlash. Adom tuned out Feely's technical explanation, focusing on the dummy. The gauntlets felt alive on his hands. He shifted his stance, drew back his fist. The impact rang through the workshop like a bell. The dummy didn't just fall over. It shot across the room, smashing into the far wall with enough force to crack the stone. Wood splinters rained down as Feely yelped and ducked. Adom stared at his hand. He hadn't even used his full strength. Was that... he started. That was about a quarter of what they can handle, Feely said smugly. Want to try again? He scratched his head. Master Kern said they weren't quite ready, though I'm not sure why. She did say they were safe to use. Are you kidding? Valiant poked his head out. These things are perfect. We're going to kick so much ass. They're made of star-fallen steel, Feely said proudly. Rare stuff. Tradition says you should give them a name. Oh! Valiant bounced excitedly. Call the right one Wham and the left one Bam. The Wham Bam Gauntlets. Get it? Because when you hit things, it's like... Text flickered in Adom's vision. Star-fallen steel battle gauntlets. Wham and Bam. Wham and Bam, Adom repeated, grinning. It was perfect. Simple, memorable, and exactly what they did. I like it. The waves crashed against the shore, spraying frozen mist into the winter air. Adom sat on a fallen log, watching the ocean meet the sky at the horizon. 3 hours had passed since he left the forge,
where Feely had dragged the golem through a door hidden behind stacked crates and old equipment. "Secret passage," Feely had said, grinning. "Where Master Kern and I work on the important stuff. Runic concealment. Can't find it unless you know it's there." He'd tapped his nose knowingly. "Few days, and your metal friend will be good as new." "Are you absolutely sure the angry leprechaun won't get caught?" Valiant paced back and forth on the log beside Adam, his tiny feet leaving prints in the snow.
"Because if he gets caught, he won't. And Sam's coming too." Valiant stopped pacing. "Why are we dragging another kid into this mess?" "Because there's a crystal in our dorm that I need." Adam rubbed his hands together, breath fogging in the cold air. "The golem needs new power crystals, and I can't exactly walk into the academy right now. Not with everything going on." "You mean with the archmage breathing down everyone's necks?" Valiant's whiskers twitched. "Yeah, heard he's in the city personally because of the Professor Kim situation. And those children of the moon creeps." "Exactly." They sat in silence for a while, watching seabirds wheel overhead. "So," Valiant said finally, "when are we going after Marco and his cult buddies?" "When everything's ready." Adam flexed his fingers in the new gauntlets. "When we have all the pieces in place." Movement caught his eye. 2 figures approaching along the beach, their boots crunching in the snow. He recognized Bob's frame first, then Sam's form beside him. Bob was talking, gesturing with his hands, while Sam stared straight ahead at Adam, expression unreadable even at this distance. Adam stood, brushing snow from his clothes, and started walking to meet them. As they drew closer, Adam could see the dark circles under Sam's eyes, the way his friend's clothes were slightly rumpled, like he'd been sleeping in them. Sam's face cycled through emotions: disbelief, confusion, relief, and something else Adam couldn't quite read. The distance between them closed step by step, snow crunching under their feet. Bob cleared his throat, breaking the silence. "Found the wee lad just like you asked," the leprechaun said, adjusting his green coat. "Though next time, maybe give a bit more warning before sending me on a fetch quest, eh?" "Thanks, Bob." Adam's eyes hadn't left Sam's face. "You missed my birthday." Sam's voice was quiet. "Oh," Adam blinked. "Was it last month?" "Yeah. Sorry about that." Adam shifted his weight. What did you do for it?" "Went around town. Put up missing person notices with the club." Sam's hands were stuffed in his pockets. "For you and Professor Kim." "Oh," Adam winced. "That doesn't sound like a very fun birthday." "It wasn't." Sam kicked at the snow. "I told you not to get into trouble, didn't I? And then you just disappeared." "I know. I'm sorry." "I was worried, man." "Yeah." Adam smiled slightly. "I'm glad you're okay." "I'm glad you're okay too." Sam squinted at him. "New style?" "Hmm?" "Your hair." Adam's hand went to the white streak. "Oh, right. Long story." "Right then," Bob cut in, rubbing his hands together. "As touchin' as this reunion is, perhaps we could continue it somewhere less—" A gust of icy wind blew in from the ocean. "Less bloody freezin'? The camp's not too far." The walk back to camp would take nearly an hour. Bob led the way, grumbling about the cold, while Adam told Sam everything. Well, almost everything. He explained about the golem, about Master Kern's arrest, about Marco and the Children of the Moon. He left out the time travel and his real reasons for needing certain ingredients, but everything else came pouring out. Maybe it was because he was tired of keeping secrets, or maybe because if anyone deserved to know the truth, it was Sam. Adam kept waiting for the freakout, for Sam to tell him he was crazy or that they needed to go to the authorities. He'd already prepared a whole speech about understanding if Sam wanted nothing to do with this mess. "Well," Sam said when Adam finally finished talking, "that actually makes a lot more sense now." Adam nearly tripped over his own feet. "What?" "I mean, the missing professor, the weird stuff at school, those creepy people hanging around town." Sam counted off on his fingers. "Plus that thing in the market district where we almost got killed. I knew you had something going on. I just felt like you'd tell me on your own when you felt like it." "And you're okay with all this?" "Okay with it? No! We're literally going against the Crown Prince here." Sam shook his head. "But you're my best friend, and you're clearly in trouble, and I believe you when you say you have a way to get out of it. So what do you need me to do?" Adam stared at him for a moment, then smiled. He was actually sorry, really. As he'd severely underestimated Sam, it seemed. Maybe all those early morning workouts had done more than just build muscle. "Remember those transportation crystals we were working on?" "Yeah," Sam patted the dimensional bag at his hip. "Brought the big one too, like you asked." "Finally!" Valiant poked his head out of Adam's pocket. "Someone competent around here." "Who's this?" "Oh, right. Sam, Valiant. Valiant, Sam," Adam said, watching as his friend and the mouse beastkin sized each other up. "Nice to meet you," Sam said with a small wave. "I read about mouse beastkin in class. You can sense magical disturbances and energy fluctuations, right? That must be really useful with all the, well, everything that's been happening." "I like this kid," Valiant declared, whiskers twitching with approval. "At least someone's been paying attention in class." "Sam," Adam's voice grew serious, "I'm going to need your help with those crystals again. And there are some things we need to handle with the academy, with Headmaster Maris." "What about the headmaster?" Chapter 44. Dominoes Waiting to Fall. The Vaishari camp was alive with color and sound and constant motion, despite the winter chill. Steam rose from the massive bonfire at the center, its warmth a stark contrast to the cold sea breeze coming off the shore. The massive bonfire roared at its heart, sparks dancing up into the darkening sky, and the sea crashed against the shore nearby as its rhythm mixed with the sounds of music and laughter. Adam watched as a group of children sprinted past through the packed snow, their faces curious and bright as they spotted him, and their breaths forming little clouds in the air. "Chovihano Tikno! Chovihano Tikno!" they called out, pointing at him. Though he didn't understand their words, their excitement was clear enough. One small boy, wrapped in a thick woolen coat, brandished a wooden sword, demonstrating with enthusiastic swings while chattering rapidly in their musical language. Adam smiled and waved, glancing at Sam, who stayed close to his side, clearly overwhelmed by all the activity. Near the cooking fires that dotted the snowy camp, women in colorful skirts and heavy shawls danced to the music, their curious glances following the newcomers. "Saminel!" Maria, Adam's mother, shouted Sam's name through the bustle. She stood up from her workbench near one of the larger tents, setting aside what looked like half-finished potions. Her hair was tied back loosely, herbs and reagents scattered across her workspace, protected from the snow by the tent's awning. "Hello, Mrs. Scylla," Sam called back, with a small bow of his head, the gesture making Adam roll his eyes. Same old Sam, proper as always. Those friends who acted so perfectly behaved around parents were usually the masterminds behind the worst idea. But not Sam. He meant every courteous word, every proper gesture. Had to drag him kicking and screaming into anything remotely questionable. And now, here he was, plotting against the Crown Prince himself. Come to think of it, Adam realized with a sudden pang of guilt. He might have been the bad influence all along. "Oh, how many times do I have to tell you to call me Auntie?" his mother laughed, making her way over. She pulled Sam into a quick hug, then held him at arm's length, her eyes scanning him in that way that always made Adom feel like she could see right through him. "Look at you," Maria said warmly to Sam, studying his face. "Those morning training sessions Adom told me about are showing. How's your family? How's your sister, little Elena, doing with her reading? She's, what, 9 now?" "Oh, she's good," Sam replied, relaxing slightly. "Finally got through that book of fairy tales you recommended. She won't stop talking about the dragon stories. And yes, she's 9 now." "And your father? Still running the Merchant Guild ragged?" "Someone has to keep them organized," Sam smiled. "Though he's been worried about everything that's happening." Maria's expression softened. "And your mother?" "Ah, the same." Sam's voice quieted. "The healers say there's been no change." Maria pulled him closer for another brief hug. "We'll find something that helps. I've been looking into some old remedies. There are always new paths to try." "Oh, thank you, Auntie Maria. I'll tell Mother." Sam stumbled over his words. "Sam," she reached out, squeezing his shoulder gently. "You're taking a huge risk helping Adom with all this." "Mother," Adom started, but she held up a hand. "No, this needs to be said." She looked Sam in the eyes. "Thank you for being there for my son, for believing in him. Not many would take such risks for a friend." Sam shifted uncomfortably under the praise. "He'd do the same for me." "Yes," she smiled. "He would." More children had gathered around them, some tugging at Sam's clothes curiously, others pestering Adom with rapid questions in their language. She glanced between them. "Now,
I hear you two have something to take care of."
"Yes," Sam answered, perhaps a touch too quickly, his composure slipping just slightly. "We should probably—" "Go on then," she said. "I'll be here, working on these healing potions. Stars know we might need them, the way things are going." She gave Adom a meaningful look. "Be careful, you two." The boys found a quiet spot on the cliffs overlooking the beach, where the camp sprawled below like a painting made of firelight and colour. Up here, the wind bit harder, but at least they could talk without tiny eavesdroppers running circles around them. Adom leaned against a boulder, watching the scene below. Bob had somehow ended up surrounded by a gang of children who'd decided his beard needed decorating. They were weaving ribbons and small bells into it, while he grumbled and complained, though he made no real effort to stop them. His protests just made them giggle harder. "If you put one more ribbon in there, I swear by all that's— No, not the pink one. Ah, bloody hell." Near the massive bonfire, Valiant was now sharing drinks with one of the elder Vaishari, matching the old man cup for tiny cup. The mouse was still his usual self, cracking jokes, being generally annoying. But Adom had spent enough time with him in that dungeon to notice the cracks in the act. Even in his sleep, Valiant would mutter his uncle's name, mixed with curses at Marco. Sometimes he'd wake up screaming. Thank God for those concealment runes they'd used back then. The mouse beastkin handled his grief like he handled everything else, with humour and an extra dose of being insufferable. But he'd drunk himself into a stupor last night, and here he was again, tiny cup after tiny cup. Adom's jaw tightened. He knew why, of course. The image of Marco standing over Valiant's uncle flashed through his mind, uninvited. Patience, he told himself. Marco would pay for everything he'd done. Adom would make sure of it. His eyes swept the camp again,
Searching the crowds, the tents, the
the dancing figures by the fire, but
What are you looking for?
Sam's voice cut through his thoughts. Morgana, Adam replied absently, still scanning. Haven't seen her since this morning. She's been avoiding me, I think.
Who's Morgana?
Adam's eyes went wide. Ah! He turned around slowly, meeting Sam's confused look with an apologetic smile. Right. You don't know about that. Sam crossed his arms.
I really don't like that look on your face. That's your, I did something complicated and probably stupid look.
I have a look for that?
You have several.
Sam sat down on a nearby rock, pulling his coat tighter against the wind.
So, Morgana?
It's complicated.
Everything's complicated with you lately.
Sam's voice wasn't accusatory, just tired.
But go on. What's one more complication?
Remember Kitty Cat? Adam asked. Sam's eyebrows drew together.
Of course I remember the cat. It used to sleep on your...
His eyes narrowed, then widened comically.
No.
Yes.
Human?
As far as I can tell.
Woman?
Woman.
Adult?
Yes.
How?
Curse. Sam sat there for a moment, processing. Then his face went through several interesting expressions as certain memories apparently resurfaced. We changed clothes with her in the room.
Please don't remind me.
She watched us get dressed.
Sam.
For weeks.
I know. She slept on your bed.
To be fair, she was actually a cat then. Sam buried his face in his hands. Then Sam started laughing. Not his usual polite chuckle, but a full, slightly hysterical laugh that echoed off the cliffs.
You know what?
He wheezed, wiping his eyes.
I'm just going to stop being surprised. Every time you open your mouth lately, something impossible comes out. I'm just going to focus on whatever crisis we're dealing with right now and pretend everything else is normal.
He glanced toward the camp, then shuddered. Though I really hope I don't run into her here. I might just stick my head in the freezing sand and wait for death. A pause. She's... Yes, Sam. Adam knew exactly what his friend was trying not to ask. She's beautiful. Sam let out a long, deep sigh, muttering under his breath. Of course she is. Of course our dorm cat turned into a beautiful woman. Why wouldn't she? That's just... He waved his hands vaguely at the air. That's just how things work in your life now, apparently. It's not like I planned it. You never plan anything. Things just happen. Normal people's cats stay cats. Your cat turns into a beautiful woman. Normal people worry about exams. You're plotting against the crown prince. I don't even know why I'm surprised anymore. He still did not know she was also the puma. Maybe that was not necessary to tell him now. I thought you were suspending disbelief until the crisis passes. Right. Sam adjusted his glasses, then paused. Speaking of which, you're not wearing yours anymore. Don't need them. How? Sam started, then caught himself. No, wait. Let me guess. It has something to do with the dungeon? So, remember the part where... Actually, Sam cut in quickly, holding up both hands. Let's change the subject. I think I've hit my quota of impossible things for today. Sam reached into his dimensional bag, pulling out the transportation crystal. It was still bigger than Adam remembered, about the size of a melon now, its faceted surface catching the last rays of sunlight. So, what exactly do you want to do with this thing? I'll work on it tonight. Adam's eyes tracked the light playing across the crystal's surface. But for now, I need you to do something else. I need you to go talk to Headmaster Maris. He'll take it more seriously if it is a student. About? Everything I just told you. Sam frowned. How do you know he'll help? Just trust me on this one. After working alongside the man in his past life, Adam knew Maris well enough. Behind that stern exterior was someone who'd go to war for his students if he had to. And right now, that's exactly what they needed. We should tell Hugo and Caius too, Sam said suddenly. Adam sighed. Sam, the less people who know about this, you don't understand. Sam's voice had an edge to it Adam had rarely heard. While you were gone, we looked for you. Every night, for hours. In the snow, in the rain, breaking curfew to search the streets. The crystal in Sam's hands caught another ray of light and sent rainbow patterns across his face as he continued. The club members split into groups. We put up missing person notices. You and Professor Kim, side by side. Got into fights in the dregs when people tore them down. Caius got a black eye defending your name when an Imperial soldier suggested you'd just run away. Adam's throat felt tight. Sam, but Hugo and Caius? They went further. They started investigating, connecting dots. They're convinced something's happening in the undertow, something big. And Sam swallowed. They're planning to go down there. What? When? In 2 days. At night. They didn't tell anyone. I only know because I overheard them planning it. Sam's knuckles were now white around the crystal. They're going to get themselves killed looking for you and the professor, Adam. After everything they've done, everything they're risking. They deserve to know the truth. Adam paced along the cliff's edge, pieces clicking together. The timing. It could actually work. He'd planned to move in 2 days anyway, and Hugo and Caius were far from helpless. He'd seen them fight during training. His father's battalion of Star Knights was already in position, ready to move at a moment's notice. The Imperial forces had practically turned the city into a powder keg just by being there. And now the Mage Council.
The Archmage and his entourage are supposed to arrive tomorrow, he thought out loud. Maris summoned them weeks ago about Professor Kim's case, and they have to respond, civil unrest or not. That means 3 major forces all converging on Arcos at once. It's going to be chaos, Sam said. The Imperial forces will be watching the Star Knights. The guards from Arcos will be split between protecting the Mage Council and keeping an eye on both armies. And everyone's waiting to see who makes the first move. Adam grinned. Exactly. They'll be so busy watching each other, no one will be watching the undertow. You're going to use the chaos as cover, Sam realized. Tell Hugo and Caius to meet me at the old lighthouse of Arcos the day after tomorrow. While the powers above are playing their games, we'll hit the undertow where it hurts. What exactly are you planning to do down there? Sam asked. Marco, Gale, that one bastard who calls himself Mr. Fox. I'm going to drag them all into the light. Adam's voice hardened. Everything they've been doing in the undertow, all the proof of their operations, I'll make sure it ends up right in front of everyone's faces. No more shadows, no more secrets. While the whole city's distracted by armies and mages, we'll rip the rot out by its roots. Adam pushed himself up from the cold rock, joints cracking as he stretched his arms overhead. His boots crunched through fresh snow as he walked to the cliff's edge, the wind whipping his coat around his legs. The sun was setting now. He squinted against the glare, raising a hand to shield his eyes. The clouds were the same color as that day, when he'd lain there dying, on a beach much like this one. When that woman had offered him a second chance. When he'd reached out and grabbed her hand. Adam breathed in deep through his nose, letting the cold air fill his lungs, then exhaled,
Smoke curled from his mouth into the wind. 2 days.
The Mage Council, Imperial Forces, Star Knights, and somewhere in the undertow, answers for Gale, Mr. Fox, Kim, and Marco. Everything lined up like dominoes, waiting to fall. "We're really doing this, aren't we?" Sam asked behind him. Adom's lips curved into a smile. The same sun was setting over Arcos, over the prince, over Marco, over everyone who thought their secrets were safe in the dark. Yep. The promised day was coming.
The same day, at night. The Iron Wolves' war galley cut through the dark waters, its black sails barely visible against the night sky. In his cabin, Commander Arthur Silla stood before the tactical map spread across his table, the lantern light casting long shadows across his face. "Do you understand what I said, Nos?" The massive man leaning against the cabin wall let out a rumbling laugh. Even hunched over to avoid hitting his head on the low ceiling, Nos towered in the confined space. His beard, streaked with gray, did little to hide the scars that marked his face. Don't worry, Commander. The little firebird's in good hands." Arthur's expression hardened. "This isn't a joke. My son specifically warned me about this man, Gale. He fights at Star Knight level and wields magic on top of that. He's not to be underestimated." "Come now, Silla. When have I ever let you down?" "I'm serious, Nos." Arthur's hand clenched on the hilt of his sword. "You're one of my best. That's why I'm trusting you with this. We need Gale alive, preferably. He could be key in proving the Crown Prince's treachery." Nos straightened up, his head brushing the ceiling. For a moment, the jovial mask slipped, revealing the veteran warrior beneath. "I understand, Commander. Capture, not kill. I'll drag that fucking Gale fella to you in chains if I have to." "That was all I needed to hear, old friend." "Though I have to say," his grin returned, "I'm looking forward to seeing little Adam again. Last time I saw that boy, he was barely up to my knee, trying to lift my warhammer." "That was 6 years ago." "Has it been that long?" Nos stroked his beard. "Well, must be quite the warrior now, coming up with a plan like this," he chuckled. "Smart kid. Gets that from his mother, I'd wager." Arthur's stern expression softened slightly. "Just keep him alive, you old bear." "That's what you're really worried about, isn't it?" Nos's voice grew serious. "Not the mission, not the Empire. You're worried about your boy." Arthur turned to look out the cabin's window, where the lights of Arcos glimmered in the distance. "Well, I am his father," he said simply. Nos chuckled. "Never thought I'd see the day. Remember when I met you? Barely out of your mother's milk, wild as a storm, picking fights with anyone who looked at you wrong. Didn't think you'd ever turn into the fretting father type. Have one yourself, you'll understand." "Bah!" Nos waved his massive hand. "I'm too old for that shit now. Besides, being an uncle's better. All the fun, none of the headaches." Arthur's laugh was dry. "That's true enough. You'd have quite the headache indeed." 3 sharp knocks came at the door, followed by 2 slower ones. "Enter," Arthur called. A young man stepped inside and saluted. "Commander, Prince Callion's messenger is here. The prince requests your presence for a private discussion on the shore." Arthur and Nos exchanged surprised looks. "The prince wants to talk." Nos raised an eyebrow. "Now that's interesting." Arthur nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed. I wonder what he has to say that couldn't be sent through official channels." "Could be a trap," Nos said, straightening to his full height. "Or an opportunity," Arthur replied, already reaching for his sword belt. "Either way,
We'll find out soon enough. The door creaked open to the smell of salt and tobacco. Men lounged across the deck, dice games scattered between coils of rope and weapon racks. The click of betting coins mixed with rough laughter and cruder jokes. Now, one would expect the Iron Wolves, one of the most prestigious corps of the Sundarian Empire, to have knights that acted like, well, knights. But most of these men had manifested fluid before 18, while picking pockets or running street games. The Iron Wolves had always had an eye for talent in unusual places. Young thieves, gamblers, brawlers. Kids who showed promise got dragged into brutal training instead of prison cells. The Empire got its star knights, and the streets lost their best prospects. Taming them was another matter entirely. Even now, after all the training and discipline, they were allowed to keep their rough edges. And, as tradition dictated, they chose their own commander, a knight from among them who'd proven himself by defeating all 399 of his brothers in single combat. "Commander on deck!" someone called out, more habit than ceremony. A few men straightened up, but most just raised their cups in greeting. One spat a stream of tobacco juice over the side. "Going to meet the pretty prince, Commander." "Try not to let him seduce you," another called out, getting a round of laughter. Arthur walked through them, boots heavy on the wooden planks. A grizzled sailor with an eye patch was already lowering a small rowing boat. "Weather's good for a midnight chat, Commander. Water's calm as a whore's bath." "Speaking from experience, Rake," someone shouted. "More than you've had, you virgin bastard." Near the rope ladder, a weathered woman was checking her crossbow. "Want me to keep an eye on things from the crow's nest, Commander? My bolts fly straight in the dark." "Save your arrows, Sarah. The prince wants to talk." "Talking's what got us into this mess," grumbled a man sharpening his sword. "Should have gutted the sneaky shit weeks ago." "And started a civil war?" Arthur stopped beside him. "There's enough blood coming. No need to rush it." The royal envoy stood stiffly by the boat, trying to ignore the hostile stares. His clean uniform and polished boots looked out of place among the scarred wood and salt-stained clothes. "Commander," called out a voice from the stern. "Remember what the little shit did to your boy?" Arthur paused at the rope ladder. "I remember everything." He swung himself over the side, landing in the small boat with practiced ease. "That's why we're going to do this right." The oars cut through black water, each stroke taking them closer to the shore, where a single candle flickered. Even from here, Arthur could make out the figure seated at the table. Dark hair, blue eyes, and the kind of face that belonged on coins and portraits. The kind of face that made you forget about the knife hidden behind the smile. Callion Vi Savanis, fourth of his name, Crown Prince of the great empire of Sundar. The boat's keel scraped sand. Above, on the war galley, his men watched in silence. No warnings needed, no worried glances. They knew their commander. The candlelight caught the prince's smile as Arthur approached. "Commander Scylla," he began. "Thank you for accepting my invitation. I was beginning to think you'd refuse to talk at all." Arthur took the seat across from him, face impassive. "Your Highness," he said. "Wine?" "Already poured." The prince gestured to the 2 cups. "Though I insist you drink first. Custom, you understand." Arthur took a slow sip, watching Callion over the rim of his cup. The prince's blue eyes missed nothing. "Excellent vintage." The prince took his own sip. "From my personal cellars, I thought we might as well enjoy some civility before discussing more unpleasant matters." "You invited me here. Say what you have to say." "So direct." The prince smiled thinly. "Very well. The Mage Council arrives tomorrow. and we find ourselves in an awkward position. 3 armies in one city is volatile. I've asked you here to propose a solution that benefits us both.
What benefit could you possibly offer me?
Arthur's voice remained level, but his eyes were hard.
My son is missing. A professor as well. And every investigation I've attempted has been blocked by your orders.
Ah, yes, about that unfortunate business. Tragic, really.
The prince's smile never wavered. But I believe we can come to an arrangement that satisfies both our concerns. I'm listening. A joint investigation. My forces working alongside yours, supervised by the council. Full transparency, no secrets. The prince leaned forward. Peace, Commander. That's what I'm offering.
Arthur sat in silence, studying the prince. The proposal was sound. In normal circumstances, he would have accepted it without hesitation. A joint investigation under council supervision was exactly the kind of diplomatic solution the Empire needed. But Arthur knew better. Years of commanding the Iron Wolves had taught him to read men better than most could read books. And everything about the prince, the slight tension in his shoulders, the careful positioning of his hands, the calculated warmth in his voice, screamed deception.
Your proposal is reasonable, Arthur finally said, which is precisely why I don't trust it. What are you hiding, Your Highness? The prince's smile flickered for just a moment. Hiding? I'm offering you everything you've demanded.
No, Arthur leaned forward. You're offering me what you think will placate me. What I want to know is why. What happened to my son? What happened to Professor Kim? And why are you so desperate to control this investigation?
I assure you, don't. Arthur cut him off.
I took an oath to protect the Empire from all enemies, foreign and domestic. That includes princes who disappear scholars and students. The prince's eyes hardened.
Careful, Commander. That's dangerously close to treason.
And what you've done is dangerously close to tyranny. Arthur stood. Your offer is noted, Your Highness, but until I know what you're hiding, there will be no arrangement.
You're making a mistake.
For the first time, urgency crept into the prince's voice.
My father entrusted me with resolving this situation. If I fail,
then perhaps you should have thought of that before you stopped me the first time.
Arthur cut him off. The Mage Council will conduct their investigation. If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. The prince's eyes narrowed. Is that a threat, Commander?
A promise. Arthur turned to leave. Good night, Your Highness. Commander. The prince's voice stopped him. One last thing. About your son. I truly hope he's found safe. It would be unfortunate if something happened to him because of his father's stubbornness. Arthur said nothing as he rowed back to his ship. The prince would make his move soon, now that diplomacy had failed. But by then, it would be too late. Adam's plan was already in motion. The promised day was coming.
Chapter 45.
The Promised Day, Part 1. Dawn crept over the dregs like a thief. In the gray half-light, a rooster shifted on his perch, preparing for his sacred morning duty. Every morning since he could remember, he'd announced the sun's arrival to his corner of the world. The ritual was about to begin. He puffed up his chest, tilted his head back, opened his beak, and then he saw it. The most dangerous animal on this planet. A violent creature filled with hateful thoughts and a lust for violence. Teeth like razors to suck the meat from your bones. The dog came barreling around the corner, tongue lolling, eyes fixed on feathers. The rooster's war cry turned into a squawk of terror. He abandoned his post with desperate dignity, flapping through the falling snow as a boy's voice rang out behind him. "Rex!" Such was the vile beast's name. "Rex, get back here!" The rooster fled past Miss Mabel's bread stall, sending her fresh loaves tumbling. Past old Tom the cobbler, who raised his cane in solidarity. He, too, knew the terror of those teeth. Through puddles of melting snow, sending icy droplets flying, while that monster bounded after him with unholy glee. "Sorry, Miss Mabel! Sorry, Mr. Tom!" the boy called out, chasing after them. The rooster's wings carried him over barrels and under washing lines, his dignity forgotten with each desperate flap. He'd seen what happened to Clarence last spring. Poor Clarence, who'd been too slow, too proud to run. Now nothing remained of him but a cautionary tail and a few scattered feathers. Not today. Not this rooster. Snow fell softly on the dregs as the boy chased his little dog through narrow streets, past boarded windows and walls plastered with wanted posters. Steam rose from his breath as he called out, "Rex, come on! Leave the chicken alone!" The dog, a scraggly mutt with mismatched ears, darted between carts and around corners, kicking up fresh powder, the terrified rooster just barely keeping ahead. Market stalls were just starting to open, vendors diving out of the way as chicken and dog barreled past. Imperial soldiers watched with hands on their weapons, scowling at the commotion. "No running!" one of the soldiers barked as the boy rushed past, nearly slipping in the snow. The boy slowed, but neither dog nor chicken paid any heed to Imperial authority. The rooster, seeing salvation, banked hard toward the northern quarter where blue and silver banners of the Mage Council hung from lamp posts. Surely these mighty wizards would protect one of their feathered brethren. More soldiers stood guard there, hands on sword hilts, watching the growing chaos with hard eyes. Rex bounded after his prey, either oblivious to the danger or not caring. Just before he could dart between the soldier's legs after the frantically flapping rooster, a hand caught his collar. "Whoa there, buddy." An older boy, the boy's savior, who'd grabbed Rex, crouched down, scratching behind those mismatched ears. "Let's not cause trouble today." The dog immediately flopped onto its back in the snow, tail wagging as it begged for belly rubs. "Rex!" The younger boy caught up, panting. "I'm so sorry, he just—" "No harm done." The older boy, Adam, gave the dog one last pat before standing. Snow clung to his dark coat. "Though you might want to keep him closer. Things are a bit tense right now." The boy scuffed his worn boot in the snow. "I know. I just got bored sitting inside all day. Ma won't let me go anywhere anymore, and most stores are closed now, especially the candy ones." He glanced around at the empty stalls and quiet streets. "The city's not even fun now." "Yeah, I know how that feels." Adam reached into his pocket and pulled out something wrapped in wax paper. "Here." It was Vaishari candy, made from tree sap they tapped in spring, boiled down with spices until it turned golden and hard as glass. The boy's eyes went wide as Adam handed it over. "Really?" "Really."
Just try to stay in the safer parts of the dregs, all right? At least until things calm down. The boy nodded eagerly, already unwrapping the candy. Rex whined, nose twitching at the sweet smell, tail wagging hopefully as he looked up at Adome. "Oh, all right," Adome laughed, pulling out another piece. "Here you go, troublemaker." Rex snatched the candy delicately from his fingers, tail thumping against the snow. "Thanks, big bro." The boy tugged gently on Rex's collar. "Come on, boy. Let's go home." Adome watched them disappear around a corner.
the boys' excited chatter fading into the morning sounds of the dregs. Cartwheels creaking through snow, vendors calling their wares, the clank of Imperial armor on patrol. "A dome?" Valiant's whisper came from the small hole in his pocket. "Look up there, on the roof of that little house." The rooster stood on the snow-dusted shingles, watching them. As a dome met its gaze, it tilted its head, nodded once, and strutted away. "Did it just nod at you?" "Yeah," a dome said softly. "I think it did." "Because you saved it from the dog?" Valiant paused. "Were chickens ever that smart?" A dome adjusted his face mask, his hooded face tilted down against the snow as they continued walking. "No idea. But hey, maybe they see more than we think." The snow crunched under a dome's boots as they made their way through the quieter streets of the dregs. Imperial patrols were thinner here, where the buildings leaned together like old drunks sharing secrets. "You sure about this Thormund guy?" A dome kept his voice low, barely above a whisper. "Last time I saw him, he was trying to punch your uncle's teeth out." "Because," Valiant cut in from the pocket, "that's just how he is. And he's also the guy who lost an arm getting that wyvern heart you ordered." "Wait." A dome's steps faltered as the memory surfaced. "Right. Cisco mentioned that. Said one of his men lost an arm getting it. I just..." With everything that happened after. "Forgot about it?" Valiant's voice held no judgment. "Yeah, well, that's Thormund for you. Might try to punch you one day, but he'll die keeping his word." A pause. "Look, I know he's rough. Used to drive my uncle crazy with his freeman ways. Always drinking, telling inappropriate jokes, starting bar fights. But he was loyal. That's why Uncle Cisco kept him close, even when they fought." They passed a boarded-up tavern, its windows dark. More wanted posters plastered its walls. One caught his eye, a crude sketch of a massive man with one arm, labeled "Dangerous. Approach with caution." "Found his name in those documents, too," Valiant continued. "The ones from the Undertow? He's on Marco's hit list, right up there with us. Bastard's trying to clean house, kill anyone who might still be loyal to my uncle." "And you think Thormund can help us get to the others? The ones still loyal to Cisco?" "He's our best shot." Something hard entered Valiant's voice. These people trusted my uncle, fought for him. Then Marco betrayed him, killed him, and now he's hunting them down one by one. They'll want revenge just as much as I do. Adam nodded slowly. "And Thormund can lead us to them?" "If anyone can, it's him. Man's got connections all through the Freeman clans. Plus," Valiant added with a hint of pride, "he once broke a man's jaw for suggesting my uncle wasn't treating his people right. Knocked out 3 teeth with his remaining arm." "Charming." "Hey, Freeman culture's different. That kind of thing means something to them." Valiant shifted again. "Point is, he's exactly what we need right now. Someone who can rally the old crew. Someone they'll listen to." "Someone who hates Marco as much as you do?" "Exactly." Valiant's whiskers twitched. "Now shut up. We're getting close to the meeting spot." Valiant was, well, valiant. All sass and terrible puns wrapped in fur. But being Cisco's nephew, it seemed, had left its mark in more interesting ways than Adam initially thought. The networks, the whispered words in dark corners, the way information flowed through the city's underbelly, he'd absorbed it all while perched on his uncle's shoulder. So when they needed to find Thormund and the others who'd kept faith with Cisco instead of bowing to Marco's betrayal, it took him exactly 1 day to arrange this meeting. They came to a stop before a crumbling townhouse wedged between a bakery and what used to be an imperial tax office. Like most buildings in this part of the dregs, its windows were boarded up, snow gathering on the sills. "All right," Valiant whispered from the pocket. "Pigeon Network says we need to go through the cellar. There's a loose board in the floor, third from the left wall, about halfway down. Pull it up, you'll find a brass key." The cellar doors were chained shut, rust coating the links. Adom found the padlock wasn't even locked, just made to look that way. Inside, the cellar smelled of damp earth and old wine. Adom counted floorboards, found the loose one. The key was exactly where Valiant said it would be. "Back outside," Valiant directed. "See that window on the second floor? The one with the blue curtain? Count 3 bricks down from it, then 4 to the right. Push in." The brick slid back with a soft click. A keyhole appeared. "Your uncle had this place the whole time?" "One of many. Safe houses scattered all through the city. Marco found most of them, but this one—" Valiant's whiskers twitched. "This one was special. Uncle never even told Marco about it." The key turned smoothly. A section of wall swung inward, revealing a narrow corridor. As soon as Adom stepped inside, he felt the familiar tingle of enchantment wash over him. "Protection wards," Valiant explained. "Anyone trying to break in gets redirected. Ends up 3 streets over, wondering why they're suddenly craving pickled herring." Specific. Uncle Cisco had a weird sense of humor. They moved deeper into the corridor. Adom's boots made no sound on the floor. More enchantments. Somewhere ahead, something creaked. Flared to life in Adom's mind. Without thinking, he wove a shield of force. Steel rang against magic as a sword swept through where his neck had been a heartbeat before. Adom's hands were already moving through the gestures for a binding spell when a voice boomed, "Stop!" Heavy footsteps. A massive shape emerged from the shadows. A man built like a bear, missing his left arm at the shoulder. The same man Adom remembered trying to knock Cisco's teeth out that one day. Thormund. The big man cuffed Adom's would-be attacker upside the head with his remaining hand. "Idiot! These are the ones we're waiting for!" "Ow! How was I supposed to know?" "Because I told you they were coming. Were you drunk again during the briefing?" "Maybe." Thormund turned to Adom, shaking his head. "Sorry about that. Can't be too careful these days. But Dern here," another cuff to the attacker's head, "needs to learn to listen better." The half-formed binding spell faded from Adom's fingers as he lowered his hands. "It's fine. Better careful than dead these days." He pulled down his face mask and pushed back his hood, snow melting in his dark hair. Thormund's eyes narrowed. "You're the mage from last time." "Yeah. Sorry about—" Adom gestured vaguely at his face, remembering how Thormund had ended up unconscious after trying to hit Cisco. "Ha! Good block that day. Caught me by surprise." Thormund stepped forward, extending his remaining hand. "Thormund, son of Bjornir, of the northern clans. Had the honor of fighting a wyvern thanks to your order." He rolled his shoulder where the left arm should have been. "Got a nice souvenir, too." "I'm so sorry about—" "Not at all." Thormund's laugh filled the corridor. "You should see how the wyvern looked after. Besides,
We freemen wear our battle scars like medals. Shows we lived through something worth fighting." Adom let out a flat laugh. "Right. Lost an arm fighting a wyvern for a heart that ended up nowhere, thanks to Marco." Perhaps it was not the best idea to tell him that. Thormund peered around him at the empty corridor, brow furrowing. "Though, word was the boss's nephew would be here too. Little fellow. Bit of an attitude on him from what I hear."
"Aw, Thormund," a familiar voice chirped from Adam's pocket. "You're making me blush." Valiant poked his head out, whiskers twitching. "Valiant Mouse, at your service. Uncle Cisco's favorite nephew."
"You were his only nephew," one of the men in the shadows called out.
"Details, details." Laughter echoed through the corridor, not just from Thormund, but from at least a dozen others emerging from the shadows. Some wore freeman furs and leathers, others the plain clothes of city folk. Adam recognized dock workers, craftsmen, all sorts of random.
"Little boss," Thormund grinned. "Should have known you'd end up a rat, always sneaking around, getting into trouble."
"Excuse you, I'm a mouse."
"Same difference."
"Is not?"
More laughter.
Adam watched, surprised, as these hardened men grinned and joked with the tiny beastkin. Valiant hopped down from Adam's pocket, landing on a nearby crate with practiced ease.
"Careful, kid," a gruff voice called out. "Don't knock over the—"
"Sorry, sorry." A shuffling sound, followed by muttered curses. Adam leaned forward, trying to see past the gathered men. A familiar figure emerged from behind a stack of crates, rubbing his shin. "Adam? Aaron?" The boy stared at him for a moment before his face split into a grin. "You're alive!" He crashed into Adam with a hug that nearly knocked them both over. "When they said a mage was coming, I hoped, but... Wait." He pulled back, squinting at Adam's head. "Since when do you have white in your hair?" Adam touched the streak of white running through his black hair.
It's a long story. "Hey, I'm alive too," Valiant called out, sitting back on his haunches. "You know, just in case anyone cares about it." Aaron laughed, releasing a dome. "Hello, Mr. Valiant. Good to see you're okay too." "Still with the mister, huh?" Valiant's whiskers twitched with amusement. "After all this time?" Adom's head was spinning. "Aaron, what are you doing here? This isn't exactly a safe place for what? A kid?" Aaron straightened up, trying to look taller. "I owed Mr. Cisco. He got my mother that job at the tavern when no one else would hire her. Paid me good coin for running messages, kept me away from the really bad crews that were trying to recruit kids." "Damn right," someone called from the back. "Old man looked out for all of us." "Remember when he caught those slavers trying to set up in the dregs? Or that time he paid for Doc Marie to treat all those kids with the fever?" The voices overlapped, men calling out memories, each one carrying the weight of a debt that couldn't be repaid now. "Thank you, Aaron," Valiant said quietly, and somehow his voice carried over the others. Uncle would have been glad to know you're here." The boy nodded. Valiant cleared his throat, shifting awkwardly on the crate. "So, thanks for coming. All of you." He scratched behind his ear. "I mean, when we sent out the pigeons, I wasn't sure." "Speak up, little boss," someone called out. "Can't hear you squeaking back here." Laughter rippled through the crowd. Valiant's whiskers twitched. Yeah, laugh it up. Not all of us got voices like thunder." He tried to stand taller. "Look, I'm not good at this. Uncle was the one who knew how to talk to people. Me? I'm better at stealing cheese and making bad jokes." "That's for damn sure," Thormund grinned. "But," Valiant's voice caught.
"But I have to say something, don't I? Because..." His paws clenched. "Because I was there that night when Marco..." The humor faded from his voice. "When that bastard showed his true colors." The laughter died. Men leaned forward, listening. "You know what Uncle was doing earlier that day? Planning. Always planning. Valiant's voice grew stronger, anger feeding it. Talking about how we could fix up the old warehouse district, make proper homes. How we could get the kids off the streets, get them learning trades instead of picking pockets. How we could make the dregs something more than just the city's asshole. Someone spat. Why'd he do it? Marco, I mean. After everything Cisco did for him.
I've thought about it.
Valiant's fur bristled, his voice quiet. Turned it over and over in my head, watching that moment again and again. Marco, coming in with that smile. Uncle, trusting him like always. He let out a bitter laugh. You know what I think? I think when he heard the Star Knight was coming, he got scared. Fucking terrified. And instead of standing with the man who pulled him out of the gutter, gave him a chance when no one else would, the mouse's whole body shook. He wrapped his hands around Uncle's throat. Just squeezed.
Shit, someone muttered. Coward's way out, another voice growled. Always was yellow under all that swagger, Thormund added, and there were grunts of agreement.
Uncle believed in this place. In all of you. Believed we could be more than what those upper city fucks think we are. Valiant was pacing now, rage making him forget his earlier awkwardness. And that rat bastard Marco? He killed him for it. Killed him for daring to think the dregs could be something better. Adom watched as the men's faces hardened, as hands tightened on weapons. So yeah, Uncle's dead. But what he wanted? What he fought for? That's still here. In all of you. In every kid he helped, every family he protected, every fucking dream he had for this shithole we call home. Valiant turned, facing them all. I'm not asking you to follow me. I'm a mouse who can't even give a proper speech without fumbling it. I'm asking you to fight for what Uncle believed in. To show Marco that the dregs aren't for fucking sale. And how are we supposed to do that? Someone asked. But there was no mockery in it now. Just hard practicality. With this mage, Valiant gestured to Adom. With each other. With everything Uncle taught us about loyalty and trust and fighting smart instead of just throwing bodies at problems. His voice dropped, but somehow it carried clearer than ever. So what do you say? Ready to remind that backstabbing cunt why you don't fuck with the dregs? The response wasn't cheers. It was darker. Weapons being drawn, curses being spat. The sound of men who remembered a debt, who carried a grudge, who were ready to collect with interest. Adom stood there, watching this transformation. Shit, Thormund said into the silence, shaking his head with a slow grin. Didn't think the little boss had that in him. Laughter broke out again, lighter this time, releasing some of the tension. What's that supposed to mean? Valiant bristled, whiskers twitching.
I can be inspiring when I want to.
Sure you can, boss. Thormund stepped forward, his remaining arm resting on his belt axe. Sure you can. His face grew serious. Look, you're not your uncle. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Man was one of a kind. But... He drew his axe, the steel catching the dim light. You've got something of him in you. Something that matters. My axe is yours, boss. We'll help you grow into those big paws you've got to fill. Oh. Valiant's ears flattened, clearly not expecting this. And my sword, called out a tall freeman, stepping forward. For Cisco's memory, and for what his nephew might become. One by one they came forward, dock workers, craftsmen, freeman warriors, each pledging weapon or skill or loyalty. Valiant's head swiveled back and forth,
watching them with growing panic. He turned to Adam, tiny paws gesturing frantically. "What do I do?" Adam couldn't help but chuckle. "Accept their allegiance," he whispered. "Just try to look dignified." Valiant straightened up, clearing his throat. He attempted what was probably supposed to be a stoic expression, but looked more like he'd eaten something sour. "My friends, I thank you for your trust. I will try to be worthy of it." "Right then," someone called out from the back. "When do we start cracking heads?" The mouse's dignity cracked slightly, with relief at the change of subject. "Tonight. But first," he turned to Thormund. "Did you bring him? The one you told me about in the messages?" Thormund's face darkened. He gestured to the shadows behind him, and two men dragged forward a third figure, bound, gagged, bearing fresh bruises. They dropped him unceremoniously in front of Valiant's crate. "Lars." Valiant's voice was quiet now, all pretense of dignity gone, just cold disappointment. "I really hoped I was wrong about you. You know that?" The man tried to say something. "Take the gag off," Valiant ordered quietly. "Let him speak."
One of the men yanked the cloth from Lars's mouth. He coughed, working his jaw, eyes darting between the faces surrounding him before settling on Valiant. "Please," Lars croaked. "You don't understand. You didn't see him. That Gale." He shuddered. "That man isn't human. The power he's got? Any of you would have done the same. You would have—" "I'm not interested in excuses." Valiant's voice cut through Lars's babbling like a knife. "Save your breath." "Please, please, Valiant." Lars's eyes were wet now. "Please, I have kids, a family. He said he'd—" "So did the families you sold out," Valiant's tail lashed. "The ones hiding from the Star Knight. Remember them? The children Uncle was protecting." Lars flinched as if struck. His gaze found Aaron standing next to Adam, and something like shame crossed his face. Adon watched silently, his blue eyes unblinking. I don't want to die," Lars whispered. "Please, I'll do anything." "Anything?" Valiant's whiskers twitched. "Then tell me what I want to know. About Marco. About what's happening in the Undertow right now. Everything." Lars hesitated, glancing around at the hard faces surrounding him, at Thormund's axe still drawn, at Aaron's accusing stare, at Adam's quiet observation. "He'll kill me if I talk." "He'll kill you anyway," Valiant said flatly. "Tell me what I want to know." Lars blinked. "You'd let me go?" "Uncle gave second chances." Valiant's voice was hard. "One chance, Lars. Lie to me, and that chance goes away. Clear?" Lars swallowed hard, looking down at his bound hands. "All right," he whispered. "All right. I'll tell you everything." Valiant nodded at Thormund. "Take him somewhere quiet. Get it all down." His eyes met Lars's again. "And remember, I'll know if you're lying." The silence stretched. Lars swallowed hard, looking down at his bound hands. As the men filed out after Lars and Thormund, their boots scuffing against the floor, Valiant turned to Adam. His whiskers twitched nervously. "How'd I do?" he whispered. Adam grinned, giving him a thumbs up. "Pretty good, boss. Keep this up, you might actually grow into this whole leadership thing." "Really?" Valiant's ears perked up. "I mean, of course, naturally." Total natural. Eren just stood there, looking between the two of them with bewildered confusion. Morning light filtered through the smithy's grimy windows. Adam stood at the door, alone. He'd left Valiant back in the dregs, organizing tonight's preparations. Something felt off. The forge's warmth seeped through the cracks, but the usual rhythm of hammer strikes was missing. He knocked. No answer. Knocked again. Still nothing. Footsteps echoed down the street. Soldiers on patrol. Adam slipped inside before they rounded the corner. What the? The smithy looked like a hurricane had torn through it. Tools scattered everywhere, metal shavings coating the floor, half-finished projects knocked off workbenches. Even the forge seemed dimmer somehow, its coals barely glowing. "Fili?" Adam called out, stepping carefully over a fallen hammer. "You here?" A groan answered from behind a pile of crates. Adam's hands moved instantly into defensive positions, a spell forming at his fingertips. Something red pooled on the floor near the crates, spreading slowly. A hand, definitely Fili's, stuck out from behind them, not moving. "Fili!" Adam edged closer, ready for anything. The red liquid seemed to be everywhere, and Fili lay sprawled on his back, covered in it, eyes closed, completely still. No, no, no. Adam dropped to his knees, hands hovering over Fili's chest, trying to find the wound. "Where are you bleeding from? Fili!" Fili's fingers twitched. Then his chest rose with a deep breath. His eyes cracked open, squinting at the forge light. "Adam? What are you—" He yawned, stretching like someone who'd fallen asleep in an awkward position. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Adam's hands, still poised to weave healing magic, slowly lowered. Something wasn't adding up. No wounds. No pain in Fili's voice. Just sleepiness? "You're not dying?" "Dying?" Fili pushed himself up on one elbow, smacking his lips. A red droplet rolled down his cheek, but now that Adam looked closer, it was too bright for blood. Too thin. "Why would I be—" He looked down at himself, then at the puddles around them. Understanding dawned on his face. Ah, the paint. The paint? Adam touched one of the red puddles. The liquid was almost watery, and oddly didn't have any smell at all. He rubbed it between his fingers. Definitely not blood. "It's lodestone paint," Fili explained, groaning as he got to his feet. His joints popped from sleeping on the hard floor. "We use it on enchanted metals. The lodestone powder helps the runes stick better, makes the enchantments last longer." He tried wiping some off his sleeve, only managing to smear it worse. "Normally you mix it thicker, but I was trying something new. Thought maybe if I made it thinner, it'd seep deeper into the metal." He stumbled over to a workbench, still looking half asleep. Didn't work, though. Just made a mess. Think I dozed off around the 5th batch. Adam stood up with a sigh, looking at Fili properly now. Dark circles under his eyes, hair a mess, clothes stained with gods knew how many different substances. No point scolding him. The guy looked like he hadn't seen a bed in days. Knowing Fili, that was probably exactly the case. "But hey," Fili brightened suddenly, like a kid remembering it was his birthday. "I finished it. The armor's done, and the golem too. Got all the enchantments laid in just right." His excitement seemed to be fighting a losing battle with his exhaustion, but he grinned anyway. "Can't test them myself, though. No fluid, you know." He gestured at himself with a paint-stained hand. "Master Kern used to handle that part. Before." He trailed off, then shook his head. "But you could try them out. See if I got the runes right. Want to?" Adam nodded, and Fili's face lit up. He disappeared into the back room, metal clanking and things being moved around. Just a second. His voice came muffled through the wall. Got it in this special box we have. He emerged carrying a wooden box about the size of a small chest. Runes covered every surface, glowing faintly in the forge light. Philly set it down carefully, then couldn't help launching into an explanation. The golem's fascinating, really. Never seen anything like it. The core, especially. It's not like the usual constructs. Spent hours just studying how it works. He ran a hand through his paint-crusted hair. Once I figure out how to use fluid myself, I want to try building something similar. See what makes it tick, you know? But for now, he gestured at the box. Adom looked at the box and simply said, "Rise." The lid sprung open. At first there was just darkness. Then metal caught the morning light as the golem emerged. Up and up it rose, smooth and deliberate, until Adom had to tilt his head back to follow its ascent. 2 meters of armored construct loomed over them, and for a moment the workshop felt smaller. The armor took his breath away. Not gaudy or overdone, but purposeful. Each plate of dark metal flowed into the next like water frozen in motion. The edges caught the light just so, creating patterns of shadow and gleam that made the whole thing seem alive even when still. Deep blues and blacks in the metal shifted as he moved around it. Silver runes traced paths across the surface. Stealth, protection, energy dissipation. So many runes. So many functions. Adom reached out, hesitated, then rapped his knuckles against the chest plate. The sound surprised him. Not the hollow ring of empty armor, but something deeper, more solid, like knocking on bedrock. He ran his hand along one of the shoulder guards, feeling how each segment connected to the next. Even with one arm missing, the golem had presence. The kind that made you stand straighter without meaning to. The core, Feely was saying, practically bouncing despite his exhaustion. It's got these channels I've never seen before. The way it handles fluid is completely different from normal constructs. The circulation system alone is... The golem's runes flared to life as Adom activated its fluid. Blue energy coursed through the channels between its plates. Feely squeaked, jumping back, then immediately leaned in closer, eyes wide. The circulation, Adom noted, watching the fluid flow. You've optimized it. These paths are more efficient than before. You can tell? Feely beamed with pride. I adjusted the rune patterns to reduce resistance. Wasn't sure it would work, but... He circled the golem, examining every glowing line. Look how smooth the flow is. And the armor. Notice how it moves? Silent as a shadow, thanks to the dampening runes. Added extra protective layers, too. Worked them right into the metal. Took forever to get the enchantments to layer properly without interfering with each other. Something caught Adom's eye on the armor's shoulder plate. Not quite a rune, more like a personal mark. What's that? Oh, that? Feely scratched his neck, suddenly finding the floor very interesting. Well, since this is my first real work and all, thought I should add my blacksmith signature. You know, tradition and all that. Adom traced the mark with his finger, then froze. His eyes widened as he turned to stare at Feely. This is yours? Your signature? Yeah? Feely shifted his weight. Picked it when I was a kid, actually. I've been dreaming about using it since I first decided to become a blacksmith. He brightened a bit, getting into the explanation. There's this old tradition, see? Blacksmiths can take on a new name, something to mark their creations by. Mine is... Fire, Adom whispered. Yeah, exactly. Feely's mouth dropped open. Wait, how did you... Adom just stood there, mind reeling. In his time, his future, that mark meant something. Everyone knew of the mysterious Sundarian blacksmith who became the greatest craftsman in the nation's history. S-rank artifacts, some even beyond that. In the right hands, their weapons had turned hopeless battles into victories. Their armor had protected heroes who shaped history. Their creations surpassed even the works of elven artificers and dwarven master smiths. No one knew who Fire was. They never showed their face, never claimed credit beyond that simple mark. But their work was unmistakable. Adom almost laughed. All this time, he'd pictured Fire as some ancient master smith holed up in a mountain somewhere. The kind you'd find in stories. Long gray beard, arms like tree trunks, probably made some dark bargain with an ancient spirit to forge weapons of legend. Instead, here was this kid covered in magical paint and practically vibrating with excitement over rune patterns. He couldn't help but smile at Feely, who immediately got that confused look again. "What?" "You know what? I think we're going to be very good friends." "Friends? Friends?" Feely perked up, then seemed to catch himself, like he wasn't sure if Adom was making fun of him. I always wanted a friend. Master Kern is great, but she's my master, you know? Not really the same thing. And the other kids..." He started fiddling with his sleeve. "They always looked bored or annoyed when I tried talking to them. Got tired of seeing those looks after a while. Guess they didn't want to hear about enchantments and forge work when they could be doing whatever it is other 15-year-olds do." He shrugged, trying to act like it didn't matter. "So I just stopped trying." While Feely rambled on, Adom turned to the golem. He drew the flame-brand sword from his inventory. The golem's remaining hand closed around the hilt as he offered it, and immediately, flames burst to life along the blade, making Feely squeak mid-sentence. The armor was ready. His mother had brewed enough potions. Nos, his father's second-in-command, would be there. Valiant and his men were coming too. And the armies. It was done. "I am ready now," Adom thought, watching the flames. "Now I am ready."
Chapter 46. The Promised Day, Part 2.
Drip, drip, drip. Valiant Mouse perched on Thormund's massive shoulder, whiskers twitching in the damp air of the empty undertow. The corridor stretched before them like the gullet of some ancient beast, all crumbling stone, flickering torchlight, and the constant drip, drip, drip of water from above. Smelled like piss and mold and fear, which was pretty much the undertow's signature scent. Not that Valiant minded. When you're 4 inches tall, everything smells too strong. "Ready, little boss?" Thormund's voice rumbled through his chest, vibrating under Valiant's paws. "Born ready," Valiant replied, though his heart hammered against his tiny ribcage. 27 men followed behind them. 27 who'd stayed loyal to Uncle Cisco. 27 who hadn't turned their backs when Marco wrapped his fingers around his uncle's throat and... "No, don't think about that now. Focus." Valiant's mind skipped to the crude map Lars had drawn. "Take the south tunnel, 3rd right, then 2nd left. Marco's headquarters would be at the end of that corridor. Straight shot. Easy. Unless Lars lied, in which case we're walking into a trap, and I've led 27 people to their deaths. No, no, no. Don't think about that either." "Hey," Thormund whispered, his breath smelling of the cheap rum he'd downed before they set out. "What's going on in that little head of yours?" "Calculating odds,"
Valiant lied. Well, partial lie. He had been calculating odds earlier. They weren't great. Thinking about the quickest way to gut Marco if I get the chance. Thormund chuckled. That's the spirit. They turned right at the fork. The torches grew fewer here, shadows stretching longer, darker. Perfect ambush territory. Valiant's tail curled tight around Thormund's neck for balance. If I die tonight, Valiant said, the words tumbling out before he could stop them. Make sure the mage gets my cheese collection. Kid appreciates quality things.
And tell that rat girl at the bakery I was the one who left those flowers. She'll know what it means. Thormund didn't miss a step. Save your farewells for when I'm old and even more stubborn than I am now. Tonight, you're not dying. Sure, but if I do, you won't. But hypothetically, we're not doing hypotheticals. Thormund cut him off, adjusting his grip on his massive battle axe. You've got plans. Revenge for your uncle, making him proud. And wasn't there something about electrical powers? Valiant's ears perked up despite himself. Yeah, the mage said he might be able to use alchemy to give me electrical abilities. Like, I could zap people who try to grab me. Or maybe even kill if I really tried. Think how useful I'd be. More useful than you are now, chatterbox, one of the men said from behind. I'm multitasking, Valiant protested, eyes darting to a side passage they passed. Empty. Good. Planning revenge, navigating, and thinking about potential elemental affinities. The men laughed. His paws instinctively reached for the tiny sword strapped to his back, a needle-like blade, carefully forged to his size by Feely, perfect for puncturing eyes or slicing throats of those who got too close. Useful when you weighed less than a loaf of bread, but had a list of enemies longer than your tail. The corridor widened as they approached an intersection. Their path continued straight ahead, but tension vibrated through Valiant's body. They were close now. Too close for comfort. His thoughts raced, jumping like fleas between concerns. Had Adam reached the professor yet? What if Marco wasn't even here? What if the whole night was a waste, and they'd die for nothing, and— Stop it. Uncle Cisco always said a racing mind was useful, until it wasn't. Valiant forced himself to breathe slow, counting each inhale. 1, 2, 3. When he opened his eyes again, they'd reached the final turn. Just around this corner, Lars had said, would be Marco's main chamber. Where he planned, where he plotted, where he betrayed everyone who'd ever trusted him. Wait, Valiant hissed, and Thormund froze mid-step. The smell hit him first. Tobacco, leather, sweat. Too many humans in one place. The soft murmur of voices floated from around the corner. Not guard chatter. Something more organized. A meeting? Valiant's ears strained forward. They're waiting for us. Thormund's muscles tensed beneath him. Trap? Maybe. Valiant gripped the hilt of his tiny sword. But they don't know we know. That gives us an edge. Not much of one, Thormund muttered, but he signaled the men behind them to prepare. They rounded the corner. The chamber opened before them, wider than Valiant had expected. Marco stood in the center, surrounded by at least 30 men, all armed, all watching the entrance. Behind them, tables with maps and papers. Planning something big, then. What caught Valiant's attention, though, was Marco himself. He'd changed since that night. Cut his hair short, military style. New scars on his face. Harder eyes. New cut? Valiant called out,
voice echoing in the sudden silence. Marco's gaze found him on Thorman's shoulder. "Yes," Marco replied, his hand resting casually on his sword hilt. Seemed appropriate for a change in management. The two groups stood facing each other, weapons ready but not yet raised. The air between them felt charged, like the moment before lightning strikes. "You know," Marco continued, his voice deceptively conversational, "I didn't want it to go this way, Valiant. Your uncle gave me no choice." "Really?" Valiant's tail lashed behind him. "Because from where I was sitting, watching you choke the life out of him, it looked like you had all the choices in the world." Marco's jaw tightened. "You didn't hear our discussion before you arrived. About the mage, the Star Knight. Your uncle was going to get us all killed, being stubborn, protecting a child nobody knew.
The price on his head was worth more than loyalty, Thormund growled, his massive frame tensing beneath Valiant. Was going to bring the Star Knight down on all our heads, Marco shot back. Cisco wouldn't listen to reason. Yes, our business is based on the trust between us and the customer. But in that one situation, it could have been so simple. But he forced my hand. For what? Some academy brat? For what was right, Valiant said, the words burning his throat. But you wouldn't understand that concept, would you? Marco's men shifted positions, spreading out along the sides of the chamber. Valiant could feel Thormund's pulse quicken through the fabric of his shirt. The air in the chamber had turned cold somehow, despite the torches lining the walls. Or maybe that was just the chill of looking into the eyes of the man who'd murdered his uncle. I did what had to be done, Marco said. To save the rest of us. To save the dregs. You did what was easy, Valiant countered. And now you're going to find out exactly how bad that decision was. Marco's hand tightened on his sword hilt, his knuckles whitening. For the first time, something like uncertainty crossed his face as he looked at the men behind Thormund, men who had once followed him, now standing against him. Last chance, Marco said, his voice hardening again. Walk away now, all of you. This doesn't have to end in blood. Valiant drew his tiny blade, the metal catching the torchlight. It looked like nothing in his paw, a sliver of silver against the darkness. Ridiculous, probably, to anyone watching. A mouse with a toothpick against a man with a sword. You're wrong, Marco, he said, baring his teeth in what might have passed for a smile, if not for the cold fury behind it. You know the rules out our line of work. After what you did, this always had to end in blood. Yours, specifically. Marco drew. His men shouted, and with that, Thormund let out a roar that shook dust from the ceiling, and the corridor erupted into chaos. Above the lighthouse of Arcos, where Law Borealis himself had first lit the eternal flame centuries ago, a dome floated cross-legged in the falling snow. His breath formed small clouds in the air as he meditated, eyes closed, focusing on the steady thrum of fluid through his body. Storm clouds gathered on the horizon, dark masses promising heavy snow by the hour of the wolf. Below, Arcos blazed with more light than he'd ever seen. Torches lined every street. Magical lanterns hung from poles, as if the whole city was trying to push back the darkness. Up here, though, the old lighthouse's flame cast everything in flickering blue, making the snowflakes dance like fairies. From his vantage point, he could see it all. The streets were empty of civilian life. No children playing, no couples walking, no old men at their usual spots, not even stray cats or dogs. Just uniforms and weapons and tension. Imperial soldiers patrolling in tight formations,
guards and warrior mages from the council moving in pairs through the streets. And there, beyond the harbor where ice crept along the shoreline, his father's fleet waited like sleeping giants on the black water. The Iron Wolves' war galleys, their dark sails furled, ready. The silence spoke louder than words. No one had said it outright, no official declaration had been made, but everyone in Arcos knew. Something was going to happen tonight. You could taste it in the air, see it in how soldiers gripped their weapons just a little tighter, how the warrior mages kept their hands ready for weaving, how even the eternal flame above seemed to flicker with anticipation. It was the kind of tension that made you count the hours until dawn, wondering if you'd see the sunrise. Adom wanted to see that sunrise, not just for himself, but for all of them. The soldiers below who were just following orders, the city guards caught in the middle of something bigger than themselves, even those imperial troops who probably had families waiting for them somewhere. All he had to do was succeed. Succeed, and the blood that would be spilled tonight, because there would be blood no matter what, will be minimal. Adom breathed in, letting his mind drift over everything that had led him here. The Mage Council was in session now, the Archmage himself present. Sir Gaius, living legend, had come to investigate the case of a single professor. Sam had done his part well. Maris knew everything now. Would he come? His mother's face flashed through his mind. She wanted to go to the council, tell them what was going on, and ask for their support. He hadn't argued. Somewhere in the city, Valiant was gathering his people. Nos would be here soon, and so would Hugo and Caius. It felt strange, preparing for real battle. In his previous life, he'd been a researcher, buried in books and experiments. The few times he'd fought had been desperate situations, survival rather than strategy. And now... Footsteps crunched in the snow behind him, accompanied by whispers carried on the wind. Up there, I think. Is that him? Can't tell from here. Adom turned, still floating, and couldn't help but smile as two familiar figures emerged from the lighthouse stairwell. Adom? Hugo's voice was hesitant, like he wasn't quite sure what he was seeing. Adom let himself drift down to the snow-covered platform. Hey, guys. They stared at him for a moment. Hugo with his massive frame wrapped in a heavy coat, Caius lean and alert as always, before both moved at once. Why, you little... Caius got to him first, pulling him into a bear hug that nearly crushed his ribs. Hugo joined in, his strength making both of them stumble. Where the hell were you? Hugo's voice was rough with emotion. We looked everywhere. Every street, every alley. Even went down to the dregs, Caius added, finally releasing him, but keeping one hand on his shoulder, like he might disappear again. Got into 3 fights just asking questions. Yeah, I heard about that. Adom looked between them, taking in the changes. A fresh scar on Caius's chin, dark circles under Hugo's eyes. Sam told me you were planning to hit the undertow. Damn right we were, Hugo growled. Still are if you need... He stopped, squinting at Adom's face. Wait, your glasses. Where are your... And your hair? Caius reached out, touching the white streak. What happened to you? Did Sam not tell you? Adom asked. About the dungeon? He told us you were trapped there, Caius said, his eyes on the white streak in Adom's hair. But not much else. For your hair to go like that. Must have been bad. Very, Adom said. Hugo shifted uncomfortably. Listen, about Fox.
I should have seen something was wrong. All those times You couldn't have known, Adom said. None of us did. Think Kim's down there somewhere? Hugo asked, looking over the city. Maybe. Valiant's got someone from their side, says they're keeping prisoners in the undertow, using them for research. What kind of research? Caius asked. The prototype he was working on, I suppose, Adom replied. Hugo's jaw tightened. Right. Then we better find him. There's my favorite little shit! The booming voice made Hugo and Caius spin around, magic already crackling at their fingertips. Hugo's fire spell blazing to life, Caius's wind barrier half formed. They'd heard nothing, not a single footstep on the stairs, and now this giant was just there. Wait! Adom caught their wrists before they could launch their spells. He's friendly. Nossa's massive frame blocked the stairwell entrance, his beard crusted with fresh snow. He looked exactly like Adom remembered, like a bear someone had stuffed into human clothes. But he wasn't alone. 4 other figures emerged behind him, each wearing the distinctive dark armor of the Iron Wolves. Uncle Nos!
Adom started, but didn't get to finish. The big man crossed the platform in 2 strides and scooped him up like he weighed nothing.
Look at you! Nos laughed, spinning him around once before dropping him back in the snow. Last time I saw you, you were this high. He held his hand at waist level. Now you're all grown up and starting wars. I'm not starting a war. Sure. Nos ruffled his hair, then squinted at the white streak. Huh, that's new. Trying to copy your old uncle's style? He stroked his own gray-streaked beard. One of the knights behind him, a broad-shouldered woman with a scar running along her jawline, stepped forward. So this is the commander's kid. Thought he'd be taller. That's Vex, Nos said, gesturing to the woman. Best tracker in the Iron Wolves. Can find a needle in a haystack, then use that needle to kill 3 men. Vex rolled her eyes. It was 5 men, and you know it. Another knight, older, with salt and pepper hair cropped close to his scalp, nodded at Adom. Dirk, I served with your father when he was still climbing the ranks. Beat his ass in knife-throwing competitions twice a month. And lost the other 2 weeks, a third knight chimed in. Massive, like Nos, but completely bald, with intricate tattoos visible on his neck above his armor. I'm Bram. Your father saved my life at the Battle of Ravenspire. The 4th knight stepped forward, noticeably younger than the others, maybe late 20s, with a boyish face that seemed at odds with his scarred hands. Anders, joined up after your father was already commander. He grinned. These old bastards are always telling stories about him. Half of them can't be true. Oh, they're true, Nos assured him. Hugo and Caius stood frozen, staring at the 5 Iron Wolves who'd appeared from nowhere. Oh, Adom gestured to them. These are my friends, Hugo and Caius. Guys, this is Nos. He serves with my father. Serves?
Nos bellowed another laugh. I've been saving your father's ass since before you were born, boy. Matter of fact, I trained that bastard. He turned to Hugo and Caius, looking them up and down. So you're the ones who've been watching this troublemaker's back. We try, Caius said, finding his voice first. Though he doesn't make it easy. Ha! Sounds about right. This one's been giving people gray hairs since he could walk. Remember that time with the warhammer? I do. I was what, 6? Nearly crushed your own foot. Your mother didn't speak to me for a week. Vex moved closer, studying Adom's face. Definitely got more of a lane in you than your father. Same eyes. She reached out and flicked the white streak in his hair. This is new, though. What happened? Long story, Adom said.
Involving a dungeon, if rumors are true, Dirk added, arms crossed. Heard you were missing for days. Hugo stepped forward, somehow finding his confidence. He was. We searched everywhere. Even fought our way into the dregs looking for him, Caius added, clearly not wanting to be outdone in front of these warriors. Anders whistled. Academy kids with some spine. Didn't think they made those anymore. They do when they're friends with a dom, apparently, Caius said. Sounds like his father, Bram rumbled, sharing a knowing look with Nos. Remember that time in Kurask? Nos grinned. When he decided the best way to infiltrate the rebel camp was to disguise himself as a wine merchant, Dirk finished. Only to discover the rebels were all following some religious law about not drinking. So he convinced them he was selling holy water from some made-up shrine, Vex continued. And by the time we arrived with reinforcements, he had half the camp passed out drunk on blessed wine that would reveal divine visions, Bram concluded. Clever bastard. So the troublemaking is hereditary, Hugo said, elbowing Adam. That explains a lot.
Adam laughed heartily. At least I come by it honestly. And now look at you, Nos continued, clearly enjoying himself. All grown up and planning rebellion. Brings a tear to my eye. It's not a rebellion, Adam muttered. Just a minor uprising, at most. Speaking of plans, Dirk said, his tone growing more serious. Your father briefed us on the basics, but we need the details for tonight. Vex cracked her knuckles. And we're here to provide the muscle. Damn right, Bram agreed. So fill us in on the specifics, kid. How exactly are we handling this Gale character and extracting your professor? Hugo and Caius both looked at Adam expectantly. He took a deep breath. All right, here's what we're going to do. After Adam finished explaining the plan, Hugo whistled low. That could work. Risky as hell, but brilliant. The timing has to be perfect, though, Caius added, pacing the snowy platform. If we're off by even a minute. That's why you have me, Nos said, clapping a massive hand on Caius's shoulder, nearly making his knees buckle. Been coordinating attacks since before any of you were born. And the rest of us aren't exactly new to this either, Vex added dryly. I still think the direct approach would work better, Anders said, fingering the hilt of his sword. Hit hard, hit fast. The professor's safety comes first, Adam insisted. We don't know what kind of failsafe Gale might have set up. If he feels cornered... Dirk nodded. Kid's right. Clean extraction is the priority. Without killing Gale, Adam emphasized. We need what's in his head. Hugo frowned, looking at their group. So how are we splitting up? Adam pulled out a rough map of the undertow. 3 teams. I'll take Vex and Anders to find the professor. Your tracking skills will help us move fast, he nodded to Vex. And we'll need someone who can react quickly if we run into trouble, he added to Anders. Makes sense, Vex said with a nod. Hugo, Caius, you'll go with Nos, Adam continued. Your magic complements his fighting style, and you'll be handling the eastern approach. Nos grinned. I've always wanted to see Academy magic up close. What about Dirk and Bram? Caius asked. Adam smiled. They'll be Team 3, with our 9th member. 9th member? Hugo looked around. Did I miss something? Adam raised his hand, and the golem emerged onto the platform, its massive armoured form silhouetted against the night sky. Sweet, merciful gods, Anders breathed, eyes wide. Is that what I think it is? Vex stepped forward, circling the construct with professional appreciation. Bram let out a low whistle.
A golem.
Never seen one of that sophisticated before.
And it can use fluid, Adam said with pride. It's faster, stronger, and the enchantments are layered for maximum efficiency. It will also be able to teleport with you to me if you touch it. So, in case I find Gale and we need backup. Noss's beard twitched, and then he let out a deep, rumbling laugh that seemed to shake the snow from the railings. Oh, you crafty little bastard. They won't know what hit them until we're showing them exactly what the gates of hell look like. Your father didn't mention this part, Vex said, running a hand along the golem's armoured forearm. This keeps getting better and better, Bram rumbled. So it's settled, Adam said. Team 1, me, Vex and Anders. We find Professor Kim. Team 2, Noss, Hugo and Caius. You handle the eastern approach and create a diversion if needed. Team 3, Dirk, Bram and the golem. You position for the ambush on Gale. And if Gale's with the Professor when you find him? Dirk asked. We neutralize him if possible, Adam replied. If not, we lead him toward your position. Either way, we don't engage him directly unless absolutely necessary. Just promise me one thing, Noss said, suddenly serious as he put a heavy hand on Adam's shoulder. If it goes wrong, if Gale's too much, you run. You hear me? You get your Professor and you run. I promise, Adam said, meeting his gaze directly. Good. Noss straightened up, his usual boisterous manner returning. Now, let's go raise some hell. Jax couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching him. His hand kept drifting to his sword hilt as he patrolled the empty corridor, torch flames casting dancing shadows on the damp stone walls. There, a movement? He spun around, blade half-drawn, heart hammering. Nothing. Just shadows and silence. Get it together, he muttered, continuing his patrol. The undertow was quieter than usual tonight. Even the prisoners were silent, which was weird. They usually moaned or sobbed or something. Another flicker in his peripheral vision. Jax whirled again, sword singing free of its scabbard this time. Who's there? Steel met steel with a harsh ring. For fuck's sake, Jax! Devon knocked Jax's blade aside with his own. Have you lost your damn mind? Jax's face burned as he lowered his weapon. Sorry, I'm just on edge. No shit. Devon sheathed his sword, shaking his head. That's the third time this week you've nearly taken my head off. What's got you so spooked? Jax ran a hand through his hair, looking around the corridor again. I don't know, just got a feeling, you know? Like something's about to happen. A feeling, Devon repeated flatly. Yeah, like... Jax struggled to put it into words. Remember before that big earthquake 2 years back? How all the rats suddenly vanished from the sewers? What's that got to do with anything? It's like that. Everything feels wrong. Too quiet. Even my little girl, she never cries when I leave for work, right? Tonight she wouldn't let go of my leg, screamed bloody murder when I had to go. Devon's expression softened slightly. How old is she now? 8 months next week. Jax smiled despite his nerves. Starting to crawl everywhere. Wife's going crazy trying to keep up with her. Listen, Devon said, leaning against the wall. You're not wrong about things being weird, but jumping at shadows won't help. If something does happen, what exactly do you think you'll be able to do about it? If it's a Star Knight, we're dead. If it's one of those council mages,
We're very dead. And if it's both? Devon shrugged. Might as well lie down and save them the trouble. That's not funny. Wasn't trying to be. Devon pushed off the wall. Look, I've seen what those mages can do. Remember Garrett? All that training, all that experience. Didn't mean shit when that mage got hold of him.
They found pieces of him 3 streets away. Jack swallowed hard. At least we have Gale, he said, gripping his sword tighter. He's strong enough to... Devon's laugh cut him off. Are you serious? You think Gale's going to save us? He's Star Knight level. He's got this whole place under... Jax. Devon shook his head. Use your head. You know what's sitting in our harbor right now? 400 other Star Knight level warriors. The Iron Wolves. What's Gale gonna do against that? Fight them all? Jax opened his mouth, but Devon was on a roll. 1 Star Knight against 400? Those aren't odds. Those are suicide numbers. And let me tell you something else. You want to know why I'm here? Devon started pacing. Money. Pure and simple. Good pay, decent hours, well, usually. And all I have to do is let the fighters know when weird shit happens. But the second things go south, he jabbed a thumb at his chest. I'm gone. No loyalty, no last stands, nothing. Because I'm not stupid. Devon, and between you and me, Gale talks big, acts tough. But even he's got to know he's... Devon! What? Devon finally noticed Jax's wide eyes, the way he kept looking over Devon's shoulder. The blood drained from his face. He's right behind me, isn't he? A low chuckle filled the corridor. Now that, Gale's voice was thick with amusement, was entertaining. Gale balanced a tray of food in one hand, looking more amused than anything else. Steam rose from what looked like beef stew, the smell making Jax's stomach growl despite his fear. Sir, I didn't mean, Devon stammered, backing up until he hit the wall. Please don't kill me. I was just running my mouth. Kill you? Gale raised an eyebrow, taking a spoonful of the stew. Now why would I do something stupid like that? Who's gonna patrol these halls if you're dead? Me? He snorted. I've got better things to do than walk in circles all night. Devon blinked, thrown off by the response. But I said... That we're in deep shit? Gale grinned, showing too many teeth. Well, you're not wrong there. 400 Iron Wolves. He took another bite, speaking around the food. Real party we've got brewing. Jax and Devon exchanged confused looks. Though I gotta say, Gale continued, gesturing with his spoon, you boys are worried about the wrong thing. The Iron Wolves? He laughed. They're just the obvious threat. The ones you can see coming. His grin turned sharp. It's the ones you don't see that'll really ruin your day. Sir? Jax ventured. Go take a look outside. Beautiful night. Stars are out. Might be the last quiet one we get for a while. Gale walked past them, heading toward the cells. Now, if you'll excuse me, got to have a chat with one of our guests. Been meaning to catch up. They watched him disappear down the corridor, whistling what sounded like a drinking song. Did he just... Devon started. Yeah. And we're... not dead, somehow. They stood in silence for a moment. Should we... look outside? Jax finished. Yeah, I think we should. Gale walked down the corridor, enjoying his stew. He stopped at a heavy wooden door, different from the others. Nicer, almost like a real bedroom door, not a cell.
He balanced the tray in one hand and knocked. "Professor?" Silence. He knocked again. "Come on, I know you can hear me in there. Your breathing changed when I walked up." "Go away." The voice was muffled, tired. Gale sighed. "I'm coming in. Hope you're decent. Actually, you know what? Even if you're not, I'm still coming in. Fair warning." He shifted the tray, unlocked the door, and pushed it open with his hip. Professor Kim lay sprawled on his bed, an actual bed, not a prison cot, staring at the ceiling like it held the secrets of the universe. He didn't even blink when Gale entered. "Brought you dinner," Gale said,
setting the tray on the small table. "Cook's beef stew. It's actually pretty good." He took another spoonful from his own bowl. "Even better with bread, which, look at that." He tapped the small loaf on the tray. "I happened to bring some. Could get you something to drink, too, if you want. Wine, beer, whatever works for you." Kim kept staring at the ceiling. "You know," Gale continued, pulling up a chair, "most prisoners would kill for this kind of treatment. Nice room, good food, actual furniture." He gestured at the bookshelves lining the walls. "Hell, we even let you keep your books." The professor's only response was a slow blink. Gale sighed, stirring his stew. "Giving me the silence treatment, huh?" Cold. He kept eating, the metal spoon scraping against the bowl. "Look, sooner or later, the Iron Wolves are going to leave. And when they do," he pointed the spoon at Kim, "we're taking you with us. Off the Isles. And you'll have to finish your work anyway." Another spoonful. "Or you could just give us the final pieces of your theories. We've got people who can develop it themselves. No need to keep you around after that. You could go home." Kim chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "I'm not joking." 23 years. Kim finally turned to look at him, eyes hard. "They took 23 years of my research and turned it into a weapon. And you think I'd willingly help complete it?" He rolled over, facing the wall. "Good luck finishing it. You won't get anything from me." Gale opened his mouth to respond, but sharp knocks on the door cut him off. "What is it?" He didn't bother hiding his irritation. "Sir, we've got movement in the lower sections. Multiple battles reported." "So what? Always someone trying something funny down here." "This is different, sir. We've lost contact with 3 patrol groups. Complete silence. And the southern checkpoint just went dark." Gale set his bowl down, previous amusement fading. "Well then." He stood up, glancing at Kim's back. "Guess we'll have to continue this lovely chat later." Kim didn't respond. "Don't let that stew get cold," Gale called over his shoulder as he headed for the door. "Be a shame to waste it." Jax trudged through the snow, pulling his cloak tighter. "Bloody blizzard's getting worse." Devon walked beside him, squinting against the wind. "Can barely see 10 feet ahead." A group of guards rushed past them, weapons drawn, heading toward the western section. Jax and Devon exchanged looks, a knot forming in Jax's stomach. Devon grabbed one of the running men by the arm. "Hey, what's going on?" The guard yanked his arm free, but stopped. "Freeman attack in the Children of the Moon's territory. Got some others with them too, not sure who. Took out 2 patrols already." "Shit," Jax swore as the guard ran off. "That's it, I'm done. Tomorrow I'm applying for a merchant's assistant position. Something safe, you know? Inside, with walls." "You're panicking over nothing," Devon scoffed. "Probably just some idiots who got lucky." He paused, shifting uncomfortably. "Speaking of, I need to take a piss. Cover for me?"
Seriously? Now? When you gotta go? Devon shrugged, heading toward a dark corner between buildings. Jax could hear him muttering to himself as he unzipped. Then the sound of liquid hitting something that definitely wasn't snow or stone. What the? Devon started. You know, a calm voice said from the darkness. I really liked these boots. Bob made them special for me. Before Devon could turn, wham! There was a dull thud, and he crumpled with a whine, clutching his head. Devon? Jax drew his sword, heart pounding. Devon! A figure emerged from the shadows, and Jax's blood ran cold. The stranger knelt beside Devon's groaning form, pulling something from his pocket, a small disc that glowed with arcane symbols. A mage, Jax whispered, his sword suddenly feeling very inadequate.
The stranger, Adom, though Jax didn't know that, pressed the talisman against Devon's chest. It flashed once, and Devon went still, bound by whatever magic the disc contained. Sorry about that, Adom said, standing up and brushing snow from his knees. But we can't have you raising the alarm. He turned to Jax, who took an involuntary step back. Now then. Jax looked at his sword, then at Adom, then at the escape routes around them. His chances weren't good in any direction. I have a daughter, Jax blurted out, his voice cracking. 8 months old. Please. Adom tilted his head, considering, and for the first time Jax really saw him in the glow of his fluid. His heart sank even further. A boy. Just a boy, no older than 12 or 13, wearing a light set of armor that seemed to fit him like a second skin. Blue runes pulsed along what looked like battle gauntlets. Deep blue eyes studied Jax with an intensity that felt wrong on someone so young. Black hair with that stark white streak falling over his forehead. The fluid around him was terrifying, not because it was violent or aggressive, but because of how naturally it moved with him, coating his form like living blue fire. Then why are you still standing there? Adom asked. Trying to protect your friend? Jax swallowed hard but held his ground, though his sword trembled slightly. The fact that he was being outmatched by a child somehow made it worse. Someone has to. Admirable. Adom reached into his pocket again, making Jax flinch. But unnecessary. He'll wake up with nothing worse than a headache. He pulled out another talisman. You, on the other hand. Jax raised his sword. Stay back! Tell me something, Adom said, ignoring the blade. If you could be anywhere else right now, where would it be? The question caught Jax off guard. What? Simple question. Where would you rather be? Home. With my wife. And my daughter. We just got a cat, too. And she hates it when I work nights, and... Jax blinked, wondering why he was telling this to someone who was about to kill or capture him. Good answer. Adom moved faster than Jax could track. The sword went flying, and the talisman pressed against his chest. When you wake up, go home. Find a new job. This isn't a place for family men. The last thing Jax saw before the magic took hold was Adom's apologetic smile. And so it began. Adom moved through the shadows, mentally checking off the first part of the plan. Zone A secured, just as Lars had said. No casualties, just sleeping guards who'd wake up with headaches and, hopefully, better career choices. Lars's intel had been good so far. The prisoners in Zone A were just a bonus. The real targets were Gale and Marco. With Gale captured and subjected to mind magic, they'd have irrefutable proof of the Children of the Moon's operations and potential connection to the Crown Prince. The Emperor would have no choice but to act, and his father's defiance of the prince's orders would be justified. That's where the distractions came in. Right about now,
Valiant and his people would be hitting Marco's base in the Children of the Moon's territory. Lots of noise, lots of chaos. Exactly what they needed. Meanwhile, Hugo, Caius, the Golem, and Nos would be waiting for Gale. 4-on-1 odds, even against someone of his caliber. No room for surprises there. What worried Adam more was what they might learn from Gale's memories. In his past life, nothing had suggested the Emperor knew about Dragon's Breath. The second use of the weapon had been on Sundarian soil, in Kati. If the Emperor was truly unaware... Adam smiled grimly in the darkness. One problem at a time. First, they had to make sure everything went according to plan. He moved. 2 guards ahead, a quick flash of his talisman, and they dropped without a sound. 3 more around the corner. He struck from above, using the ceiling as leverage. Wham! Bam! Wham!
Down they went, not even time to draw their weapons. Time was running short.
Soon the Crown Prince would realize the 2-day truce was a feint. He'd definitely order an attack on the Undertow, thinking to catch them off guard. But the Iron Wolves were already in position, waiting. Another patrol. Adom's talismans found their marks before the guards could even register the blue glow of his fluid. Their weapons clattered to the ground as they collapsed. Somewhere above, steel would be clashing. Valiant's distraction would be in full swing. But what mattered was happening deeper in the Undertow. Hugo, Caius, Nos, and the Golem needed to subdue Gale before the real fighting started. Before the Crown Prince's forces and the Iron Wolves turned the streets into a battlefield. Adam paused at an intersection, listening. Footsteps approaching. Multiple targets. His hands reached for more talismans as blue fluid coated his form like living fire. Time to make every second count. Boots pounding on stone. A patrol of 6 approaching. Adam rolled his shoulders, fluid flowing through his muscles. The first guard rounded the corner and caught a left hook that dropped him instantly. The second caught Adam's knee to the solar plexus. 3 and 4 drew weapons, but Adam was already between them, weaving simple binding spells while his fists did the real work. 5 tried to shout a warning, caught an elbow to the throat instead. 6 turned to run and got a sleep talisman to the back of the head. +3, boxing mastery. +4, iron lungs. +2, fluid control. +1, flow perception. Too easy. Either Lars was right about them pulling forces to the surface, or they weren't expecting trouble this deep in their territory. The prisoner section loomed ahead. Cells lined both sides, some occupied, some empty. But there, at the end of the corridor, a door. Different. Almost like a bedroom door, not a cell. Adam knocked. No answer. He knocked again. Still nothing. Third time.
I told you I won't talk. Go away.
The voice was hoarse, angry. Adam's eyes widened. That voice. Bam! His fluid-enhanced punch splintered the door. He stepped through, and immediately felt his mana dampen. Runes covered the walls, ceiling, floor. Anti-magic measures. The figure by the bed spun around, dropping into a defensive stance. Professor Kim looked worse than Adam had ever seen him. Hair wild, clothes rumpled, dark circles under his eyes. But alive. Adam raised both hands. It's me, Professor. It's Adam. Kim's mouth worked soundlessly for a moment. Then he stumbled back against his bed. Is it truly you, young Adam? What are you... You can't be here. It's not safe. They'll... His hands fluttered nervously, eyes darting between Adam and the door. You need to leave, now, before they... Professor, Adam's voice was steady. I came to rescue you.
Heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor, and Adom tensed, prepared to fight, but then relaxed as he recognized the pattern. "All clear," Vex's voice called out. She appeared in the doorway, her scar more pronounced in the dim light. "We've secured the entire section. No sign of Gale." From Law's farmhouse, Callion watched the Iron Wolves fleet through his spyglass. Their lanterns dotted the black waters like fallen stars, forming an unbroken chain across every escape route to the mainland. His fingers tightened on the brass tube until his knuckles went white. He lowered the spyglass and rubbed his eyes. 3 days without proper sleep was catching up to him. The Crown Prince of Sundar shouldn't be hiding in a farmhouse on the outskirts of Arcos, squinting at enemy ships through a scratched lens. He should be in the Imperial Palace, directing operations from a position of strength. Instead, he was here, trapped. Callion poured himself another glass of wine. Cheap local stuff, nothing like the vintages from the southern provinces. His mouth twisted at the sour taste.
An appropriate metaphor for his current situation.
He'd planned everything so carefully. Years of work, of negotiations, of risks. The Farmusian ambassadors had been skeptical at first, naturally. 5 generations of warfare didn't vanish overnight. But they'd listened when he'd laid out his proposition. The Sundarian Empire was losing ground on 3 fronts. The Elvish coalition pushing from the west, the Dwarven clans reclaiming mountain territories in the north, and the nomadic tribes harassing supply lines in the east. The Imperial Council had refused his proposal for a new weapon. Too costly, they'd said. Too dangerous, they'd argued. Not honorable, they'd insisted. As if honor had ever won a war. So he'd turned to Farmus, to his mother's homeland. Old enemies, yes, but pragmatic ones. They understood the value of power. They'd provided the funding, the resources, the sanctuary for research. In return, they would receive protection against the Elvish coalition, their own ancient enemies. It was logical, necessary, the only path forward. And now it was all falling apart. A map of the known world lay spread across the table, weighted down with empty wine bottles. Callion traced the borders of the Sundarian Empire with his finger. So vast, yet increasingly fragile. The Elvish coalition had already taken 3 border towns in the west. The Dwarven clans had reclaimed 2 mountain passes that had been under imperial control for centuries. The nomadic tribes grew bolder with each passing season. Without the weapon, the empire would continue to bleed territory. Slowly but surely, decade by decade, until nothing remained but the memory of greatness. Callion took another swig of wine. The Farmusians wouldn't waste time if he failed. They'd wash their hands of him, deny all knowledge. The Crown Prince? Acting alone, against the wishes of his father? How shocking. No, we had no part in such treachery. His allies would become his accusers.
The evidence, whatever remained after tonight, would point solely to him.
As intended, of course. That had been part of the arrangement. Plausible deniability for Farmus. But he'd expected to succeed. Callion picked up the spyglass again. More Iron Wolves ships had moved into position. A complete blockade. Commander Scylla wasn't taking any chances. Of course not. Adom's father had always been thorough, if nothing else. That boy. That damned boy. Somehow at the center of everything. Callion had reports about him. Too many coincidences surrounding him. Too many pieces falling into place too perfectly. Something was very wrong there, but he couldn't afford to focus on it now. The walls seemed to close in around him. One farmhouse, with 2 exits, both watched. His elite guards were capable, but the Iron Wolves were better. If it came to direct conflict, no, it wouldn't. Gale would succeed. The professor would be extracted, the prototype secured. There was still a path forward, narrow though it might be. And if not, well, there were contingencies for that, too. Unpleasant ones. A knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts. "Enter." A young soldier stepped in, bowing low. "Your Highness, I bring news from the city." Callion set down his glass. "Speak." "Our forces report heavy fighting in the undertow. Multiple zones breached. Several of our outposts have gone silent." "And Gale?" The soldier hesitated. "We've lost contact, Your Highness. His last message through the pigeons indicated he was with the professor, but then—" Callion closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, they were cold and clear. "I see. And our contingency plans?" "The assassins are in position. The Imperial troops await your command to engage the Iron Wolves." Callion nodded slowly. "Very well. Tell the assassins to proceed. No witnesses, no evidence. Everything must be cleansed." "And the Imperial troops, Your Highness?"
Have them engage the Iron Wolves' perimeter forces. Nothing dramatic. I don't want this escalating into open warfare between Imperial troops and the Wolves. Just enough to create confusion. Enough to give us a window.
"For escape?" The soldier looked confused. "For ensuring nothing remains to be found." Callion walked to the fireplace, watching the flames. "If we cannot secure the professor and his work, then we must ensure no one else can either. Order the fire teams to move in once the assassins complete their work." The soldier paled slightly. "The entire undertow, Your Highness?" "If necessary." "That would mean hundreds of—" "I'm aware of the cost." Callion's voice was sharp. "But consider the alternative. If Commander Scylla discovers concrete evidence linking the crown to the weapon, if proof reaches the Emperor—" He shook his head. "Civil war would be the least of our worries. The Empire would fracture. Our enemies would descend like vultures. Millions would die, not hundreds." The soldier bowed, clearly uncomfortable but unwilling to argue. "I understand, Your Highness." "As for our exit strategy," Callion continued, "prepare the fastest ship we have. We'll need to break through the blockade at the narrowest point, near the eastern shore." "But the Iron Wolves have—" "I'm aware of what they have." Callion cut him off. "But we have no choice. Every moment we remain on this island increases our risk of capture." The soldier looked doubtful. "Even our fastest vessel would be intercepted, Your Highness." "Would you prefer to face Commander Scylla and explain your part in all this?" Callion raised an eyebrow. "I thought not. Prepare the ship. We leave as soon as the professor is secured, regardless of what happens in the undertow." "Yes, Your Highness." The soldier bowed again and retreated. Alone once more, Callion returned to the window. He could almost feel the noose tightening. The Formusians would deny him if he was captured. The Emperor, his father, would have no choice but to make an example of him. The weapon would remain unfinished, and the Empire would continue its slow decline. Unless he could salvage something from this disaster. If he could reach the mainland with even fragments of the professor's research. He lifted the spyglass again, counting Iron Wolves' ships. Too many. Far too many for a simple retrieval operation. Scylla knew something. Something important enough to deploy the bulk of his forces. Something important enough to risk the Emperor's displeasure by breaking the truce. What did he know? And how? His hand tightened on the spyglass until he heard a faint crack.
He set it down carefully before he broke it completely. No time for paranoia now, only action. The next few hours would determine everything. The fate of the professor, of the weapon, of his own future, and possibly that of the Empire itself. If Gale succeeded, there was still hope. If not... Callian glanced at the map again, eyes lingering on the Elvish Coalition's territories, the Dwarven clans' mountain strongholds, the vast plains controlled by the nomadic tribes. Enemies on all sides, closing in year by year. He'd taken this path for the Empire, for its survival. History would understand, even if the present condemned him. Assuming, of course, that he lived long enough for history to render its judgment. Bootsteps on wooden floors. Your Highness! Report!
Chapter 47. The Promised Day. Part 3. The Hour of the Wolf. Coldest, darkest part of the night, when even the stars seem to dim and huddle together for warmth. When old folk say evil spirits walk freely. When madmen hear their demons clearest. When the world belongs more to monster than man. A blizzard ripped through the air, winds screaming between trees and hills, snow cutting sideways like shards of glass. The cold was the kind that burned, that crept into bones and stayed there. It had turned Arcos into a city of ghosts, and through all this mess moved the wolves. 100 of them, ironclad, their armor dark beneath snow-laden cloaks. Arthur led his men, forward, towards the city. His enhanced senses picked through the storm's chaos. Imperial boots scraping against stone, guards taking positions in the streets ahead, a cat yowling as it fought over scraps in an alley, a cartwheel's creak as someone hurried to get it under cover, a child's voice, high and worried. "Papa, why are the soldiers—" followed by a sharp, "Shh, away from the window." The city lived and breathed ahead of them, but quietly, like a creature trying not to draw attention. Above them, through the blizzard, the floating buildings of Xerxes stood out, the only place still alive with light. The Mage Council was in session by now. "They're watching," one of the men muttered, eyes up. Arthur followed his gaze. Dark figures hung in the storm-torn sky, some on brooms, others floating freely, their robes and mana cutting through the snow. Even through the blizzard, he could see the gleam of their attention. Mages, probably affiliated with the Magisterium, waiting to see which way the wind would blow. They wouldn't interfere, not unless the fighting spilled into civilian quarters. The wolves kept moving, the city's walls growing taller with each step. Finally, they reached the gates of Arcos. A magical barrier shimmered before them, thick and greenish in the storm. Arthur reached out, touched it. Pretty solid. Not that it would do much, were they to enter. "They're punctual," muttered one of his men, his voice barely carrying over the wind. "Gotta give 'em that." The gate suddenly groaned open, metal shrieking against ice. Through the gap, hundreds and hundreds of soldiers stood in formation, red capes thrashing in the wind, silver armor everywhere. But you could see some gold among that silver. Those were Star Knights. At least 200 of them. Arthur studied them. Some turned away from his gaze. One barely had stubble on his chin. Another's hands shook on his sword hilt. Through his enhanced senses, he could hear rapid heartbeats, shaky breaths. A lot of them weren't hardened warriors, just boys in silver armor. In a few years, Adom would be their age too. Young adults. They were all so damn young. A single golden-armored figure stepped forward from their ranks. Tall, broad-shouldered, moving with the easy confidence of someone used to command. "Commander Arthur Silla,
It is an honor to meet the leader of the Iron Wolves again. His voice carried clear despite the wind. Though I wish it were under better circumstances. Captain Darius. Arthur's voice was flat. Heard you made quite a name for yourself in the southern campaigns. And you in the north. Darius gestured at the gathered forces. Shame we had to meet like this. Is it? When dawn comes, Darius said, and the morning bell rings, if you're still at these gates, he shrugged. Well, the Empire doesn't look kindly on rebels. Rebels? Arthur's laugh held no humor. That what they're calling us now? That's what you'll be, and we'll have to deal with you accordingly. I'd like to see you try. Neither man moved. Behind them, soldiers and knights stood ready, hands on weapons, breath frosting in the air. The storm raged around them, but here, in this moment, everything was still. Somewhere in the city, a dome had until dawn. The Imperial forces would be occupied here, their attention fixed on the wolves at their door. Whatever needed to be done in the shadows of Arcos, this was the time to do it. Adom? Adom Scylla? Is that you? Professor Kim squinted at Adom, his hands fidgeting with his sleeve cuffs. He seemed more erratic than usual, his movements sharp and jerky. No, you can't be here. There are guards everywhere, and— Professor, Vex interrupted, stepping into the room with a predatory smile. She placed a finger against his lips, silencing him instantly. We're the Iron Wolves. We're here to extract you. And while I'd love to hear your concerns— Her eyes traveled down and back up his body. We really don't have time for rambling. Kim's face flushed immediately as he stared at her, speechless. Anders appeared at the doorway, eyebrows raised at Vex's approach before returning to scanning for threats. Area's secure, for now, but we need to move quickly. Kim swallowed hard, still staring at Vex. You're with the Iron Wolves? The elite military unit? Very elite, Vex winked, moving closer. And we need to get you out of here right now. So how about you follow my lead, and I'll make sure to keep you— She trailed a finger along his collar. Safe. Anders and Adom exchanged uncomfortable glances. Vex, Anders said flatly. Time-sensitive mission here. I am focused, she replied without looking away from Kim. Just getting our package ready to move. And he seems very ready. Kim tugged at his collar, nodding rapidly. Yes, ready. Completely ready. Wherever you want to go. Good boy, Vex smiled, taking his arm. Stick close to me, Professor. Absolutely repulsive. Took care of some guards already, Adom said, checking the room while trying to ignore Vex's unusual approach. But there will be more. We need to move, now. Anders nodded. Professor, anything essential you need to take? They took everything when they brought me here, Kim said, still visibly flustered by Vex's proximity. My notes, my calculations. We'll get it back eventually, Adom cut him off. But first, we need to get you out safely. You shouldn't be here, Kim suddenly said, looking at Adom with concern. You're just a student. You're, what, 13? 12, Adom corrected. Before Kim could protest further, Vex tightened her grip on his arm. Professor, I promise to explain everything about our amazing little prodigy once we're safely away. But right now, she leaned closer, her lips nearly touching his ear. I need you to stop talking and start walking. Kim's mouth snapped shut, his eyes wide. Anders rolled his eyes. Perimeter check. Now! He stepped into the corridor, signaling an all clear.
Let's move. They moved quickly into the hallway, Vex guiding the still dazed professor while Adom and Anders took point. They made it halfway down the corridor before a sound made them freeze. Boots on stone. Multiple sets, approaching fast. Anders drew his sword in one fluid motion. 6 hostiles, east corridor. Behind me, Kim whispered to Adom, attempting to shuffle in front of him. Oh no, handsome. Vex pulled Kim back, placing herself between him and the approaching threat. You stay behind the professionals. Both of you. Kim looked ready to protest, but was silenced by Anders' sharp gesture. The knight motioned them toward an alcove in the wall, while he and Vex took positions on either side of the corridor. The footsteps grew louder. A voice called out, Patrol coming through! Anyone down here? Anders gave them one last look, then melted into the shadows with Vex, both knights now invisible in the darkness flanking the corridor. The first 2 guards rounded the corner, lanterns raised. They spotted Kim and Adom immediately. What the? One began, reaching for an alarm whistle at his belt. He never finished the sentence.
Anders and Vex moved in perfect synchronization, emerging from the shadows like wraiths. There was no wasted motion, no dramatic flourish, just clean, efficient strikes that left both guards unconscious before they could even register what had happened. The remaining 4 guards rounded the corner just in time to see their comrades drop. They pulled weapons, but too late. Vex flowed between them, her daggers finding gaps in armor, not killing, but disabling. Anders moved like water, his sword a blur that somehow never drew blood, but left men crumpling to the ground all the same. In seconds, it was over. 6 armored men lay sprawled on the corridor floor, all breathing, but none conscious. Clear, Anders announced, resheathing his sword. Vex grinned as she spun her daggers before tucking them away. That was fun. Been a while since we've done a clean extraction. Kim stared at the fallen guards, mouth agape. That was... You didn't even... kill them? Not our orders, Vex said, brushing past him. Her shoulder touched his as she passed, and Kim nearly jumped. Commander was clear. Make as little casualties as possible. Unnecessary bloodshed would just complicate things. She glanced back at the unconscious guards. Though we can do that too, if you'd prefer a more permanent solution. No, this is fine, Kim stuttered. I thought so, she smiled. You strike me as the merciful type, Professor. Soft hands. She glanced down at his hands, then back to his face. I like that. Kim looked to Adom, clearly pleading for help. Adom just shrugged, not entirely sure what to make of Vex's behavior. Was she actually interested in the professor, or just messing with him to keep him off balance? Either way, it was working. Kim seemed too flustered to panic about their situation. We need to move, Anders announced, checking ahead. More patrols will be coming through soon. Do you even know where to go? Kim asked, still trying to regain his composure.
Every corridor, every stairwell, every guard post, Vex answered. We've explored most of the place, Professor. Kim gulped, his fingers drumming against his leg. For a moment he looked like he might argue more. Then his shoulders slumped, and he nodded. What should I do? Follow us. Adom moved forward. And please, stay close. A few moments later. So, what's the plan? Kim asked, trying to keep up as they moved through the corridors. We're getting you out of here, Adom said firmly. Right now. Now? Kim looked between them. But there are guards everywhere, and... Vex placed a hand on the professor's shoulder. That's why we brought the kid. Adom closed his eyes, his consciousness splitting.
Through the golem's eyes, he could see Dirk and Bram waiting, weapons ready. He made the hand signals they'd practiced. Found him. Clear to transport. Dirk nodded, touching the golem's shoulder. Bram did the same. Stand back, Adam instructed, opening his eyes. The air before them shimmered, reality folding in on itself. A flash of blue light, and suddenly the golem stood there, massive, armored, imposing. Behind it, Dirk and Bram appeared, weapons drawn, looking momentarily disoriented from the teleportation. Kim stumbled back, eyes wide with shock. What in the... That's the golem! He turned to Adam. That was you? You built that? I'll explain later, Adam said. Professor, grab onto the golem's arm. It'll teleport you to safety. A pulse of energy suddenly rippled through the air. Adam felt it immediately. A dampening field, subtle but unmistakable. The golem's runes flickered. Its...
I'll check the... No need for that, a voice called from the shadows. I'm right here. Gale stepped into view, looking exactly as relaxed as he had when Adam first met him. His sword hung loosely at his side. Well, well, Gale said, his eyes fixed on the golem. Didn't think I'd see this beauty again so soon. His gaze shifted to Adam. Twice now you've used it to escape me. Quite the clever trick. The iron wolves moved as one, forming a protective semicircle around Adam and Kim. Dirk and Bram flanked the left, Vex and Anders the right. The golem stood center, its massive frame dwarfing everyone. Oh, hi everyone, Gale called out, spreading his arms wide. I'm Gale. Pleasure to meet you all properly. Dirk's grip tightened on his sword. We know who you are. And we know what you've done, Vex added. Perfect, Gale clapped his hands together. Then we can skip the introductions. Good, because I've been preparing this monologue for a while now, and I'd hate to waste it. He cleared his throat dramatically, rolling his shoulders and taking out a piece of paper. You see, there's an old saying where I come from in Fraug that goes, "Fool me one time, shame on you." He kept reading. Fool me twice, can't put the blame on you. Fool me 3 times? His smile turned cold. Fuck the peace signs. Complete silence followed. The iron wolves exchanged baffled glances. Anders's eyebrow raised slightly. Vex tilted her head. Dirk and Bram looked at each other, then back at Gale. Even the golem seemed to stare blankly, if that was possible. Gale's confident expression faltered at their reaction. No? Nothing? He gestured vaguely with his sword. I thought it was cool. Did I not look cool saying that? I practiced it in the mirror and everything. Adam's mind raced. The mana dampening field. That's what was interfering with the golem's transportation ability. Gale said, Teleportation magic is fascinating stuff. So convenient, until someone introduces the right countermeasures. He pointed at them. I was kind of hoping to see this golem again. His eyes then drifted to Adam. Adam, how ironic. I've been searching for you all this time, and you were right under my nose. At the academy I visited so many times. Anders shifted his stance. 6 against 1, Gale. Not great odds, even for you. Oh, I'm well aware, Gale replied, not looking the least bit concerned. But your extraction window is closing fast. He tapped his ear. I heard there's a full battalion moving this way as we speak. Was he stalling for time? The iron wolves may be at the gates, Gale continued. But down here? This is still our territory. And you're about to be very, very outnumbered.
Bram stepped forward, his warhammer held ready. Then we'll just have to finish this quickly. I wouldn't, Gale warned, gesturing to the walls around them. This section of the undertow is structurally unsound. Start throwing around that kind of force, you might bring the whole thing down on our heads. His gaze fixed on a dome. And I'm guessing you wouldn't want anything to happen to the professor. Kim's hand gripped Adom's shoulder. Don't listen to him, he whispered. Just go. Take your people and go. Adom did not listen. Riddler's Bane activated, the world sharpening into focus as he saw the mana structures around him. Adom scanned the corridor. Something about the dampening field felt familiar. Not natural mana interference, but engineered, precise. Then he saw it. Tiny crystals embedded in the stonework, barely visible except for their faint purple glow. Arranged in a geometric pattern that created overlapping fields of disruption. Modified amethyst crystals, he muttered. Hexagonal arrangement. They're creating a counter-resonance field that disrupts teleportation by inverting the harmonic frequency.
Vex glanced at him.
What? The walls, Adom pointed. Those crystals. They're creating the dampening field. But they're interdependent. If we damage enough of them... Anders caught on immediately. The whole network collapses. Exactly, Adom nodded. Hit them hard enough, create enough structural damage, and we can teleport again, Dirk finished, gripping his sword tighter. So we just need to break things, Bram grinned. That I can do. Gale interjected. Well, this is... Anders didn't let him finish. The knight launched forward, his sword a silver blur. The blade connected with Gale's parry so hard it sent him flying backward, slamming into the wall. Stone cracked. Dust rained down. The wide corridor shook. Crazy. Choke point! Anders roared, silver fluid erupting around him. Dirk and Bram converged from opposite sides, floor cracking beneath them. Dirk's blade sliced toward Gale's hamstring, while Bram's hammer came down with bone-crushing force. Both weapons connected, shockwaves rippling through the corridor. A purple glow pulsed beneath Gale's shirt. The weapons didn't penetrate. Fuck! Gale spat, counterattacking. His sword whistled toward Dirk's face, but the knight rolled beneath it. Bram blocked the follow-up, the impact shattering stone around them. Adom yanked Kim backward as fragments whistled past their heads. Something's protecting him, Bram growled through bloody teeth. It's an artifact, Adom called out, seeing the artifact's magic through Riddler's Bane. So this was how he survived the explosion at the docks, and the golem's explosive punch during the jumps. Absorption artifact. Medallion at his sternum. Vex, disable! Anders ordered, blood streaming from his nose. Vex appeared behind Gale, one dagger slashing his shirt open, while the other drove toward his back. Gale twisted, catching her wrist, but Dirk was there, his pommel crushing into Gale's kidney. Gale grunted in pain. The medallion flared brighter.
Pincer! Anders shouted.
The knights attacked simultaneously, fluid blazing. Gale blocked Anders but couldn't stop Bram's hammer from smashing his ribs. Stone exploded beneath them as Gale staggered. Vex's knee drove into his groin, her dagger slashing his face. The blade didn't penetrate, but the force snapped his head back. God damn knights! Gale hissed. The medallion has a limit, Adom shouted, hearing distant footsteps. Reinforcements coming. Overload protocol, Anders barked, spitting blood. The knights unleashed hell. Bram's hammer shattered Gale's shoulder. Anders's sword struck his thigh with bone-splitting force. Dirk's blade found his side. Each hit created its own shockwave. Gale fought back savagely. His sword opened Dirk's cheek to the bone.
His kick sent Vex crashing through stone. For every hit he landed, he took 3 more, each one deadlier than the last. The medallion's light became visible under the assault, probably struggling to absorb the damage. "He's breaking!" Bram roared, driving Gale to one knee with a hammer strike that fractured the floor. Vex launched herself from the rubble, wrapping around Gale's arm and wrenching it backward. The joint snapped with a wet crack. Gale screamed in agony. "Hold this fucker down," Anders commanded. Bram seized Gale's legs. Dirk grabbed his unbroken arm. Vex torqued his broken limb until tendons tore. Their fluid swirled violently around them. Anders' sword pressed against Gale's throat, drawing blood. "The artifact! Now!" Gale's face twisted with rage and pain. "You think it's that easy?" His green fluid exploded outward. His hand flicked something across the floor, bronze spheres rolling in all directions. It did not take long before Adom could recognize the artifact with Identify. Rupture orbs, spheres inscribed with destabilization runes that contained compressed mana programmed to detonate in controlled bursts. "Move!" he shouted. But it was too late. The sphere erupted.
Not with fire, but with a pulse of dark energy that rippled outward.
The golem staggered, its runes flickering wildly. A second sphere followed the first, rolling toward a different section of the corridor. "He's trying to split us up," Adom realized. "Don't let him!" The second sphere detonated. This time, the blast struck the weakened ceiling section. Stone and masonry crashed down, dust billowing through the corridor. Vex and Anders pulled Adom and Kim back from the falling debris. Dirk and Bram were suddenly on the other side of a growing wall of rubble, the golem between them. Gale capitalized on the chaos, moving with shocking speed. His sword flashed, catching Dirk across the arm. The knight roared in pain as his limb dangled uselessly, blood spattering the wall behind him. "Get the professor out!" Dirk shouted through the narrowing gap in the debris. Bram's hammer smashed into Gale's back with enough force to shatter stone. The mercenary barely flinched, that strange glow beneath his shirt pulsing brighter. He turned and drove his knee into Bram's chest, sending the larger man crashing into the wall. Gale moved again, creating chaos after managing to escape. "You guys broke my fucking arm!" He flicked his wrist, and a third sphere rolled across the floor, directly toward Adom, Vex, Anders, and Kim. Anders lunged for it, but Gale was already there, driving his elbow into the knight's temple. Anders crumpled. "No!" Vex cried, moving to intercept Gale. Her daggers slashed in tight arcs, driving him back momentarily. The sphere detonated, and the floor beneath them collapsed. Adom grabbed Kim's arm as they fell, twisting to take the brunt of the impact. They landed hard on cold stone, a level below the main corridor. Dust and debris rained down, cutting off their view of the battle above. Through the settling dust, Adom could see Gale landing lightly a few yards away, completely unharmed by the fall. Vex lay crumpled nearby, unconscious, or worse.
Whew, that was close, Gale said, advancing slowly. Finally. Just you and me now, kid. Well, and the professor. Adom stood, placing himself between Gale and Kim. He used Riddler's Bane, analyzing the artifact on Gale. Somehow he needed to neutralize that artifact. It was the only thing allowing Gale to not get beaten by the Iron Wolves. Above them, he could hear the sounds of boots on stone, multiple sets moving quickly. Reinforcements were coming. Gale tilted his head, listening and wincing at his broken arm. Ah, and right on schedule. The reinforcements are here. He glanced upward, then back to Adom. They won't be able to stop your knight friends up there. Not permanently. But they'll buy me enough time to take the professor and be gone. Get behind me, Adom, Kim said, stepping forward. His hands moved in practiced patterns, fluid gathering between his fingers. A fireball erupted from his palms, hurtling toward Gale. The mercenary didn't move, didn't even flinch as the flames washed over him. The glow beneath his shirt pulsed brighter. Kim tried again. Another fireball, larger this time. Then another. Each one crashed against Gale with no visible effect. "Are you done?" Gale asked, brushing a speck of ash from his shoulder. "All you're doing is useless, Professor. Please stop complicating things and come here." Kim faltered, his hands dropping to his sides. Adom shifted his weight, ready to move, eyes still tracking the artifact. Had the Iron Wolves not been patrolling the waterfront the past few days, we would have already extracted you, Gale continued, taking a step forward. I knew this would happen eventually. Your protectors were inevitable, just not as numerous as they turned out to be. Hey, stop staring at me, it's creepy. His eyes shifted to Adom, then sighed. Look, kid, I don't like beating children, much less killing them. That's why you're still breathing, by the way. He gestured at Adom's stance.
But I was always underestimated as a kid, too. Took advantage of it against much stronger opponents. I have a feeling you're the same. You killed Helios, didn't you? He winked. Game recognizes game, after all. Gale's fluid flared green. So fair warning. I won't underestimate you, and won't hesitate to incapacitate you if you don't stop getting in my way. There was something Adom noticed, thanks to Riddler's Bane. During the earlier fight, each time the knights struck Gale, the artifact pulsed brighter. Each fireball Kim threw, the glow intensified. Something clicked in his mind. The artifact was storing energy, absorbing impacts and maybe converting them to power. Every attack on Gale was rendered useless. The mercenary noticed Adom's focused stare. Boy, I told you to stop. It's really not polite to stare like that. Plus, you're making me uncomfortable. I'm shy, you know? Above them, the sounds of combat intensified. The knights were fighting hard. Why? Adom asked, mind racing through options. You probably already got what you wanted from the professor's research. Why bother now? Gale's smile tightened just slightly. You like running your mouth, don't you? He took a step forward, and both Adom and Kim tensed. No way out. The knights couldn't reach them fast enough. Keep him talking. Buy time. Huh? Adom was in the air. I'm in the air? How was he in the air? None of that mattered right now. Adom's hand shot to his inventory. The potion his mother made for the knights. She'd fought against it, warned him about the risks. But right now? Right now, he needed every advantage. The bottle came free. Liquid sloshed out as he yanked the cork, droplets hanging in the air around him like suspended stars. The sweet taste hit his tongue. Different from the white concoction in the dungeon. Had his mother tweaked the formula? His last gulp coincided with the apex of his arc through the air. Then everything sharpened. Colors intensified. Sounds crystallized. His heart hammered against his ribs. But it wasn't fear. It was power, raw and electric. The world slowed down just enough to matter. Fluid control at 80% capacity. Blue fire erupted across his skin as his whole body warmed up, fluid and mana mixing into something new. Wham and bam activated on his hands.
The fire rune on Wham flared white-hot. Flame exploded from Adom's palm, throwing him forward like a rocket. His other hand, Bam, shot out at Gale's face, enhanced by momentum and gravity. But Gale's eyes widened, and he was already moving. The mercenary flowed backwards like water, Adom's strike cutting through empty air. He landed hard, rolled, came up in a boxer's stance. A whistle from Gale. Behind him, Kim had a fireball ready, face twisted with concentration. "You're quite full of—" Adom closed the distance. Flow prediction struggled to track Gale's movements. The man was too fast, too unpredictable, his feints masking his true intentions. Still, boxing mastery guided Adom's strikes, short, sharp jabs, no wasted motion. He froze the ground under Gale's feet, followed with a wind blast to push him off balance. But it was like fighting smoke. Each time flow prediction caught a pattern, Gale would shift, change, adapt. A feint to the left became a strike from the right. A step back turned into a sudden advance. The mercenary's movements defied prediction, each feint layered with another feint, each attack coming from an impossible angle. -7 life force, -4 white worm's body, +6 healing factor. Gale's counter caught him in the liver. Clean hit. It hurt. Despite the potion, the adrenaline, it still hurt so much. But Adom pressed forward, couldn't give him space, couldn't let him set up. Lightning crackled between his fingers as he threw combinations, jab, cross, hook, each strike backed by magic, each movement calculated. -5 life force. An elbow slipped through his guard. Stars exploded behind his eyes.
Where did that come?
A kick swept his legs out. He rolled with it, barely avoiding the follow-up that would have crushed his windpipe. Gale moved like a damn snake, each attack flowing into the next. A knee to the solar plexus. Adom's lungs seized. "Hey, you're making me look bad beating up a child. How come you're not knocked out already? Your body's quite sturdy for your age." He needed seconds, just seconds. But Gale wasn't giving them. Kim's hands moved in desperate patterns as Adom dropped, gasping. The fireball that erupted was massive, roaring through the corridor like a small sun. And Gale just walked straight through it. When the flames died, he didn't have a single scorch mark. Kim was shouting something at him. "Run?" The word seemed to come from far away, like he was underwater, and then Gale appeared in front of Kim. One punch. The professor folded like paper, body convulsing violently as he dropped. Retching. Adom's palm immediately ignited. The rune launched him forward while Gale's attention was on Kim. For a split second, he thought he had him. Then his world exploded. The hit came from nowhere. His right eye filled with red, swelling instantly. Colors burst across his vision: green, purple, white. The adrenaline shot in his system made everything too bright, too sharp, even as darkness crept in from the edges. His enhanced senses picked up every detail of his own collapse. The way his legs gave out, how his arms went limp, the copper taste flooding his mouth. His brain was out of service, and his body was following. I hate this feeling," was the thought Adom had, as then he lost consciousness while falling. He got beat down again. What was he even thinking? The gap was ridiculous. He should have kept talking, found another way. And yet, here he was, knocked out like he was nothing. How unnerving. That powerlessness. Adom knew it so well.
Had tasted it too many times. Through Deimos, through the wars, through life. He was nothing. frail and small and skinny, like a shrimp. Shrimp. For a while that word had haunted him, defined him in his first life. Too small, too weak, too easy to beat down. But during his training sessions with Caius, between getting thrown around and learning to take hits, his vulnerability made him think about something interesting. See, there was this creature somewhere in the thousand seas, right where all the currents met. Tiny thing. Pathetic, really. The kind of monster most adventurers wouldn't even bother with. They call it the thunder shrimp. Funny thing about the thunder shrimp, it had this claw that snapped shut so fast it created a bubble in the water. When that bubble collapsed, it generated a shock wave hot as the surface of the sun. Seriously, the impact could stun creatures 10 times its size. A hit so devastating, it seemed impossible from something so small. The thunder shrimp shouldn't be able to survive its own attack. The force should tear it apart. But it did. Every single time. That's when Adam started thinking of himself as a thunder shrimp. Started working out how to recreate that impossible hit. The math was simple. Horrifying amounts of mana, concentrated and released in a single point, creating a cavitation bubble that would collapse with devastating force. The kind of hit that would shatter every bone in his arms if he tried it bare-handed. Wham and bam flared to life, drinking in fluid and mana even as his consciousness flickered. The rune patterns weren't complex just for show. Each spiral and intersection had been designed with this in mind. Containment arrays to handle the pressure, conversion matrices to channel the energy, stabilization networks to protect the wielder. He'd never actually tried it. The theory was solid, though. Use the gauntlets to create a sealed space, pump it full of concentrated mana, then collapse it, just like the thunder shrimp's bubble. The runes would handle the recoil, direct the force outward instead of back through his arms. The math worked. The principles were sound. Whether his body could handle it was another question entirely. Threw him forward just as Gale looked up. Wham ignited with blinding light, mana rushing through the runes like a dam breaking. Adam screamed, not from pain, but from the sheer pressure building in his arm. Time seemed to slow in Gale's eyes widened, the first real surprise Adam had seen on his face. The world tunneled as Adam's body accelerated, everything narrowing to that single point of impact. Wham! At long last, his fist connected, and there it was. Blink and you'd miss it. A shimmering barrier materialized around Gale, emanating from something glowing beneath his clothes. The artifact's effect. The thunder shrimp's punch met the barrier. For a split second, nothing happened. Then, crack! The barrier shattered like glass, the concentrated force finding its target. The boom was deafening, contained and focused into a single point of impact. Physics bent as the cavitation bubble collapsed, unleashing force that should have spread through the tunnel, but instead drove straight into Gale's chest. But something else happened. Through Riddler's bane, Adam could see the overloaded artifact couldn't absorb this new surge of energy. Its capacity had probably been reached, pushed beyond limits. The artifact itself fractured, releasing all its stored energy at once. The mercenary flew backward, smashing through the tunnel like a cannonball. The sound echoed for seconds afterward, stone cracking and settling in his wake. Wham went dead, suddenly heavy as lead. Adam stripped it off. The gauntlet had channeled more power than it was ever meant to handle. The runes were burnt out, scoring patterns into the metal like acid. A hit that would have leveled half the tunnel, compressed into a space smaller than his fist. The math had worked. The theory had held. Ha! Are you okay? Kim's voice came from behind, shaky and raw. The professor was trying to stand, clutching his stomach where Gale had hit him. Adam's fingers fumbled with WAM, finally managing to store it in his inventory. The gauntlet had served its purpose, maybe too well. He grabbed Kim's arm, hauling him up. "We need to move, now!" His own arm tingled where he'd thrown the punch, but the pain was manageable. Without the gauntlet's protection, that hit would have liquefied his bones. "What about Vex?" Kim looked back at the fallen knight. "Priority is your extraction," Adam said, already moving toward the corridor. "The knights know the risks." The professor hesitated, then nodded, following Adam's lead. They had made it halfway down the corridor when a sound stopped them, shifting rubble from where Gale had been thrown. A ragged, wet cough echoed through the tunnel, followed by disjointed, mumbled curses. That's impossible," Kim whispered. "No one could survive that kind of impact." That familiar chill ran down Adam's spine. He couldn't waste any more time. "Move!" he urged, pushing Kim ahead of him. "We need to reach the others before—" Gale staggered into view, collapsing against the wall for support. His shirt was torn open, revealing the shattered remains of what had been his protective artifact. The medallion was completely fractured, hairline cracks spreading across its surface as wisps of purple energy escaped from its core. Blood trickled from his nose and mouth, and his breathing came in shallow, rapid gasps. His chest showed deep bruising where Adam's punch had landed, ribs visibly shifting with each labored breath. His left arm hung at an awkward angle, the joint wrenched from its socket by Vex's earlier attack. But it was his eyes that had changed the most. Dilated, unfocused, darting around with the 1,000-yard stare of someone whose body had just processed how close to death they'd come. His skin had taken on an ashen, clammy pallor, and a fine tremor ran through his limbs. Shock. Holy fucking shit. Gale wheezed between bloody coughs, eyes wide with stunned disbelief rather than anger. What the actual fuck was that? He slid further down the wall, seemingly unaware he was even moving. His good hand pressed against his injured ribs, but the movements were uncoordinated, almost drunk. Shock was setting in fast. The fact that Gale survived the Thunder Shrimp at all proved how dangerous his artifact was. Had the knights not already pushed it so far with their relentless assault, the medallion might have absorbed even this devastating attack completely. "Keep going," Kim told Adam. "I'll hold him off." "Don't be ridiculous, Professor," Adam said. "He's still dangerous." Though, looking at Gale now, Adam wasn't sure the mercenary was even fully aware of where he was anymore. Gale's gaze wandered, taking too long to focus on them. "The artifact. He coughed again, wincing as if surprised by the pain. "Did I just die?" The question came out slurred, genuinely confused. "I think I died for a second there." His breathing quickened even more. "Can't feel my fingers. That's not good." He looked down at his hands as if they belonged to someone else. Adam tensed to move, but he knew he'd be too slow. His body was reaching its limit, and Gale, despite his deteriorating condition, was still unpredictable. The air crackled. 3 attacks sliced through the space between them. A warhammer materializing from nowhere, a bolt of lightning that made Adam's hair stand on end, and a fireball that turned the tunnel's humidity to steam. Gale flinched away from them reflexively, movements clumsy and uncoordinated. The dodges were instinctual rather than calculated, his training taking over while his mind struggled to process what was happening. "Too old," Noss's voice echoed from the tunnel entrance, heavy with exertion. "Too damn old for running around like..."
The words cut off. Oi! Boy, are you… What did he do to your face? Right, his face. Adam could feel his right eye swelling shut, blood still trickling into it. His jaw throbbed where Gale had connected. Probably looked like he'd picked a fight with a cave troll. Heavy footsteps announced Hugo and Caius sprinting up behind Nos. They probably followed the battle sounds and took another route. Their weapons were drawn, faces grim. 4 against 1. Better odds, especially with Gale in shock and Nos present. "This is…" Gale mumbled, eyes struggling to focus on the newcomers. He tried to straighten up and immediately slumped back against the wall, legs barely supporting him. "I need to… His thoughts were visibly fragmenting, consciousness beginning to waver. Nos stepped forward. His knuckles cracked like miniature thunder, and the gentle uncle was gone. In his place stood someone who'd earned his reputation in the war. "Trust me," he growled. "You'll be lucky to walk away from what you did to the kid." Gale's eyes widened with delayed recognition. "Wait, who are you? Where… What?" A confused, pain-filled laugh escaped him. The kid just tried to punch a hole through me. Ask him about that."
Chapter 48. The Promised Day. Final part. Footsteps crunched in the snow outside Zerke's walls. Back and forth, leaving messy tracks in the pristine white. "What do I do? What do I do? What do I do?" Sam's voice cracked on the last word. He kept pacing, hands buried in his hair, completely ignoring the fact that it was way past curfew and that standing outside in the snow wearing only his academy uniform was probably not the smartest idea he'd had today. Not that this day had seen many smart ideas to begin with. "Sam?" Aaron's voice came from where he sat on a fallen log, somehow managing to look both concerned and done with this shit. "You need to calm…" "Don't tell me to calm down!" Sam spun toward his friend, arms flailing. "How am I supposed to calm down? There are soldiers about to get their faces kicked in by Commander Arthur. Arthur Scylla. You know, Adam's dad? The guy leading the freaking Iron Wolves? That's a bit… And Adam's probably in trouble right now, and it's all my fault. And what if he dies, and then his dad kills everyone, and then kills me, and then brings me back to kill me again, and…" Sam's voice rose with each word until it was practically a squeak. A chunk of snow fell from a nearby tree. Sam jumped about 3 feet in the air. "You're being dramatic," Aaron said, in the tone of someone who knew perfectly well that pointing this out wouldn't help, but felt compelled to try anyway. "I'm being realistic." Sam resumed his pacing, leaving even messier tracks in the snow. "This is bad. This is so bad. This is the worst thing that's ever happened in the history of bad things happening." Another chunk of snow fell. This time, Sam didn't even flinch, too busy having his breakdown to notice. "Okay, but consider this," Aaron said, brushing snow off his coat. "Standing out here freezing our asses off isn't helping anyone." Sam sighed, shoulders slumping. I know, but I can't calm down." "I tried everything to get to Maris. Everything. But with all this chaos..." He gestured vaguely at nothing. "I couldn't even get near him. And now, when Adam needs us the most, it might be too late." "Where's Auntie Maria? She was supposed to be here an hour ago," Sam said, checking his pocket watch again. "Maybe something delayed her," Aaron suggested. "That's what I'm afraid of." Sam shook his head. "She promised she'd come as soon as she got my message. If something's keeping her away..." He trailed off, kicking at the snow. "We can't just sit here doing nothing." So what do we do? Create some chaos? Get the council's attention? Sam's head snapped up. No, we need to go to the meeting itself. He started pacing again, but slower now, thinking. I couldn't reach Maris because I had no idea where he was these past few days. But now I know exactly where he is. In the council. Wait! Eren's voice went up an octave. You want to disrupt the council? Sam let out a laugh that sounded a bit unhinged even to his own ears. Then, fuck. Yeah, I do. Eren's eyes went wide. I know it's crazy, but… Oh no, I'm not surprised by your idea. I mean, I am. It's completely insane. The highest graded mages in the Empire are there. The Archmage himself is there. But… Eren shook his head. I'm more surprised you just swore. I've never heard you curse before. Sam blinked. Right. He ran a hand through his snow-dusted hair. Only that idiot Adam gets me like this. All the crazy stuff he gets himself into. Like what? Did I tell you some people tried to abduct us? In broad daylight? In the middle of the city, with everyone around? Sam's voice rose again. They were ready to kill us, too. Well, he did kind of start a war between two prominent factions in the undertow. Eren scratched his head. Which then escalated into an all-out war with multiple factions, from what I heard. Of fucking course he did. Sam threw his hands up. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Look, I'm not a student here. Maybe I could… Eren started. We're all going. Sam's voice had that tone. The one that meant his mind was made up. Consequences be damned. All? Sam pulled out his pocket watch, checking the time. I told the club members everything. They're helping us. He snapped the watch shut. They'll be here in about 20 minutes. Then we're getting to the council, guards or no guards, and telling Maris what's happening. And if Maris can't do anything? Eren shifted on the log. I mean, yeah, he's the headmaster, but there are way more powerful mages in there. The council isn't exactly known for listening to… Adam told me something the last time we talked. Sam stopped pacing, looking at the academy's towers rising against the night sky. He said if anyone would listen about a student of this academy being in danger, it would be Maris. He shoved his hands in his pockets, shoulders set. We have to try. That's all we can do. 30 minutes later, the wind had picked up. Snow whirled through the air, obscuring the academy's towers. Sam hadn't stopped pacing. The Iron Wolves are at the gates! The shout cut through the howling wind. A man ran past, repeating the warning to anyone who'd listen. Sam's breath caught in his throat. His hands were shaking. From cold or fear, he couldn't tell anymore. Everything felt wrong. The snow, the wind, the screaming. His heart beating too fast. Adam could be dying right now. The thought hit him like a physical blow. His friend could be dying, and here he was, standing in the snow, doing nothing. What if they were too late? What if they couldn't reach Maris? What if they did reach him, and he couldn't help? What if… Psst! Sam spun around. Through the swirling snow, he made out several figures at the gates. The barrier flickered, partially disabled. Phil's grinning face emerged from the darkness, followed by Petra, Clyde, Diana, and the others. You guys! Sam ran toward them, snow crunching under his feet. You're late! Sorry, Phil rubbed the back of his head. The wards were trickier than we thought. Petra had to… Thank you, Sam cut him off, looking at each of them in turn. Really, Thank you for… His eyes met Damus's. What? Nothing, Sam looked away. I just… Damus scoffed. We should move, before it's too late. Hey, Phil squinted through the snow at Eren. You're Adam's friend, right?
From that time at the— Hi, Aaron replied quietly. Oh, yeah, Diana perked up, adjusting her scarf. I remember you. You should come too, Petra said, already moving to include him in their huddle against the wind. Guys, Clyde cut in, breath fogging in the cold. Maybe we save the introductions for when we're not about to freeze solid? He's right, Jenny said, but she was smiling. We've got a council to crash. Despite everything, the blizzard, the danger, the fear clawing at his chest, Sam felt something warm in his chest. These people had come. They'd actually come. Let's go save that idiot, Damus muttered, already moving toward the academy proper. They fell in behind him, a strange group of kids about to do something incredibly stupid. But they were together. Maybe that would be enough. It had to be enough. Shit.
It wasn't enough. Sam's face pressed against the cold stone floor, his arm twisted behind his back by someone who knew exactly how much pressure to apply to keep him there without breaking anything. What had they been thinking? A bunch of students against battle-hardened mages of the Magisterium. The plan had seemed so simple. Get in through the service corridors Petra knew about, use Jenny's disruption spells to confuse the wards, have Clyde and Diana create a distraction while the others made for the council chambers. It had worked, at first. They'd moved like they actually knew what they were doing. Until they didn't. Let go! Phil's voice cracked as two guards finally brought him down, the last one standing. Please, you don't understand! Around them, students who had left their dormitories to investigate the commotion gathered at the far end of the corridor, whispering and pointing. Some had clearly rushed across the academy grounds despite the snow, their nightclothes barely covered by hastily thrown-on cloaks. Sam caught fragments of their whispers. Combat Athletics Club. Gone mad. Trying to break into the council chambers all the way over here. Back to your rooms, a guard shouted. All of you! Through tears he couldn't stop, Sam watched his friends struggle. Damus thrashing against magical bindings, his usual composure shattered. Diana trying to reach her chalk to draw runes, fingers scraping uselessly against the floor. Petra screaming something about Adam, about danger, about please just listen. Clyde still attempting to cast despite the suppression field around him. Aaron being pushed face first into a wall, still trying to argue. They had lasted exactly 6 minutes against trained battle mages. 6 minutes before their amateur disruption spells were countered. 6 minutes before their practiced combat moves were brushed aside like children's games. 6 minutes before they learned exactly why these men and women were graduated mages of the Empire.
Please, Sam choked out. Please, our friend. He's in danger. We just need to— The pressure on his arm increased slightly. A warning. He had failed. Failed Adam. Failed everyone who had trusted him enough to come. And now they were all going to be expelled. And Adam was still out there, and nobody would know. Nobody would help, and— A guard's sudden scream pierced the air. Then Sam felt it, a crushing weight that made his lungs forget how to work. The mana around them thickened, became almost liquid, pressing down on reality itself. Blinding light erupted from where Aaron stood, so bright it turned the night corridor into harsh daylight. Shockwaves pulsed outward, each one making Sam's teeth rattle. The guard holding him let go. Sam rolled onto his side, fighting to breathe, to see. Where Aaron had been standing, there was now just light. A human-shaped sun throwing off waves of raw power. 2 circle mage level. Sam's eyes widened. He'd thought Adam was joking about that. The pressure increased. Stone cracked, windows shattered. Several students who'd been watching collapsed where they stood. Some, literally, lost control of their bladder. Sam had felt this before. Not this strong, never this strong. But he knew what was happening. Loss of control. The same thing that happened to those who learned mana manipulation, but were still not good enough to not let their emotions take over. The same thing that had put his mother in that hospital bed. The same thing that had made his sister flinch away from him for months. The same thing he'd seen reflected in his father's careful, wary eyes. Battle mages moved in formation, their shields interlocking, their counterspells precise and professional. It didn't matter. The raw mana swept them aside like leaves in a storm.
Someone shouted. I can't! The pressure!
Another wave pulsed outward. More people dropped unconscious. The light was getting brighter, the pressure heavier. Sam could barely move, could barely think. If this continued... A shadow flashed past him, fast as thought. Bell chimes rang out, clear and sweet despite the chaos. Green light flickered. There was a sound like a soft tap. The pressure immediately lifted like a physical weight being removed from his chest. Sam gasped, drawing in deep breaths of sweet, normal air. His limbs felt like lead, his head spinning. He tried to push himself up, failed. Tried again, his arms gave out. On the third attempt, hands caught him before he could fall, gentle but strong. I got you. That voice. Sam looked up into Maria's face, her familiar smile somehow both worried and reassuring. You came. The words came out weaker than he intended. Sorry it took so long. She helped him sit up properly. Imperial soldiers surrounded the Vaishar camp. We had trouble getting out without raising alarms. I nearly had to turn 3 of the bastards into toadstools before they backed off, Bob added, adjusting his grip on Aaron. Sam's head snapped toward the second voice. That distinctive accent, the slight jingle of bells. Bob! Me name's not feckin' Bob. Oh, hello, laddie. The leprechaun stood there, unconscious Aaron cradled in his arms like he weighed nothing at all. Green light still sparkled around his fingers, whatever he'd done to stop Aaron's mana overflow. Maria's eyes swept the corridor, taking in the scattered forms of guards and students. Some were starting to stir, groaning. We'll address this later, she said, giving Aaron's unconscious form a pointed look. What happened? Phil's voice came out slurred as he pushed himself to his hands and knees, blinking hard like he was trying to remember how his eyes worked. Can you stand? Maria asked Sam, already shifting to support more of his weight. He nodded, though his legs felt like jelly. Yeah, I think so. Good. Her voice turned sharp, urgent. We need to move before those guards wake up properly. She gestured toward the massive doors at the end of the corridor, the entrance to the council chambers. Now. I'll take this one outside, Bob said, adjusting his grip on Aaron's unconscious form. Poor lad's mana is still all twisted up. Best get him far from here before he wakes. Wouldn't want another light show, would we? Sam nodded, remembering the crushing pressure, the blinding light. Will he be okay? Aye, nothing a bit of rest won't fix. But trust me, laddie, you don't want him anywhere near these wards when he comes to. Now go on. Sort out whatever mess your friend's got himself into. I'll handle this one. Thank you, Bob, Maria said. Sam found his feet, wobbling only slightly. Behind them, more of the club members were starting to stir. They ran. Or something close to running, anyway. Sam's legs weren't quite working right yet. Maria's hand glowed soft blue against Sam's shoulder as they ran, healing magic seeping into his muscles. The exhaustion melted away, replaced by renewed strength. His legs steadied, his mind cleared.
Phil! Sam called back to his friend, who was still struggling to rise. We'll go ahead! Phil managed a shaky thumbs up before collapsing back down with a groan. The council doors soon towered before them, wood bound in steel, covered in intricate ward patterns that pulsed with quiet power. The magical barriers were probably why no one inside had reacted to the chaos in the corridor. 2 guards stood at attention, snapping to alertness at their approach. Halt! Both guards raised their staffs. I need to speak with Headmaster Maris about my son. Maria's word was polite, but brooked no argument. Please, step aside. The guards exchanged glances. Ma'am.
The council is in session and cannot be.
My family. Maria's voice remained perfectly level, but the wards on the door flickered. Is in danger. Please, step aside.
Ma'am, step back or we'll be forced to. One guard began weaving a spell.
Sam, dear. Maria's voice was gentle, like she was about to serve him cookies. Would you cover your ears for me? Just for a moment? Something in her tone made Sam comply instantly. He pressed his palms against his ears. It wasn't enough to completely block what happened next. Maria made a single, elegant gesture, the kind you might see from a music conductor. Both guards' eyes went wide. Their spells fizzled out. They dropped like puppets with cut strings, faces peaceful, as if they'd just drifted off to sleep. Sam slowly lowered his hands, staring at the unconscious guards, then at Maria, who was already moving to catch one guard before they hit their head on the stone floor. A healer, she said casually, laying the guard down carefully, knows exactly how the body works. Sometimes that's more useful than knowing how to break it. Sam gulped, watching the guards breathe peacefully on the floor. He'd never realized healing could be, well, terrifying. Maria stood, her hands moving in intricate patterns as the wards on the door began to fade one by one. Sam, dear, you've gotten into enough trouble tonight. Let me handle this. I'll speak to Maris, explain everything. Sam's heart was thundering in his chest. His hands were trembling, slick with cold sweat. His throat felt tight, like someone had stuffed cotton in it. Every instinct screamed at him to take the out she was offering. He'd never spoken in front of crowds, never challenged authority, never... Slap! Sam! Maria grabbed his hand before he could hit himself again. No, he said, his voice shaking but determined. I need to be there. Maria's smile was bright enough to light the corridor. Adam is lucky to have such a friend. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Though I'll be twisting his ears later for getting you into so much trouble. Please do, Sam managed, trying to calm his racing heart. It felt like it might burst right through his chest. The massive doors swung open with a groan. Sam squinted against the brightness within. Dozens of faces turned toward them. Council members, teachers, important figures he'd only seen from afar. All staring, all wondering. Don't be afraid, Maria whispered beside him. It'll be all right. They stepped into the chamber together. Maria's voice rang out, clear and strong. Honored Council, I apologize for this interruption, but I bring grave news and a conspiracy that threatens not just this school, but everything we hold dear. The bad guys are going to be in so much trouble, was the only thing Sam wanted to think. Damn, you guys are putting me in so much trouble now, Gale mumbled, his words slurring. This was my favorite shirt, too. Adam's right eye was swollen completely shut, and his head throbbed with every heartbeat. Blood from his nose had dried on his upper lip, making it feel stiff when he tried to speak. Through his one good eye, the world seemed dimmer, his depth perception thrown off.
He had to turn his head awkwardly to see everyone properly. "Get the professor out of here," Nas said, eyes cautiously tracking Gale's trembling form. "Hugo, Caius, go with him." The mountain of a man moved, crossing to where Vex lay unconscious. He knelt beside her, lifting the huge blocks of walls and ceiling away, and digging into a pocket of his vest to pull out a small vial of something that gave off a pungent smell even from where Adam stood. "This the professor?" Nas jerked his chin toward Kim while waving the vial under Vex's nose. "Yes," Adam confirmed, relief washing through him. Nas was here. "We can help," Hugo started. "You'll be in the way." Nas's voice left no room for argument. His eyes darted between Gale and the corridor as he continued tending to Vex. "More people will be coming. We need that escape route clear." "Ah!" Vex's eyes shot open suddenly. She bolted upright, daggers already in hand, then winced and pressed a palm to her temple. "What the hell hit me?" she demanded, blinking rapidly to clear her vision. "A building, apparently," Nas replied dryly, helping her to her feet. "Or part of one, anyway." Vex swayed slightly, then steadied herself. Her gaze sharpened when she spotted Gale, half-conscious and in severe shock, sliding further down the wall. "What the hell happened to him?" Nas jerked his thumb toward Adam. "The kid did it. Some kind of punch that nearly took the bastard's chest off. Sounds what led us here." Vex's eyebrows shot up as she looked at Adam, then back at Gale. "Well, well," she said, a smile spreading across her face. "Not so untouchable after all, are you?" Gale's eyes struggled to focus on her, his pupils dilated with shock.
"Still alive, technically," he mumbled, his sword slipping from his trembling fingers with a clatter. "Can't feel my anything right now." Vex ignored him, scanning the area until her eyes landed on Professor Kim. Her expression immediately softened as she made her way over to him, wincing visibly with each step. "Are you all right, handsome?" she asked. "Seriously? Now, of all time?" "I'm fine," Kim replied, his cheeks coloring slightly. "But are you? That looked like a terrible fall." "Aw, you're going to make me blush," she said, brushing dust from her armor. Nas rolled his eyes. "This is the most disgusting thing I've seen today, and I've seen a lot." "That's why you have no wife, Nas," Vex shot back, still struggling to fully regain her balance. "No romance in your soul." Caius grabbed Hugo's shoulder. "Nos is right. Come on." Gale attempted to reach for his fallen sword, but his good arm trembled uncontrollably, fingers failing to grasp the hilt. He stared at his hand with confused betrayal, as if it belonged to someone else. "Don't even think about it," Nos warned, both warhammers materializing in his hands and pointing at Gale. "Though, honestly, you look half dead already." Adam tried to summon the golem again, reaching out to the crystal to establish the connection. Nothing happened. He concentrated harder, feeling the strain behind his good eye as he pushed his will through the dampening field. Still nothing. Another boom echoed from above, making dust rain from the ceiling. The network of mana-dampening crystals Gale had installed throughout the area hadn't been disrupted enough to allow for teleportation magic. He shifted his consciousness, trying to see through the golem's eyes instead. The connection was weak, but functional enough to give him glimpses of what was happening above ground. The Iron Wolves were engaged in combat with soldiers Adam didn't recognize. They wore black cloaks with no insignia, no markings to identify their allegiance. Despite being clearly outclassed by the Iron Wolves' superior training and equipment, they were putting up a surprisingly effective resistance. Dirk was in trouble. Blood soaked his sleeve where his arm had been injured, and his movements were growing sluggish. The other knights were forming a protective perimeter around him, but the black-cloaked attackers kept pressing the advantage, Adom snapped back to his own body as Hugo approached the professor. "Professor Kim," Hugo said, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right? Can you walk?" Kim's face brightened at the sight of his student. "Hugo, what are you doing here?" Relief quickly transformed into stern disapproval. "You shouldn't be here. None of you should. This is far too dangerous for students." "With all due respect, Professor, we're the ones rescuing you," Hugo replied, helping Kim to his feet. "That doesn't make it right," Kim insisted, brushing debris from his clothes. "You're still students, and this is war. I never intended for any of you to be caught up in this." "Too late for that," Caius muttered, keeping a wary eye on Gale's slumped form while edging toward the exit. "Let's go while we still can." The group began moving toward the corridor, Hugo supporting Kim while Caius took point. Adom followed, his vision still limited by his swollen eye, but he could already open it slightly. Was doing its work. "Not..." Gale's voice was barely audible as he tried to push himself upright. "Not so fast." Despite his broken arm, traumatic shock, and battered body, the mercenary attempted one last desperate move. His hand swept weakly through the air, trying to channel fluid. Green energy flickered pathetically around his fingers, sputtering and dying before it could coalesce into anything dangerous. Gale stared at his hand in confused disbelief. "That's not right," he mumbled, eyes unfocused. "Why won't you work?" Vex was already there, placing a boot on his chest and pushing him back against the wall without much effort. "Stay down," she said, almost pitying. "You're done." The tunnel groaned ominously above them, more debris raining down from the damaged ceiling. "We need to move," Nas said urgently. "Now! This whole place is coming down." They began moving toward the exit, Nas leading the way, with Vex covering their retreat. The professor leaned heavily on Hugo's shoulder, still weak from his ordeal. "What about him?" Caius asked, nodding toward Gale. "Bring him," Nas ordered, after a moment's hesitation. "Command will want to question him." Vex sighed dramatically before hoisting Gale over her shoulder. The mercenary offered no resistance, his limbs hanging limply as he drifted in and out of consciousness. Adams suddenly flared to life, sending warning signals down his spine. Without thinking, he lunged forward, tackling the professor and Hugo to the ground just as a fireball screamed through the space where they'd been standing. The heat seared his back as it passed, crashing into the tunnel wall with a deafening explosion. "What the..." Hugo began, then fell silent as shadows moved at the far end of the corridor. They emerged from the darkness like wraiths, 6 figures, then 10, then 12, and more, in black cloaks, their faces hidden beneath hoods and helmets. Let the professor go," Gale murmured from over Vex's shoulder, his voice barely audible. "No one else needs to get hurt." His head lolled, eyes struggling to remain open. "Just leave him with me." "Shut up," Vex hissed, adjusting her grip. "You're in no position to negotiate." There was no time to think further. The first warrior attacked without warning, moving with deadly precision toward their group. Nas didn't even bother with his warhammers.
A casual backhand sent the attacker flying into the wall with bone-shattering force, the impact leaving a bloody outline against the stone. "Huh," he muttered, eyeing the corridor as more black-cloaked figures appeared. "There's a lot of them." 3 more rushed forward. Vex, despite balancing Gale's limp form over her shoulder, dispatched the first with a flick of her dagger across his throat. The second received Nas's hammer to the chest,
which pulverized ribs and organs with a wet crunch. The third fell to a precise strike that separated head from shoulders. "They're not very good for us, that's good," Vex observed, almost bored despite the blood spray decorating her armor. "But they're persistent and not afraid to die. That's bad." More figures emerged from the shadows, moving in unison. A fireball streaked toward them from the back ranks. Nos batted it aside with his hammer like he was swatting a fly, the deflected magic exploding against the ceiling, sending rubbles down. "Yeah, definitely quantity over quality," said Nos, casually crushing another warrior's skull. These warriors were clearly not amateurs. They just picked the wrong opponents, it seemed. "But we're on a schedule. Go! Take the professor and get out!" Vex nodded, adjusting Gale's weight. "Come on, kids. Time to leave." Adom stumbled after her, his swollen eye throbbing with each heartbeat. Hugo and Caius supported Professor Kim between them as they hurried down the corridor. "Can you teleport that golem of yours yet?" Vex called back, dispatching another attacker without breaking stride. "Not with the dampening crystals active," Adom replied, between labored breaths. Behind them, the corridor erupted with purple light as Nos turned to face the incoming forces. Like a dam holding back a flood, he positioned himself at the narrowest point, hammer strikes creating a symphony of destruction. "I'll keep them busy," he called over his shoulder. "But there's a lot of them."
"Find the exit." "Where is it?" Hugo asked, his face pale with exertion. Vex skidded to a halt at a junction, adjusting Gale's limp form on her shoulder. "Up there." She pointed to a maintenance ladder. "Surface access." They moved quickly, Vex somehow managing to climb one-handed while keeping Gale secured. Adom followed, his swollen eye and battered body protesting each movement. Above them came the sounds of combat, shouting, metal clashing, and the distinctive hum of fluid weapons. Vex kicked open the hatch and hauled them up into chaos. The Iron Wolves were engaged across a ruined courtyard, black-cloaked figures swarming from every direction. Dirk dispatched 3 with a single sword arc. Anders cut down 2 more without breaking stride. "They just keep coming," Vex muttered, dropping Gale behind a collapsed wall and drawing her daggers. Dirk's sword flashed through another attacker, his movements precise, but noticeably slower than before. Blood streaked his armor, some his own, most not. Anders fought nearby, a shallow cut across his face dripping steadily. From below, they heard Nos's voice echo up the shaft. He seemed to be holding his own. The rhythmic impact of his hammers punctuated his words, along with wet crunches, and the sound of bodies hitting stone were clear enough. "Where are the dampening crystals?" Vex demanded, already moving to rejoin the fight. "We need that golem teleporting." Adom activated Riddler's Bane, scanning the battlefield. "There." He pointed to faint shimmers at strategic points around the courtyard. 5 crystals in a pentagram formation. "Simple enough." Vex rolled her shoulders, fluid igniting along her blades. She dispatched 2 enemies with casual efficiency, her daggers finding vital points without hesitation. But Adom noticed the small winces, the controlled breathing. Even Star Knights had limits. Around them, the Iron Wolves carved through the enemies like farmers harvesting wheat. But more kept coming.
And even the elite knights were showing signs of fatigue. Blood spattered, breathing heavily, movements fractionally slower with each engagement. Adom saw Bram take a blade to his thigh that would have dropped a normal man, but the knight merely grunted and crushed his attacker's skull in response. 3 more immediately took the fallen one's place. They're not trying to win, Adom realized. They're trying to delay us. A warrior appeared suddenly above their position,
dropping from the broken second story of a building. His blade descended in a killing arc aimed at Adom's head. He had no time to react, no chance to dodge. Metal clashed against metal. The golem materialized between them, its flame-brand sword intercepting the attack. The fiery blade continued its arc, passing clean through the warrior's neck. No resistance, no struggle, just a perfect, cauterized cut. The head tumbled free, eyes still blinking in confusion as it hit the snow. The body remained standing for a heartbeat before collapsing like a puppet with cut strings. "It's working already?" Hugo stared in confusion. "No," Adom's heart raced. "It's not teleporting. It was close enough to reach us on foot." The golem stood protectively over them, its metal body showing dents and scorches from previous fights. Its glowing eyes swept the battlefield, calculating threats and trajectories. "Perfect timing," Vex grinned fiercely. "Metal Man, with me! We're taking out those crystals!" The golem did not obey her because it needed Adom's will to act. And Adom was too busy looking at the severed head that came out of the helmet before him. The face was a roadmap of mutilation, scars in runic patterns covering every inch of skin. Tattoos crawled up from beneath the high collar of his uniform, disappearing into sliced flesh. His mouth had been sewn shut at some point, leaving permanent holes at the corners where thread had once passed through. But it was the eyes that made Adom's stomach turn.
The irises were normal, human, but the whites weren't white at all. Black as pitch, like pools of ink surrounding ordinary pupils. "Specters," he whispered. Caius glanced down at the head, then back at Adom. "What did you say?" "They're specters." Adom's voice was hollow. "That's why they don't stop. That's why they fight like machines." Hugo grabbed Adom's arm. "Specters? Here? That's not possible." "No, he's right," added Caius. Specters were what happened when you took male children, usually stolen as infants or purchased from desperately poor families, and systematically destroyed everything that made them human. The white temples of the Outer Kingdoms subjected them to rituals that stripped away their identity, their will, even basic instincts of self-preservation. They were physically and magically altered, parts of their anatomy, of what made them male, totally removed. The black sclera was the most visible sign, a result of alchemical treatments that rewired their brains to feel no pain, no fear, and no hesitation. They were then sold to their masters to do their bidding. These weren't soldiers. They were weapons wrapped in human skin. The practice had been outlawed in the Sundar Empire for centuries. Even most of the Outer Kingdoms had abandoned it. The few holdouts were universally reviled, denied trade agreements and diplomatic recognition. And yet here they were, in Arcos. Vex spat on the ground as she stared at the severed head. A glob of red-tinged saliva landed next to the black eyes that still blinked occasionally. It was the common reaction. Everyone who knew what specters were reacted the same way, with disgust, with revulsion, with a primal fear that went beyond rational thought. Adom stared at the head in silence, a chill running through him. In his timeline, specters had eventually disappeared, one of the only good things about that future. "Well, they're here now," Vex growled, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "And they won't stop until they're all dead. Or we are." 5 crystals, Adom reminded them, pushing aside his horror. "We need to break them all." Hugo pointed toward a half-collapsed building across the square. "There's one. I can see it from here." Caius spotted another. "And there, on top of that fountain." "We split up," Vex decided. "Cover more ground." Another explosion rocked the battlefield,
as Bram's warhammer connected with an artifact one of the specters was using. The blast threw 3 warriors into the air. "No time to waste," Adom said, drawing the twin daggers he'd acquired in the dungeon. The curved blades felt lighter than they looked, perfectly balanced in his hands. "Hugo, Caius, you guys should go take 2 of the crystals. I'll take the one at the fountain. Vex, I'll get the one in the building," she finished. "Your metal friend with me." Adom nodded, directing the golem to follow her with a thought. "Professor, stay here." "The hell I will," Kim snarled, surprising them all. His normally gentle face had hardened. "I worked with people who made this." "Fine," Adom conceded. "With me, then." Adom and the professor headed for the fountain crystal, while Hugo and Caius darted toward the others. The golem followed Vex, its massive frame providing cover. The first specter intercepted Adom before he'd taken 5 steps. It moved with unnatural fluidity, blade arcing toward his throat. Adom ducked, but barely, his reflexes sluggish from exhaustion and injury. His daggers came up instinctively, catching the specter's wrist. The creature didn't even flinch as Adom's blade severed tendons. Blood spurted. The specter passed the weapon on the other arm and attacked again. Warned him of the second attacker coming from his blind side. Adom twisted, barely avoiding the blade. Professor Kim stumbled back, hands flailing in a desperate attempt to channel magic. Nothing came. "The dampening field," Adom gasped,
driving his knee into the first specter's abdomen. "Too strong still." Across the corridor, a crystal shattered under the golem's fist. Blue light pulsed outward like a shockwave. Instantly, the air felt lighter. Mana flowed more freely. Kim's eyes widened as he felt it. His hands traced a quick pattern, and a small fireball, weak but functional, erupted from his palms. It caught a spectre in the face, blackening flesh and melting an eye. The creature didn't even pause. "It's working!" Hugo shouted from somewhere to their left. "Keep going!" Adon channeled fluid through his limbs. Strength surged. His next strike sent the spectre staggering back, but 3 more took its place. Black eyes, sewn mouths, ritualized scars forming nauseating patterns across exposed skin. They moved as one, attacking from different angles. They were coordinated, disciplined, strong. This made sense. Seeing the Star Knights cutting through them made it look easy, but these were considered dangerous soldiers to anyone who could not use fluid. Adom's daggers blurred as he fought. Cut through an arm at the elbow, opened a throat, punctured a lung. The spectres didn't slow, didn't stop. His swollen eye throbbed with each movement. His breath came in ragged gasps. Each dodge was slower than the last. A blade caught him across the forearm. Another grazed his ribs. No time to think, only react. Another crystal shattered, Hugo's shout of triumph echoing through the corridor. The second wave of energy washed over them, stronger than the first. Magic surged back, like blood returning to a numb limb. Kim's next fireball roared like a small sun, incinerating a spectre completely. The professor's eyes widened in surprise at his own power. "2 down!" Caius bellowed from somewhere behind them. He unleashed a gale-force wind that sent 3 spectres crashing into the wall. Adon leaped toward the fountain, daggers leading. A spectre rose to meet him. Too fast. Too close. Push was weaved, propelling him over the creature's head. He twisted in midair, bringing both blades down into its shoulders as he landed. The fountain crystal gleamed 10 feet away.
5 specters formed a wall between him and the target. "Professor!" Adom shouted, ducking a slash that would have opened his throat. "Cover me!" Kim nodded, face taut with concentration. Wind gathered at his fingertips, forming a cyclone that swept 2 specters aside. Adom charged through the gap. A blade caught his thigh. He felt it, felt warm blood soaking his pants. He didn't stop. Another specter appeared before him, sword raised. Adom didn't try to dodge. Blue fluid blazed from his limbs as he tackled the creature head-on, his momentum carrying them both into the fountain's edge. Stone cracked against the specter's spine. Water sprayed around them. Adom's vision tunneled to a single point. The crystal. Just keep moving. His dagger struck true, connecting with the crystal's surface. Once, twice, 3 times. Nothing happened. Not enough force. Across the corridor, the 3rd crystal exploded under Vex's blade. Power flooded back into the air. Magic sang through Adom's veins. He channeled everything he had left, fluid, mana, raw desperation, into his arm. The dagger's runes ignited with borrowed power. The crystal shattered like glass. The magic wave knocked him backward, tumbling through water and blood. His lungs burned. His limbs felt like lead. But the dampening field was weakening. Hugo appeared above him, face pale but determined. "One more," he gasped, extending a hand to pull Adom up. "Caius is going for it now." Adom staggered to his feet, water streaming from his clothes. Around them, the corridor glowed with magic as Kim wove fire and wind into devastating combinations. Specters burned and fell, only to be replaced by more emerging from the shadows. "There's no end to them," Adom realized. The ground shook as Caius unleashed a concentrated earth spell,
collapsing part of the ceiling onto a group of specters. In the chaos, he sprinted toward the 4th crystal, visible now atop a fallen column. 3 specters converged on him. Caius bellowed in defiance, wrapping himself in a barrier of swirling air. He slammed into the crystal and... "Adom!" Kim shouted, his voice sounding distant despite only being a few feet away. "Behind you!" Adom tried to turn, his movements sluggish as exhaustion claimed him. His flared weakly, showing him what was coming, but offering no solution, no escape. 2 specters converging on his position, one with a curved blade aimed at his spine, the other with a war axe raised high for a killing blow. He couldn't dodge both, could barely stand, let alone fight. His fingers fumbled for his remaining dagger. Too slow. Much too slow. The world seemed to slow down as the specters closed in. Adom could see the exact trajectory of their weapons, could calculate precisely how many seconds he had left to live. Not many. The specters were 3 steps away. 2. 1. Boom! The wall behind them exploded inward. Stone and metal went flying as something massive broke through. The pressure wave knocked everyone off their feet. Through the dust and debris, Adom caught glimpses of movement. "Adom!" That voice. He'd know it anywhere. Through the settling dust and debris, Maria appeared, mana already blazing around her hands. Behind her, Bob's bells chimed as he stepped through the ruined wall, followed by Professor Crowley, Maris, and several mages wearing magisterium robes. They moved like a coordinated unit, spreading out across the corridor. The remaining attackers immediately shifted stance, their blades coming up. Too late. Crowley's spell hit the first one like a freight train, slamming him into the wall hard enough to crack stone.
2 Magisterium mages caught the others in binding spells that lit up the corridor with harsh blue light. The attackers thrashed against it, movement still precise, even as the magic crushed inward. "Hold that one!" Crowley barked, striding forward. He grabbed the pinned attacker's helmet, yanked it off. The gasps echoed through the corridor. "Specters." Maris's voice dripped contempt. "The ghost warriors of the southern lands." "Ah, that's too bad," Gale choked out from under the rubble. "I guess we lost, huh?" "Don't move!" Noss appeared out of nowhere, wounded from head to toe, and he kneeled, lifting the rubble away from Gale. "Maria, need you over here. We need him alive." But Maria was already at Adom's side, her hands gentle on his swollen face. "Look at you," she muttered, healing magic flowing into him. "I'm okay, Mother." The words came out slurred, partly from his busted lip, partly from relief. "Really, I'm—" She tilted his head, examining the damage. "This eye, what did they hit you with?" "Maria!" Noss's voice was urgent now. "Please, Gale first. He knows things. Important things." "Hang on just a moment, son," Maria told Adom, squeezing his hand before rushing to Gale's side. She knelt beside him, hands hovering over his body. Gale's eyes had rolled back, consciousness finally slipping away. "Can you save him?" Noss asked, voice tight. "His testimony is important to not get us and Arthur executed for rebellion." Maria's face was grim as her magic probed the damage. "There's still a chance, yes. But I need to work quickly. He's in critical condition due to internal bleeding and intense shock." Her hands began to glow with healing energy, and she set to work. Professor Kim had backed himself into a corner, looking green. Every time his eyes landed on one of the specter's exposed faces, he made a small, choking sound. Maris knelt beside Hugo, Caius, and Adom, handing them potion to help close their wounds. "You boys did well," he said quietly. "Better than anyone could have expected." Through the hole in the wall, Adom caught the first light of dawn breaking over the city. His eye widened. His father would be there already, the Iron Wolves facing down the Imperial army. Once the first blood was spilled, there'd be no turning back. Proof or no proof. "We need to move," he tried to stand, legs shaking. "Now, before the bells, before they start fighting." "The boy's right," Maris nodded, helping Adom up. "Madam Scylla, can that young fellow be moved?" Carefully, she maintained the healing flow. Very carefully. "Kid," Bram called to Adom, "can you get to the gates faster? We're running out of time." Adom reached into his pocket, fingers searching for the familiar shape of the crystal. His heart leaped when he felt it whole and intact. When he pulled it out, the crystal was glowing with inner light, as if pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. "It's working," he said, hope flooding through him. "The dampening field is completely gone." In the distance, a bell began to toll. Its deep, resonant sound carried clearly through the morning air. The first bell. Adom felt his pulse quicken. By now, the Imperial soldiers would be forming up along the city walls, checking their weapons one last time. "Professor," Adom called, urgency in his voice. "Come here, quickly. I need you." Kim looked up, his face still pale from what they'd witnessed. He made his way over, stepping carefully around the bound specters. Second bell. Fear clenched in Adom's stomach. His father would be at the front of the Iron Wolves, perhaps giving a final speech to his men. Hundreds of elite warriors against more than 1,000 Imperial soldiers. "What is it?" Maris asked, already helping Maria stabilize Gale for transport. "I can get to the gates faster," Adom said, clutching the crystal tightly. "But I need the professor with me. He's the witness to everything that happened."
Third bell. Somewhere, an officer would be checking the time, calculating when to give the order to advance.
Tensions would be rising with each passing moment. "You're in no condition," Crowley began, eyeing Adam's wounds with concern. "There's no time," Adam cut him off. "Please, take care of things here. We'll be fine." Fourth bell. The streets would be emptying now, citizens locking their doors and closing their shutters. Many would be praying. Some would be weeping. None would be sleeping. Nos exchanged a look with Maria, who gave a slight nod. "Go," he said. "We'll follow as fast as we can." Fifth bell. His father would be standing at the head, that massive sword planted in the snow beside him. Even at this distance, Adam could feel the man's presence. Was it his imagination? Had to be. "This way," he told Kim, already limping toward the exit. "Hurry." Sixth bell. By now, the Imperial commanders would be giving final orders. Young soldiers would be shaking in their armor, veterans checking their blades, resigned to their fate. "Where are you going?" Hugo called after them. "To stop a war," Adam replied without turning back. Seventh bell. The Iron Wolves would be spread out in their battle formation by now. Fluid would flare. Blood would spread. They found the golem standing motionless in the shadows, its eyes dimmed to conserve energy. Adam had teleported it here just now to avoid others seeing it. Not that it mattered much, but still. It came to life as they approached. Eighth bell. He could see it, feel it. Archers would be knocking arrows. The air would be thick with tension, brittle as ice. "Touch it," Adam instructed, placing his own hand on the golem's cold metal chest. "Please don't ask questions. Just trust me." Ninth bell. The sky would be lightening now, dawn breaking over what might soon become a bloodbath. His father would be scanning the battlefield one last time, looking for any tactical advantage. Professor Kim placed his palm against the golem.
A young soldier might break rank, fear overcoming training. A commander might decide to seize the initiative. Either way, the first blood would be spilled. Soon. Any second now. Adam closed his eyes, concentrating on the crystal in his hand. He pictured the city gates as clearly as he could. The massive wooden and iron structures, the walls, the open space beyond where two armies would soon clash. 11th bell. The inevitable was moments away. His father raising his sword, Imperial soldiers advancing. The point of no return. "Hold on," Adam whispered. Magic surged through the crystal, through him, through the golem. The world around them blurred. Blip! They crashed into snow, the cold immediately biting through Adam's clothes. The moment he felt frigid air on his skin, he instinctively pulled the golem into his inventory. His wounded leg gave out beneath him as he tried to stand. Through blurry vision, he realized with horror that they hadn't appeared between the armies as he'd intended. They were inside the city gates, facing outward. "Stop!" Adam's voice cracked as he screamed. "Don't fight!" The Imperial soldiers turned as one, startled by the shout from behind. Through the falling snow, beyond their ranks, Adam saw his father's head snap up, eyes widening in recognition. The 12th bell began to toll. "Now!" a young Imperial soldier screamed, fear and tension finally breaking. That idiot! That absolute moron! His sword came up. Boom! Something massive crashed into the snow between the armies, sending up a white cloud that momentarily blocked all vision. As it settled,
Adom saw what had landed. A staff, buried halfway into the frozen ground. Dozens of magisterium mages descended in their distinctive robes, floating down between the armies. Their magic made the air thick, heavy. The snow itself paused in its fall around them. A throat cleared. The sound echoed unnaturally, reaching every ear despite the howling wind. Ahem!
Another clearing of the throat, almost awkward in its normalcy. Then the voice came again, projected from everywhere and nowhere at once. By Imperial Decree 235, Section 12, Paragraph 4, the Magisterium holds authority to intercede in any military conflict, regardless of initial involvement, when individuals under its direct protection become central to said conflict. The voice paused, as if checking notes. Professor Amadeus Kim and student Adam Silla of the Xerkes Celestial Academy of Mystical Arts, both under magisterium authority, have been found to be key figures in this dispute. Therefore, another pause. Someone coughed. By the authority granted to me by His Imperial Majesty, I, Sir Gaius Emrys, 235th Archmage of the Sundarian Empire, demand that all hostile actions cease immediately. Adam was still panting, trying to catch his breath, when movement caught his eye. A figure walked past him, heading toward the space between the armies. Sir Gaius. The man had appeared without a sound, like he'd simply materialized from the falling snow. "We hear and obey!" The sound thundered across the field as hundreds of Imperial soldiers dropped to one knee, weapons falling into the snow. The clatter of steel became a wave, rippling through their ranks. From beyond the gates, the Iron Wolves followed, not kneeling but performing their own salute, fists crossed over their hearts. His father among them, that familiar smile breaking through his stern facade as he looked at Adam. The sun finally broke over the city walls, painting the snow in shades of gold. Its light caught on armor and weapons now lying harmless in the snow, on the magisterium robes still settling from their descent, on the frost crystals hanging in the air. Adam smiled back at his father, even though his split lip made it hurt. Snow had definitely gotten into his boots. His wounds were starting to sting again in the cold, and he was pretty sure he'd lost feeling in his toes. But standing there, watching the sunrise paint the battlefield that wasn't going to be a battlefield after all, he felt the weight lift from his shoulders. The promised day had come. And for once, things had actually worked out exactly as they were supposed to.
Chapter 49. Just the beginning.
Ding, dong, ding, dong. The bells of Arcos sang their victory song, each chime carrying across the snow-laden city. People emerged from their homes like cautious animals after a storm, first in ones and twos, then in crowds. Their voices rose with the bells, a chorus of relief and joy echoing off the walls. "No blood! No blood!" The chant started somewhere in the merchant district, spread like wildfire through the streets. "The wolves stand down! Peace! Peace!" High above the celebration, where the cliff face caught the morning sun, Prince Callion sat alone in the snow. His fingers trembled slightly as he lifted the wineglass to his lips. Expensive stuff, from his personal collection. The kind meant for celebrations, not whatever this was. The crunch of footsteps behind him barely registered over the distant sounds of the city's joy. "My prince, the specters failed?" Callion didn't turn around. The wine tasted bitter now. A moment of silence. Snow fell softly between them. "Yes, Your Highness." Callion lifted the bottle, studying how the rising sun caught the deep red liquid within. Then he brought it to his lips and drank deeply, steadily, until the last drop was gone. The empty bottle made a soft sound as he set it in the snow beside him. Below, the crowds were growing. More voices joining the chorus of celebration. More people emerging to share the news that there would be no battle today, no blood in their streets. How wonderful for them. "Is my boat ready?" "Yes, Your Highness. Everything is prepared as ordered." Callion nodded absently, his mind already drifting through the wreckage of carefully laid plans. Years of preparation. The right people in the right positions. Why did this happen? One student. One curious, persistent little rat who'd stuck his nose where it didn't belong. Adon Scylla. The name tasted like ash in his mouth. He'd been ready for the guildmasters, for the Iron Wolves,
For the Magisterium's guard. But a student? One who'd died and somehow come back, bringing chaos to their carefully orchestrated plans. A bitter chuckle escaped his lips. The wine was hitting him now, making the world soft at the edges. He stood, swaying slightly, one foot sending loose stones skittering over the cliff's edge. The drop looked almost inviting. "Your Highness!" Strong hands grabbed his shoulders, pulling him back from the edge. Callion smiled, a broken thing that didn't reach his eyes. For a moment, just a moment, he wondered if stepping forward might have been the better choice. But no. Perhaps there were still moves to make, pieces to salvage. "How quickly they celebrate," he murmured, watching the growing crowds below. "How quickly they forget who protected them all these years." His hands clenched into fists at his sides. Who kept the darkness at bay while they slept safe in their beds. The rage came then, hot and sudden despite the numbing wine. Not at the people. They were sheep, following whatever shepherd looked strongest. No. His anger burned for the ones who'd forced his hand, the ones who'd never understand what he'd sacrificed, what he'd endured, what he'd become to keep the empire standing. And now? Now they'd hunt him like a common criminal. His own father would have to. The thought wouldn't complete itself. Some things were still too bitter to contemplate, even drunk. The guard's grip remained steady on his shoulders, anchoring him to the present. "The escape route, is it secured?" Callion's voice was steady despite the wine. "Yes, my prince, through the old tunnels beneath the merchant district. They connect to a series of caves that the smugglers used during the last war. The city guard abandoned those passages years ago. They think they're too unstable." "And you're certain no one else knows?" "Only the handful of men we trusted with the preparation, Your Highness. They'll search the docks first, then the main gates. By the time they think to look in the caves, we'll be far at sea." Callion nodded slowly. "The remaining spectres?" "Already aboard the vessel, secured in the lower hold." Good, good. The word tasted hollow in his mouth. He reached for a coarse wool cloak the guard offered, a farmer's garment, thick with the smell of sheep and old sweat. His fingers, used to the finest silks of the empire, recoiled at the rough texture. 10 years as crown prince, and here he was, donning a peasant's rags. The humiliation burned worse than the wine. Still, he pulled it around his shoulders. What choice did he have? The tunnels eventually led them back to street level, where they had to cross a small section of the lower city. Callion kept his head down, the rough farmer's cloak pulled tight around him. The celebrations had spread everywhere now, like a disease. Children ran through the streets, throwing snow at each other.
Merchants had opened their shops, offering free drinks. Someone was playing a fiddle. The joy of the common folk grated against his ears like broken glass.
The prince himself! Can you believe it?
Always knew there was something wrong with that one.
Thank the gods they stopped him before.
Callion's jaw clenched so tight it hurt. The guard's hand pressed against his back, urging him forward through the crowd. A group of revelers stumbled past, singing some victory song about wolves and justice. One of them bumped into him, spilling ale on his cloak.
Sorry there, friend.
The drunk man laughed, never knowing he'd just doused his prince with cheap beer. They turned down another alley, the sounds of celebration pursuing them like hungry dogs. Just a little further to the cave entrance. Just a little longer until he could leave these sheep and their ignorant joy behind. The hidden dock was little more than a narrow strip of stone jutting into dark water, deep within the cave system. A small vessel waited there, its crew moving with practiced silence. The lap of waves against the hull echoed off the cave walls. "Where to, Your Highness?" one of his men asked as they approached the gangplank. Callion paused, his mind racing through possibilities. The capital? He almost laughed at the thought. The vipers of the imperial court would be waiting for exactly that, waiting to see the prince stumble into their reach. He'd be in chains before he could speak a word in his defense. The southern kingdoms, then. He had allies in Miras, people who owed him favors, people who understood the need for strength against the immortal races. But God, what a mess he'd left behind. The specters alone were enough to mark him traitor, forbidden foreign assets on imperial soil. And Professor Kim, he should have moved faster, should have had him smuggled out weeks ago. The Iron Wolves being occupied with the peace talks would have made it perfect. Now the professor was lost to him, and with no word from Boyle, his agent in the city. A bitter smile crossed his face. He'd been so careful with some things, so sloppy with others. All those contingency plans, all those careful preparations, and he'd still somehow missed the moment when everything started going in exactly the wrong direction. "Your Highness?" the guard prompted again. "Where should we set course?" Callion looked back toward the city one last time, though all he could see was darkness. "Miras," he said finally. "We make for Miras." A change in the air made Callion freeze mid-step on the gangplank. The cave's chill gave way to an unnatural warmth that made his skin prickle. Behind him, steel rasped against leather as his men drew their swords. Then came the screams. Not battle cries or shouts of anger. These were sounds of pure terror, echoing off the cave walls until they seemed to come from everywhere at once. His guards rushed to surround him, urgently pushing him toward the boat's cabin. "Your Highness, get inside now!" The words died as light flooded the cave. Callion turned, squinting against the sudden brightness, and felt his breath catch in his throat. A child hovered in the air at the cave's entrance, suspended as if gravity had simply forgotten him. White strands caught the light in his otherwise black hair. His face was a mess. One eye swollen shut, the other a startling blue that seemed to glow in the magical light surrounding him. Blood trickled from his split lip. Behind the floating boy came the Iron Wolves in their dark cloaks, magisterium mages with their staffs already raised, and the gleaming armor of imperial soldiers. But Callion barely registered them. His eyes were locked on that small, battered figure. Adon Silla. Recognition hit him like a physical blow, followed immediately by a wave of rage so intense it made his vision blur. This was what had destroyed everything he'd built? This skinny, broken child had torn down years of careful planning? But as he watched,
something shifted in the air around the boy. The cave itself seemed to hold its breath. Power rolled off him in waves that made Callion's teeth ache. For just a moment, a fraction of a heartbeat, the prince saw something else overlaid on that small frame. Something old. Something vast. The fireball that formed in Adam's hand cast dancing shadows on the cave walls. As it grew, Callion felt an almost hysterical laugh bubble up in his throat. Of course it wasn't just a child. There had to be more, hadn't there? The universe couldn't be cruel enough to let him fall to a simple boy. Heat washed over his face as the spell launched. Time seemed to slow. In that stretched moment, Callion saw his reflection in the approaching flames. A prince without a crown, a schemer without a scheme, a man watching his last hopes burn. His smile was razor-sharp as he turned to the specters waiting in the shadows of the hold. Kill him. The words left his mouth before he could question them.
Was this because of pride? Desperation? Or simply the need to prove he wouldn't go quietly into exile? He wasn't sure. All he knew was that he wouldn't bow to this child who was not a child without one final act of defiance. It was over anyway. Everything happened so fast. The specters moved, the iron wolves charged, the fireball struck, wood splintered, water hissed. And in the chaos that followed, Callion thought he saw the boy smile back. What a stubborn, unlucky bastard. Adam had led the men here after analyzing the prince's likely escape routes. In his past life, Arcos had very few places where people could escape when the city fell under siege. The Iron Wolves had dispatched knights to all these known locations, one of which were these tunnels. And bingo, there was the prince. He watched the chaos unfold. The specters moved fast, but against the combined might of the Iron Wolves and Magisterium mages, they might as well have been standing still. Lightning crackled, gravity twisted. In seconds, the mercenaries dropped to their knees, bound by spells that gleamed like chains. The prince's guards lasted even less time. Shield spells deflected their arrows, wind magic tore swords from hands. Bodies hit the ground with dull thuds, alive but thoroughly incapacitated. No blood, no death. Through the settling dust, Adam caught Callion's eye. The prince was smiling at him from the sinking vessel, that same razor-sharp smile from before. Something about it made Adam's skin crawl. He smiled back anyway, letting a touch of smugness show. We've got you now. Then he saw the flash of steel. Callion had grabbed a dagger from one of his fallen men. The blade rose toward his own throat. No! Several voices shouted at once. Adam's hands moved without thought. Push with the left, keeping himself airborne. Pull with the right, targeting Callion's knife hand. The prince's arm jerked back just as the blade bit skin. Blood trickled down his neck. Superficial, nothing fatal. Another gesture, and crushing gravity slammed Callion face first into the dock. Adam landed beside him, maintaining the spell's pressure. The smuggler's tunnels, huh? Clever. But we're not done with you yet, Your Majesty. Callion thrashed against the invisible weight. Kill me! He screamed, voice cracking. Just kill me! His fingers clawed at the stone. You don't understand. You can't understand. It's all gone. All of it. The words dissolved into broken sobs. The Prince of the Empire, the man who'd nearly started a war, lay crying in a pool of seawater and his own blood.
Iron wolves moved in with restraints as Adom eased the gravity spell. Callion didn't resist as they bound his hands. He just kept mumbling, tears cutting clean tracks through the grime on his face. The boat slipped beneath the dark water with barely a sound. In his past life, Adom had watched countless families escape through these very tunnels when enemy forces were destroying Arcos. The caves had been a lifeline then, letting people slip away to safety while the city burned above. Now, that knowledge had served him again, though for a very different purpose. The prince's options had been limited from the start. The harbor was watched, the city gates guarded, and staying hidden in Arcos itself would have been impossible with so many searching. These tunnels were the obvious choice for anyone who knew the city's older history, and who knew that history better than someone who had lived it. The Iron Wolves and Magisterium mages formed a loose circle around the captured prince. No one spoke above a whisper. No curses were thrown, no taunts. He was still royalty, after all, even in chains. The cave's chill seemed to deepen as Captain Darius approached, scroll in hand. Water dripped steadily from Callion's clothes, now ruined by seawater. His head remained bowed as Darius unfurled the scroll, the parchment crackling in the damp air. "Prince Callion of House Savarnus,"
Darius began. "You stand accused of high treason against the Empire of Sundar. Specifically, conspiracy with foreign agents, harboring forbidden mercenaries on imperial soil, the abduction of Professor Kim of Xerxes Academy, and attempted murder of a Xerxes student." The charges continued. Rights were read, procedures explained, all with precise, measured words. Throughout it all, Callion remained still, water running down his face. Then came a soft sound, barely audible at first, a chuckle. Arthur stepped forward from among the Iron Wolves. "Something amusing, Your Highness?" The chuckle grew stronger. "Amusing?" Callion's voice was rough. "I tried to help you. All of you. And this is how you repay me?" "Help us," Adom started. "You were trying to create a weapon that—" "We're losing," Adom frowned. What was he talking about? "We've been losing battles for 12 years, boy." Callion's eyes fixed on Adom. "You wouldn't know, would you? Safe in your academy walls." His gaze swept across the gathered soldiers. "But these men? They know." He turned to Arthur. "Don't you, Commander Scylla? Your battalion carries such prestige, such reputation. But you can't be everywhere at once, can you?" His chains clinked as he shifted. "How many fronts have you had to abandon? How many positions lost because you didn't have enough men to hold them?" The silence in the cave grew heavier. Several of the Iron Wolves exchanged glances. "The elves press south from the northern forests. The dwarven kingdoms steal our eastern territories piece by piece." Callion's voice carried bitter certainty. "Other human lands chip away at our borders. You know this, don't you? Many of you have been at the front lines." No one answered. "Even the orcs grow bold enough to raid our territories now." His chains clinked as he straightened. "It's only a matter of time before they realize how weak we've become, before they pour across our borders in force. We needed a way out. We needed something to make them think twice about—" "You breached imperial law," Darius interrupted. "You kidnapped a professor of Xerxes. You put a student's life in danger. You brought specters into our territory. And when they come for you," Callion's voice rose, "when the elves and dwarves and everyone else decides to carve up what's left of our empire, when you find yourselves outmaneuvered on all sides,
Don't come crying to me." His eyes blazed in the torchlight. "Everything I did was for Sundar's survival." Adom might have been swayed by the prince's words if he didn't know better. The man spoke of real threats to the empire, of a ruler trying desperately to protect his people. Any patriot would have understood that fear, that drive to find something, anything, to turn the tide. But Adom knew what came after. In his past life, Dragon's Breath hadn't saved the empire. It had started its fall. Not just Sundar's, but every empire that got their hands on it. The weapon had changed everything, turned calculated wars of territory into desperate scrambles for survival. The elves, the dwarves, the human kingdoms, all of them had torn each other apart, trying to either claim it or defend against it. Looking at Kalyan now, seeing the conviction in his eyes, Adom understood something else. The prince must have been manipulated by whoever he was working with, because Sundar hadn't even been the first to demonstrate Dragon's Breath. They'd been the third nation to acquire it. And Kalyan? He died just 2 years after taking the throne, supposedly from an illness. The pieces fell into place. This was how it had happened. Kalyan would steal the research from Professor Kim, complete the weapon, only to have it stolen from him. Then, most likely, he'd be assassinated, his illness just a convenient cover story. The prince's plans were doomed from the start. He just didn't know it yet. "Take him away," Darius commanded.
And the soldiers led the prince into the darkness of the tunnel, the sound of chains growing fainter with each step. Adom stood there, watching them go, his mind churning. When he'd first come back, he'd thought it was simple. Professor Kim would make his prototype public, which would draw the wrong kind of attention. The professor would die, the prototype would be stolen, and everything would spiral from there. But then he'd discovered the truth about the funding, about the powerful figures pulling strings from the shadows. People like Prince Kalyan. Except Kalyan wasn't even the end game, was he? He was just another piece on the board, probably being played just like the professor. A chill ran down Adom's spine. If Kalyan wasn't the real threat, then who was? How much did they already know about the prototype? Goosebumps spread across his arms as the implications sank in. He'd probably only delayed things. With so many unknown players involved, Dragon's Breath wasn't a question of if, but when. Could be days, months, years, but someone would make it. He had to assume they would. And so, a hand landed on his shoulder. Adom looked up to find Arthur smiling down at him, his father's face lined with pride and exhaustion. "You did good, son." The words warmed something in Adom's chest, even as his mind raced with thoughts of what was to come. It all swirled in his head like storm clouds. And then, almost without thinking, his mouth moved on its own. "I've been thinking about becoming a battle mage." His father went quiet, and for a moment, all Adom could hear was the drip of water in the cave. Then Arthur smiled. "Ha! I won." "Won what?" "The bet with your mother. She said you'd never give up on being a runicologist. I said you'd probably become a battle mage." Adom hurried after his father, who had already started walking away, following his men down the tunnel. "Wait, when did you make this bet?" "Last time we saw each other." "How did you know?"
Arthur stopped, turned. His face was half shadow in the torchlight. "You've seen war." The face Adom made probably prompted his father to elaborate. Not many could have predicted the prince's movements so accurately. "Well, I had some insider knowledge," Adom said with a slight smile. I suppose you did, Arthur nodded. Your perspective is proving quite valuable. Arthur shrugged, continuing down the tunnel. The Iron Wolves could use someone like you. When you're ready. I have other plans, Adom said, falling into step beside his father. Oh? Something bigger. Actually, Father, I'd like to tell you about a few things. Events that are coming soon that we might be able to change. Without warning, Arthur's hand shot out, ruffling Adom's hair. Before the son could protest, his father scooped him up and tossed him in the air like he weighed nothing. "Father!" Adom yelped, caught completely off guard. "Put me down!" "You used to love this when you were little," Arthur laughed, catching him. "Always begging for up, up. You do realize I'm not little anymore, right? Like, at all." But Adom couldn't keep the grin off his face as his father set him down. "I'm all ears, son," said Arthur. "Tell me what you know." Adom emerged from the tunnels like a swimmer breaking the surface. Light hit his eyes in a sudden burst, making him squint. The celebrating crowds hadn't diminished. If anything, they'd grown larger. Snow drifted down between buildings while people danced and sang in the streets below. "No blood! No blood!" The chant still echoed through Arcos, punctuated by cheers and laughter. He climbed the worn steps toward the upper district, each movement sending little spikes of pain through his battered body. His split lip throbbed. But the air felt clean up here, crisp with winter and possibility. Children threw snowballs near the fountain square. Merchants handed out free drinks. Someone had started playing drums, and the beating rhythm carried over the general chaos of celebration. "Adom!" Sam's voice cut through the noise. His friend burst from a group of students gathered near the stall, practically bowling through the crowd to reach him. "Dude!" Sam grabbed his shoulders, grinning ear to ear. "You should have seen it. We went to the actual council chamber. The Archmage was there. The Archmage! I mean, your mother did most of the talking. All of it, really. But still, we were there and—" "Thank you, Sam." "Don't sweat it. What are friends for if not storming into highly restricted government meetings, right?" Adom smiled, then winced as the motion pulled at his split lip. "No, really. I know I've been saying it a lot lately, but I want you to know I mean it. I'm grateful. For everything." Sam's face flushed red. He rubbed the back of his neck, suddenly finding the snow-covered cobblestones fascinating. "Yeah, well, maybe try staying out of trouble for a while?" Adom laughed, the sound joining the general celebration around them. "Yes, no more trouble. At least for a little while." The rest of the club members were making their way over now, drawn by Sam's shout. Behind them, the bells of Arcos kept ringing their victory song. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Adon let himself simply listen. The next few days were, to put it mildly, quite eventful. Prince Callion's walk through the city streets marked the only moment of silence in an otherwise jubilant day. The crowds parted as the Iron Wolves escorted him, their usual chants dying in their throats at the sight of their former crown prince in chains. He kept his head high, but his eyes never left the ground. They took him to the Glass Tower, a prison specially constructed within the hour by the combined efforts of the city's most skilled mages. Its crystalline walls, they said, would dampen any magical attempts at escape. The prince disappeared behind those walls without a word, though some claimed they heard laughter echoing from his cell that night. Mid-afternoon brought a messenger in imperial colors, riding hard through the gates astride a Pegasus. Children abandoned their games and celebrations, running after the magnificent creature as it landed in the square. Its wings, spanning wider than 2 carriages, stirred the falling snow into miniature whirlwinds. Adom couldn't help but stare. It had been years since he'd last seen one of these creatures. In 40 years,
they would be gone completely, hunted to extinction. But here, now, the beast stood proud, tossing its silver mane as children gathered at a respectful distance, pointing and whispering in awe. The scroll the messenger carried bore the emperor's personal seal, deep crimson wax pressed with House Savarnus's dragon devouring the sun. The proclamation was read in every square, at every corner. Prince Callion was stripped of his titles, his claims, his very name. The words fell like stones in quiet pools, rippling through the celebrating crowds. No one quite knew how to react to that. Some cheered, others simply nodded, grim-faced. A few of the older citizens wept quietly, remembering a younger prince who had once been kind.
The announcement of his trial date, 8 months hence, sparked fresh debates in every tavern and gathering place. Too long, some said. Too short, others argued. But at least there would be justice, they agreed. At least there would be answers. The swelling around Adom's eye had already greatly subsided. Healing factor was quickly becoming his favorite skill. The way it quietly worked in the background, steadily repairing damage, felt almost like having a second heart. Word came that Gale had fallen into a deep slumber in the infirmary, his body working to recover from the massive blood loss. The healers expected him to wake in a few weeks' time. Then would come the questioning, the trial, and whatever punishment the council deemed appropriate for his crimes. They found Ernest Boyle, alias Mr. Fox, during the chaos of the morning battles, or rather, Valiant's people captured him. Adom hadn't been prepared for him to be, well, an actual fox beastkin. No one asked exactly how he lost his legs. The former head of the Children of the Moon was discovered hours later in the Merchant District Square, bound by ropes and screaming in agony. A detailed note had been pinned to his chest, listing his crimes, his aliases, his connections. The city guard couldn't exactly ignore such a public display. Under interrogation, Boyle's composure cracked like thin ice. He spoke of years working as Prince Callion's agent, of arranging the funding that kept Professor Kim's research going, of managing the network of corrupt city guards who turned blind eyes when needed. Names spilled from his mouth like poison. Captains, lieutenants, senior officers. By nightfall, dozens of guards found themselves sharing the prison cells they'd once watched over. Boyle's trial was set for 3 months hence. When they told him execution would be his fate if found guilty, his ears lay flat against his skull, and he spent the next hour heaving into a bucket. Marco was another story entirely.
He'd slipped away during the fighting, leaving only footprints in the snow and a trail of blood that ended somewhere in the dregs. But Valiant, now heading his uncle's organization and backed by newfound allies, assured Adom it was only a matter of time. The city had become much smaller for people like Marco. Thormund returned the wyvern heart and water of Juvence with an insistence that surprised Adom. "You paid for these," the freeman said, gesturing with his remaining arm. "Lost a limb getting that heart. Might as well go to someone who went through just as much trouble to claim it." Adom accepted them without argument. He'd paid for them, after all, both in coin and blood. Maybe he would have a use for them, though it could wait. Today had brought enough changes already. Professor Kim's trial lasted 3 days. Documents, testimonies, and recovered letters showed he'd been kept deliberately ignorant of his research's true purpose. The funding came through legitimate academic channels, and his project appeared innocuous, studying micromagic. Nothing suggested weapons development. When asked why Prince Callion hadn't pursued this research openly, given the Empire's needs, the recovered documents revealed an uncomfortable truth. The project had been officially rejected by the Imperial Council years ago.
Even the emperor himself had forbidden it, seeing the development of such a weapon as crossing a line that shouldn't be crossed. Several noble houses had vocally opposed it, calling it an abomination that would bring shame to Sundar. But Kalyan, convinced that the empire needed something to turn the tide against its enemies, had pursued it anyway, in secret. If Kim had known he was developing a weapon for the empire, the project would have drawn attention. Questions would have been asked. So Kalyan needed him to remain ignorant, needed the research to appear harmless enough to avoid scrutiny. When the verdict of not guilty was announced, Kim stood quietly.
His shoulders slumped with the weight of realizing how thoroughly he'd been deceived. His life's work had nearly become something monstrous, and he hadn't even known. He resigned the next morning. "I can't stay," he told Adam in his half-emptied laboratory, his hands trembling slightly as he packed away years of research. "Every time I walk these halls, I'll remember what I almost created. The time I lost." Adam helped sort through papers, watching the professor's face. The man looked older now, worn thin by recent events. Yet there was something else there, too. Relief, perhaps. The freedom of a burden finally set down. What troubled Adam most was the attention Kim's research had attracted. Even as the professor prepared to leave, messages arrived from nobles, high-ranking mages, military officials, all expressing their academic interest in his work. Kim burned each letter without reading them. "They don't understand," he muttered, feeding another envelope to the flames. "Or maybe they understand too well." The Imperial Guard assigned 10 men to watch over Kim's new residence in the Isles, a modest house overlooking the sea. "Just a precaution," they said. Everyone knew better. Hugo's goodbye was hardest to watch. The assistant stood awkwardly in the doorway of the lab, clutching a stack of books Kim had given him. Thank you, Professor, for everything." Kim pulled him into a tight hug. When they separated, both men's eyes were damp. Before leaving, Kim drew Adam aside. "Your secret is safe with me," he whispered, glancing at where the golem stood that day in the lab. "But promise you'll visit. I'd love to examine it properly someday." "Of course, Professor. Do you like tea?" "I love it." 2 days later, Kim left the academy for good. The club members helped empty the laboratory, carefully packing away equipment and notes. The last thing they packed was Kim's old chair. It left a clean spot on the dusty floor. A perfect circle, marking where something important used to be. Arthur's trial was a more delicate affair, handled directly by Grand General Valerian Duskwind himself. The charges, mobilizing troops without imperial sanction and laying siege to a major city, would normally carry severe penalties. However, the circumstances proved unique. A father, seeking his missing son, found obstacles at every turn from the Crown Prince himself, Duskwind stated to the military tribunal. When official channels were blocked, he acted, perhaps rashly, but not without cause. His actions, though technically treasonous, inadvertently exposed a genuine threat to the empire. The verdict recognized both the breach of protocol and the justified cause. Arthur would retain his command of the Iron Wolves, but would report directly to the Grand General for the next year, with stricter oversight of troop movements. It was, as many noted, a way to maintain the stability of the Iron Wolves' command structure while ensuring proper checks were in place. When Adam and his father finally met after the trial, Arthur's first words were, "I would do it again."
The embrace that followed said everything else that needed saying. A week after the bloodless battle, that was the name given to the incident, Adom found himself in Xerxes. The chamber prepared in the Academy's West Wing for the interrogations of the involved students felt smaller than Adom remembered. Perhaps it was the dozen senior mages arranged in a half-circle before him, or perhaps it was the weight of their gazes. Some curious, others calculating. A grandfather clock against the far wall marked each second. Tick-tock. Its brass pendulum swung in eternal rhythm, indifferent to the tension in the room. "That's him. That's the boy." "The one from the incident." "Heard he was there when—" Adom tried not to listen to the murmurs. His name had spread through their circles these past days, though he wished it hadn't.
23 senior mages sat in the semicircle before him. Adom knew many of those faces, had studied under some, worked alongside others. Faces that would become memories sooner than anyone could guess. Among them sat Archmage Gaius, a man Adom had only seen in portraits and ceremonial paintings until now. His short silver hair was neatly combed, his trim beard showing hints of its original black. He wore a simple blue tunic with silver threading, elegant but understated, and leaned casually on a staff of dark wood. Currently, he was squinting at papers through his glasses, holding them at various distances from his face. "Utrecht, what in blazes does this say?" He passed a document to the mage beside him. "They make these letters smaller every year, I swear." "It says transportation crystal, sir." Ah, Gaius adjusted his glasses again. Well, why didn't they just write that properly? Headmaster Maris sat to his left and occasionally caught Adom's eye with encouraging looks. Adom managed a small smile back, grateful for the more encouraging face among all these senior mages. He had been answering their questions for 45 minutes now. His throat felt dry, and the chair, despite its cushioning, had grown uncomfortable. The afternoon light had shifted, throwing longer shadows across the marble floor. Master Verna finished another page of notes. Master Utrecht suppressed a yawn. Several others whispered among themselves, passing documents back and forth. Gaius lowered his papers and really looked at Adom for the first time. He glanced back at the documents, then at Adom again, adjusting his glasses with a finger. "You went into a dungeon alone and made it back alive? You?" "Yes, sir." Adom kept his voice steady. The whispers started again. "Must have gotten lucky," someone muttered. "Most definitely," another added. It was hard not to roll his eyes. Gaius cleared his throat, and the chamber fell silent. "Well, young man." "Our investigations support your testimony. The timeline matches, the witnesses confirm your account, and—" He squinted at another paper. "Ah, yes. The crystal merchant remembered you quite clearly." "Thank you, sir." Adom started to rise. "I believe we're finished here," Master Verna announced, gathering her papers. Several mages stood, their chairs scraping against marble. Headmaster Maris approached, placing a hand on Adom's shoulder. "Well done, my boy." His grip tightened slightly. "Young man." Adom turned back to Gaius just as something sailed through the air. Sparked unbidden, his hand moving before his mind could catch up. Several mages gasped. He looked down at the object in his palm. An apple? "You look skinny," Gaius said, eyes twinkling behind his glasses. "Should eat that. Special variety from you-know-where." He blinked at Adom. "You? That was—" Adom said as the realization dawned. Gaius's laugh echoed off the chamber walls. The other mages exchanged confused looks, and even Maris's hand dropped from Adom's shoulder in surprise.
I'd never forget those eyes, Gaius said, still chuckling. Glad it all worked out in the end. I would have helped if I'd known you were who you were, of course. Adom stood silent, mind racing. The old man with the apples. It had been him? The illusion spell must have been masterful. He hadn't detected a trace of magic. Sir, Utrecht leaned toward Gaius. You knew this boy? In a manner of speaking, Gaius waved his hand dismissively. Sometimes the best way to understand a city is from its streets, wouldn't you say? A laugh escaped Adom's throat. Thank you, sir. Go on now. Gaius waved him away, clearly enjoying his colleague's confusion. Looking between Gaius and Adom, mouth slightly open. The Vaishari were preparing to leave Arcos that same afternoon. Their caravans and tents were already packed away, loaded onto the longboats that would carry them south to warmer shores. The air was thick with the smell of sea salt and wood smoke, mixing with the crisp winter breeze. Adom and Sam stood in the falling snow, watching Morgana check the last of her belongings. Sam hadn't said a word since they arrived, his face almost as red as his hair. Adom couldn't help but smile. I'll write to you both, Morgana said, adjusting her shawl. Behind her, Vaishari children ran between the boats, carrying bundles and calling to each other in their language. Though I expect your letters might be more interesting than mine. Sam shuffled his feet in the snow. I'll look forward to them. She knelt before Sam, her eyes twinkling. Keep this one out of trouble, won't you? She nodded toward Adom. No more adventures into dungeons or fighting princes. I'll try, Sam managed, though his voice cracked slightly. Morgana turned to Adom. And you, the brand new celebrity of Arcos, try to remember you're still a child? Perhaps spend some time in the library instead of charging into danger? No promises, Adom said, grinning. She shook her head, smiling. At least pretend to consider it? Almost unconsciously, Adom's eyes narrowed as Identify activated. Still the same result. Morgana laughed. There you go again, staring so intensely. You'll never find a girlfriend with that habit, you know. Adom felt his face growing warm despite the cold. Time to go, Mirko's voice came from behind them. Tide waits for no one, yes? Adom turned. Oh, wait. He reached into his inventory, pulling out several wrapped packages. These are for you. Mirko blinked. Oh? It's Yule today, Adom explained. End of the year celebration. You give gifts to people you're grateful for. Aye, Mirko called out in Vaishari, waving to his people. Come see what our little mage brings. Before Adom could protest, he found himself surrounded by familiar faces. The sorceress who'd lifted the curse. The old man who'd almost given him booze. Children he'd shared sweets with. For us? The sorceress asked, accepting her package with gentle hands. Nice, Tuke, brave one, another said. Avkate, Mirko grabbed both boys in a bear hug, lifting them off their feet. Perhaps I start to like this snow festival, if it comes with gifts. Can't breathe, Sam wheezed, but he was laughing. May our paths cross again, Mirko said, setting them down. Perhaps next summer, yes? Yes, Adom and Sam said in unison. Adom pulled out one last package, smaller than the others, wrapped in blue paper with silver ribbons. This one's yours. Morgana took it with care, her fingers tracing the edges of the wrapping. Thank you, both of you. She tucked it into her coat pocket, and Sam shifted. Aren't you going to open it? At midnight, she said, tapping her nose. That's tradition, isn't it?
We hope you like it, Adom said. I'm sure I will, whatever it. She paused, narrowing her eyes playfully. Wait a moment. This isn't cat food, is it? Because if you two got me cat food, I might have to swim back and hex you both. Their laughter mixed with the sound of waves lapping against the boats. We wouldn't dare, Sam said, finding his voice at last. Morg! Children's voices called from the boats. We're leaving! She exhaled, her breath visible in the cold air, mixing with the wisps of snow that had started falling again. With the setting sun, the clouds were colored in deep oranges and purples. It was the perfect sky for goodbyes. Farewell, little mages, she said softly. Next time we meet, let's hope it's under better circumstances than curses and dungeons, yes? Sam nodded, awkward but sincere. Farewell, kitty cat, Adom said, grinning. They stood at the edge of the water, watching as the Vaishari boats pulled away. Morgana's raven-black hair caught the last rays of sunlight as she stood at the stern, waving until the distance made her figure indistinct. The boats grew smaller and smaller, their colorful sails becoming mere dots on the horizon. The Vaishari's songs carried across the water, growing fainter until they merged with the sounds of waves and the cry of seabirds. Sam sniffed, quickly wiping his nose with his sleeve when he thought Adom wasn't looking. You crying? Adom asked, not looking directly at Sam. No, Sam said quickly, rubbing his face again. Just cold. He was quiet for a moment, watching the last traces of color fade from the horizon. Hope she'll be okay out there. She's a grown woman who can turn into a cat and probably hex people into toads. Pretty sure she can handle herself. Sam shook his head. See, this is exactly what she was talking about. You really need to work on your approach with women. That whole whatever attitude isn't going to get you anywhere. Adom scoffed. Oh, and you're giving me advice on women now? You? The guy who turned redder than a tomato every time she looked at him? I may lack practical experience, Sam said with dignity, but I have extensive theoretical knowledge on the subject. Theoretical knowledge? Adom's grin turned mischievous. From those books you keep under your bed. Sam punched him in the shoulder, hard enough to make Adom stumble. We had an agreement about never mentioning what's under my bed. Ow! I'm just saying, if you're getting your wisdom from things like The Princess and the Stable Boy, maybe I shouldn't— One more word, Sam warned, raising his fist again. Okay. Adom raised his hands in surrender. Truce. The beach was nearly empty now, the last traces of sunset fading into deep blue. Their boots left twin trails in the fresh snow as they turned away from the water and headed toward where they'd left the Strider. We should probably get going, Adom said.
The others are probably there already.
Yeah, Sam nodded, falling into step beside him. As they climbed up the snowy beach toward the road, Sam asked, What was the tavern called again? The Salty Dog. The Strider dropped them off at their destination. Snow was falling steadily now, muffling the usual evening sounds of the sea nearby. The Salty Dog stood dark and quiet, no light spilling from its windows, no sound of patrons or music coming from within. That's odd, Adom said, counting out coins for the driver. Eren said this was the right time. Place should be busy by now. Maybe we should go, Sam suggested, wrapping his coat tighter. Come back later? The Strider trudged away, leaving them standing in the falling snow. Sam approached the door, giving it an experimental push. It's open. Maybe with the weather people are just late? We could wait inside. Adom sighed, his breath visible in the cold air. Fine. They stepped into the darkness. Something shifted in the shadows, a movement too precise, too mechanical. Adam's instincts kicked in instantly, his pulse racing as mana gathered at his fingertips. "Sam!" he shouted, pushing his friend behind him. "Adam, wait!" Activated automatically, tracking the movement of what could only be a "Surprise!" followed by a collective "Whoa!" Light flooded the tavern. Magical sparklers burst overhead, showering the room with dancing lights and glittering confetti. Familiar faces emerged from hiding spots. Classmates, friends, family members, a few unknown people, all wearing expressions that quickly shifted from joy to mild alarm at the sight of Adam's half-formed battle stance. Sam let out a shaky breath. "I knew this was a terrible idea," he muttered, still catching his breath. "Who throws a surprise party for a mage?" "Sorry," Eren called out from behind an overturned table. "We probably should have thought that through better. What's going on here?"
Adam muttered. Adam's hands were still crackling with mana as he tried to process what was happening. The tavern, dark just moments ago, was now filled with light and familiar faces. His mother, Maria, emerged from the crowd, followed by his father. "Well," Maria started, smoothing down her dress, "with everything that happened—" "We never got to celebrate your birthday last week," his father continued. "Or Sam's, for that matter." "So we thought," Maria picked up again, "why not do it for both of you during Yule?" Sam shuffled his feet beside him. "I, might have suggested it to Eren, though I specifically said no surprises." "A birthday party?" Adam's mind went blank for a moment. When was the last time he'd had one? When he was 10, wasn't it? Actually 10, not the decades-old 10 he was now. A lifetime ago. Before everything. He looked around the room, really looked. His parents were there, of course. Sam's father stood near the bar with Sam's sister, who was trying to keep Bob away from the drinks already. Nos was grinning from ear to ear with a few other iron wolves beside him. Eren and his mother were by the fireplace. Kern and Feely, the former being free now, cleared of all charges the day the prince was taken into custody, were sitting beside Hugo and Caius. Valiant was there too, looking almost comical in one of those tiny, expensive Cisco suits, surrounded by his men. Thormund was attempting to explain something to Phil and Petra, while the rest of the club members were setting up what looked like party games. Adam laughed. It started as a small chuckle, but something caught in his throat. The laugh turned into something else, and suddenly he felt wetness on his cheeks. "You crying?" Sam asked. "No," Adam managed, wiping his face. "Just cold." His mother wrapped her arms around him, and he could smell the familiar scent of her perfume, that sweet apple and something else. "Look at that!" Nos called out. "The mighty battle mage, taken down by a surprise party."
"It's the cold," Adam insisted, but he was laughing now, properly laughing, even as he wiped away another tear. "You try standing in the snow for an hour." The evening blurred into a warm haze of laughter and celebration. Eren's mother had outdone herself with the cookies. "Just like the ones from that time," she'd said with a wink to Adam, while Maria's honey cakes disappeared almost as soon as they were set out. Bob insisted on leading increasingly off-key renditions of traditional Yule songs, with even Valiant joining in after his second mug of mulled wine. Gifts were exchanged with much ceremony and even more teasing. Sam's sister had knitted matching scarves for both birthday boys, though Adam's was deliberately made 2 sizes too small, to match his personality. Nos presented them with Iron Wolf's ceremonial daggers, which prompted Maria to give him a look that clearly said, "We'll discuss this later." As the party continued around them,
Adam found himself in a quieter corner with Valiant, carefully pouring steaming tea into a delicate cup. The steam rose in lazy spirals between them. "Here," Adam said, pushing the cup toward Valiant with barely contained anticipation. "Try it." Valiant eyed the liquid suspiciously, adjusting his expensive suit. "This is what you've been so excited about?" "Just try it." Adam watched expectantly as Valiant took a careful sip. "Eh? Eh?" Valiant's face remained perfectly neutral. "Honestly?" He set the cup down. "Leaf juice." "Leaf juice? It's premium Silvercrest blend from the Eastern Mountains." Adam's voice cracked with indignation. "The leaves are picked only during the full moon." "Still, juice. From leaves." "You have no taste," says the kid with old man taste, Valiant smirked. "What's next? Going to start collecting stamps?" "And you have no class," Adam shot back. "Wouldn't know refinement if it hit you in that overpriced suit."
At least I don't get excited about hot water with leaves in it. They glared at each other for a moment, before both breaking into grins. They were alive, after all. They made it out of the dungeon. Even if one of them clearly couldn't appreciate good tea if his life depended on it. As the evening wore on, and couples started swaying to Bob's surprisingly decent fiddle playing, Adam found Erin by the window, watching the snowfall. "Ready for Xerkes?" Adam asked, joining him. Erin's fingers drummed nervously on his cup. "As ready as I'll ever be, I suppose." "Hey," Adam bumped his shoulder. "You've got nothing to worry about. The entrance exams aren't half as scary as people make them out to be." Says the guy who can weave without hand signs as a second year. Says the teacher who's seen you practice. You'll do fine. Erin smiled, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. "Thanks, Adam." "No need to thank me," Adam said, turning to leave. He paused, a small smile playing on his lips. "And besides, I won't be a second year for much longer. Better start practicing third year now." "Adam! Sam!" Maria called from across the room. "Time for the candles!" There on the table stood a massive cake decorated with intricate frost patterns, 13 candles burning bright. As they approached, Bob started another chorus of the birthday song, somehow managing to be both off-key and too loud at once. Sam caught Adam's eye and grinned. Some memories were really worth waiting decades to make. 3 days after the celebration, Adam sat through a marathon of special examinations, a privilege granted by Headmaster Maris to make him eligible for third-year status and the upcoming path-choosing ceremony. One of the perks of being a regressor who had spent decades studying in a past life was the ability to breeze through academic challenges. And Adam did exactly that. He achieved near-perfect scores across all subjects, though he couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance at the 99% in runicology, a minor error in stroke direction that he should have caught. 2 days later, the students gathered for the path-choosing ceremony. The celestial pavilion glowed, its crystal dome catching the morning sun. Students lined up in their ceremonial robes, deep blue with silver trim, and the traditional pointed hats that Sam kept fidgeting with. 7 crystalline columns stood in a semicircle at the front, each bearing the symbol of a magical discipline. The crossed wands of battle magic, the healing hands of the healers, the all-seeing eye of divination, the elemental spiral of the elementalists, the bubbling cauldron of the alchemists, the living branch of the druids, and the intricate patterns of the runicologists. Parents and guests filled the opposite side of the pavilion. Adam spotted his mother dabbing at her eyes already, his father's hand on her shoulder. The club members had gathered in force, Hugo, Caius, and the others holding up surprisingly well-made signs with "Go Adom," "Sam the Brain," and "Damn us, don't trip," written in glowing magical ink. Sam was unnaturally quiet, his hands twisting the sleeves of his robe. Adom frowned. This wasn't like him. In the past life, Sam had been excited, practically bouncing on his feet. Why was he? Adom elbowed him gently, breaking his trance. Sam's eyes darted to the crowd, where his father stood tall and proud, his little sister waving enthusiastically. Ah, last time they hadn't been there. No wonder. "Abigail Ashworth," Headmaster Merris called, his voice resonating through the pavilion. A girl with auburn hair stepped forward, her steps echoing in the hushed space. Merris stood before her, clad in white robes. "Before the witnesses gathered here, before your peers and masters, before magic itself, declare your path." The girl's voice was clear and strong. "I choose the path of the healer." The corresponding column lit up with a warm golden glow. Professor Lin, head of the healing discipline, stepped forward to pin the silver badge bearing the healing hands symbol on the girl's robe. Then Merris raised his ceremonial staff. "You who would wield the powers that shape our world, hear these words. A mage's power comes with sacred responsibility. You shall use your gifts with wisdom and restraint. Never against the innocent, never for personal gain above the greater good. Your knowledge is both privilege and burden. Guard it well. Share it wisely." The girl placed her right hand over her heart, left hand raised, and spoke the binding vow. "I accept these duties and these bounds. I swear to honor the laws of magic. Nothing is created. Everything is transformed. Death is irreversible. Time is uncontrollable.
These are the bounds of magic, the laws that bind us all. Should I break them, I submit myself to the judgment of the Mage Council and accept their punishment." The crowd applauded as it continued, each name called bringing another young mage forward to choose their path. Adom watched as the ceremony unfolded exactly as he remembered. Mostly. Mia strode confidently to choose the alchemist's path, Professor Merwin pinning the bubbling cauldron badge with a knowing smile. Damus, predictably, chose battle magic, Professor Crowley's gruff nod accompanying the crossed wands badge. His usual followers trailed after him like shadows to the same path. Then came Finn's turn, and Adom blinked in surprise. Divination. Last time he'd followed Damus into battle magic. Professor Sal seemed pleased, though, adding a 13th student to what was usually the smallest group. Gus chose the druid's path, as expected, along with a handful of others who preferred working with nature's magic. One by one, each choice aligned with Adom's memories. Until Samanel Harbinski echoed through the pavilion. Sam was still fidgeting with his sleeves. Adom nudged him. "Hey, you've got this. Just like we practiced. No stuttering." He nodded toward the crowd, where Sam's father stood tall, his sister bouncing on her toes with an encouraging grin. "It'll be easy. It'll be easy," Sam muttered, stepping forward with mechanical movements. Adom smiled, already picturing him walking toward the runicology column, just like last time. Sam's voice rang clear. "I choose the path of the battle mage." "Huh?" Adom's surprised exclamation earned him several sharp looks from nearby students. He watched, mouth slightly agape, as Professor Crowley pinned the crossed wands badge to Sam's robe, his friend standing straighter than Adom had ever seen him. Sam stood there awkwardly under Professor Crowley's stern gaze, managing a wobbly smile
as applause filled the pavilion.
Even Damas and his group were staring, expressions ranging from confusion to disbelief.
The club members recovered first, their cheers especially enthusiastic, though Adam could tell they were as surprised as he was. When Sam's eyes met his, all his friend managed was a small "hi" and a nervous wave. Adam Silla. His name cut through his confusion. The walk to the front felt longer than it should have, each step echoing in the vast space. Maris smiled warmly at him when he finally stopped. In the crowd, his mother was beaming, father's arm still around her shoulders, both smiling brightly. The 7 columns loomed before him, each path a possibility, each symbol glowing with promise. Last time, in that other life, he'd chosen differently. But now, I choose the path of the battle mage. The column blazed with fierce red light. Professor Crowley stepped forward, his weathered face unreadable as he pinned the crossed wands badge to Adam's robe. "Welcome to the path," he said quietly, then added with the barest hint of amusement, "Try to keep your friend out of trouble." Maris raised his staff. "You who would wield the powers that shape our world, hear these words. A mage's power comes with sacred responsibility. You shall use your gifts with wisdom and restraint. Never against the innocent, never for personal gain above the greater good. Your knowledge is both privilege and burden. Guard it well. Share it wisely." Adam placed his right hand over his heart, left hand raised, and began the vow. "I accept these duties and these bounds. I swear to honor the laws of magic. Nothing is created." He paused. The irony wasn't lost on him. Here he was, swearing to uphold laws he'd seen broken. Death irreversible, time uncontrollable. His very existence contradicted both. For a moment, the world seemed to slow. The applause became distant, muffled, as his eyes swept across the smiling faces, the proud expressions, the enthusiasm of his peers. Friends. Family. Would those same faces twist in horror if they knew? True, he hadn't manipulated time or death himself. He'd only bargained with death. But he'd heard the stories, seen the records of what happened to those who claimed deals with demons or umbras, attempting to bend time. Respected mages, brilliant scholars, reduced to cautionary tales, their legacies erased, their heads separated from their bodies. Even if his parents believed him, and surely they would, what could they do? Would it do them any good? Their love and support wouldn't shield him from the council's judgment, from the weight of centuries of conditioning and magical law. Maybe someday he'd tell them the truth. But not today. Not when everything was perfect, not when their smiles were so bright, not when his future stretched before him, fresh and promising. "My boy, are you all right?" "Yes," Adam managed, meeting the headmaster's concerned gaze. "Everything is transformed. Death is irreversible. Time is uncontrollable. These are the bounds of magic, the laws that bind us all. Should I break them, I submit myself to the judgment of the Mage Council and accept their punishment." The applause faded as Adam took his place beside Sam, who nudged him with an elbow. "Look who froze up after all," he whispered, a hint of newfound confidence in his voice. "Battle mage? Really?" Adam whispered back, still trying to process the change. "What made you choose that?" Sam's grin was different now. Still nervous, but, "You know, I thought about it a lot. About becoming a better version of myself, getting out of my comfort zone." He glanced at Adam. "Actually, you kind of inspired me." Adam nodded slowly, a smile tugging at his lips. "Hey, don't worry about me," Sam continued, straightening his badge. "I can take care of myself. And instead of competing to be the greatest runecologists," his voice grew stronger, "we can push each other to become the best battle mages possible."
I'm actually aiming to become a hero. Adom couldn't help but scoff, though there was warmth in it.
"You, a hero?" "Both of us," Sam replied, serious despite his nervous smile. "Just you wait and see." The ceremony hall buzzed with excited chatter, new badges gleaming on robes as students and families mingled, congratulating each other. Adom spotted his parents near one of the crystal columns and started making his way over, but movement to the side caught his attention. Duke Jasper Lightbringer stood with Damus, his hand heavy on his son's shoulder. When he spotted Adom, the Duke's face lit up with that characteristic charm that had made him such a successful politician. "Adom!" the Duke's voice carried across the space. "The rising star himself. I've heard nothing but praise about your achievements lately." He extended his hand, which Adom shook. "Thank you, Uncle Jasper." "Battle magic, eh? Excellent choice." The Duke's grip tightened slightly. "You see, Damus, this is what I've been talking about. Top marks, exceptional magical control, and now choosing a prestigious path." He turned to his son. "You and Adom are friends. You should learn from him more. Push each other to excel." "Yes, Father." Damus's voice was flat, his eyes fixed somewhere past Adom's shoulder. Something in that tone made Adom pause. He'd heard that exact response countless times before, but now, for the first time, he noticed the way Damus's shoulders tensed, how his fingers curled slightly into his palms. "Jasper!" His father's voice interrupted Adom's thoughts. Both his parents approached, his mother's face smiling. "Arthur! Maria!" The Duke's demeanor shifted seamlessly into old friend territory. "Your boy here is doing you proud." The adults fell into easy conversation, catching up on months of news. "Damus!" His mother turned to Damus with a warm smile. "Congratulations to you too, dear. Battle magic suits you." "Thank you, Aunt Maria," Damus replied.
Perfect manners in place.
"We were thinking of heading into the city for a celebration lunch," the Duke announced. "You must join us. That new place near the Fountain Square?" And so their expanded group filled the busy street. Sam's father and sister, Aaron and his mother. Bob had announced a few days earlier that he needed to take care of something and would be back in a few days, his usual cryptic self. Sam's father deep in conversation with Duke Lightbringer, while his sister Elena skipped ahead, showing off her toy wand to Aaron and his mother. The adults' voices merged with the general bustle of the celebration day, shop windows decorated with magical displays for the new third years. Adom turned at the familiar corner, out of habit more than hope. He'd looked so many times before that it had become automatic, like checking if you've locked your door. His eyes found the worn shopfront of the Weird Stuff store, and for a moment his brain didn't quite process what he was seeing. The windows were lit. The closed sign was flipped to open. His heart stuttered in his chest. There, behind the dusty window, Mr. Biggins stood, arranging some oddity or another. As if sensing Adom's presence, he looked up, his weathered face breaking into that familiar, crooked smile. He waved, gesturing toward the door with unmistakable invitation. "Sam," Adom whispered, barely moving his lips. His friend was already nodding, having caught the exchange. "Is that?" Aaron's eyes widened in recognition from the stories Adom had told him. "Go," Sam muttered. "Quick, before they notice." "Where's Adom going?" Elena's voice piped up, making them both jump. Adam turned to her, finger to his lips. Shh, special mission. I'll bring you those chocolate birds you like. Elena's eyes lit up with conspiratorial glee. The ones that sing different songs. At Adam's nod, she grinned. I'll distract them. She bounced ahead, tugging at her father's sleeve. Dad! Dad!
Look at what I can do with my wand!
Adam slipped away as the adult's attention shifted. He caught Damus watching him from the corner of his eye, face unreadable, but his former friend made no move to alert the others. Heart pounding, Adam approached the shop door, the bell's familiar jingle welcoming him back. Adam stepped into the shop, the familiar smell filling his nose. Strange trinkets cluttered every surface, just as he remembered, though something felt different now. Each item seemed to hold more weight, more meaning, as if they weren't just curiosities anymore, but potential clues. He moved carefully between the crowded shelves, watching Mr. Biggins. Everything about him pointed to the order. The perfectly timed disappearance, the chocolates, even that cryptic, "Welcome back." But now, facing him, Adam felt less certain.
Ah, young Adam.
Biggins smiled, not looking up from his work.
Welcome back.
Adam swallowed. I was starting to think you'd never show up again.
Is that so?
Biggins's eyes twinkled with amusement.
I didn't realize you'd grown so fond of me.
The words caught in Adam's throat. Where should he even start? What if he was wrong about everything? What if Biggins was just an eccentric shopkeeper who happened to sell weird stuff and disappear for months at a time? But then again, what were the chances of...
You must have many questions, young Adam,
Biggins said, interrupting his spiral of thoughts.
You bet I... Bang!
A tremendous crash from the back room cut him off, followed by muffled cursing and what sounded like several small objects rolling across a floor.
I told you not to try and spy through that thing.
A woman's voice, sharp and exasperated, carried through the beaded curtain behind the counter. Biggins sighed, rubbing his temples.
And I told them to wait upstairs.
Adam stared at the curtain, confusion written across his face. What was...
Apologies for the commotion,
Biggins said.
You might as well come down now. He's here. He looked up at Adam, his eyes lingering on his hair. White suits you, you know. More in phase with who you truly are.
Ah, that did it. The casual observation, delivered with such knowing certainty, confirmed everything. Biggins had known. All this time, through every visit, every weird purchase, he'd known. Bah! Listen to that voice! A gruff voice rumbled from upstairs. You don't even need to see him to know he's a twig. When you said special ale, I was expecting someone who at least sounded like they could lift a proper warhammer. Are you certain about this ale? Another male voice joined in, one that tugged at Adam's memory, though he couldn't place it. He seems rather... young. Biggins didn't turn around, his eyes still fixed on Adam. Quite certain. Footsteps creaked on the wooden stairs, and a woman emerged first through the beaded curtain. Her curved horns caught the shop's dim light, and her tail swished behind her as she moved. Despite her demonic heritage, there was something almost graceful about the way she carried herself. So this is him, she said, studying Adam with keen interest, her red eyes glinting. I have been wondering what you looked like. Adam shifted under her gaze. Hi? The word came out more like a question than a greeting, and he inwardly winced at how young it made him sound. Heavy boots thumped down the stairs, and a stocky figure emerged behind the tiefling. The dwarf was broad as a barrel, with a thick black beard braided with silver clasps, and deep-set eyes that crinkled with amusement as he took in Adam. "Ha! You weren't kidding about him being little." He let out a booming laugh that made several delicate instruments on nearby shelves rattle. "Thorgan," Biggin said mildly, "human children tend to be on the smaller side. It's quite normal." "Normal or not, he's barely bigger than me axe." Still chuckling,
Thorgan stepped forward and thrust out a calloused hand.
Thorgan Svartstein, at your service.
Adam grasped the offered hand and immediately regretted it. The dwarf's grip was like iron bands closing around his fingers, reminding him instantly of Feely's bone-crushing handshakes. Pride made him squeeze back, though he knew it was futile. Their eyes locked in an impromptu contest of will, neither wanting to be the first to let go. "Careful with the boy's hands, Thorgan," the tiefling said. "We might need those intact." Thorgan released his grip with another laugh.
"Got spirit, this one. Combative. I like that. You might have picked well after all, Ale."
Before Adam could rub his aching hand, another set of footsteps descended the stairs. His eyes widened as a familiar figure ducked through the beaded curtain. A tall man, easily 6.5 feet, well-muscled beneath his clothes, with long, dark hair tied back in a loose tail. He couldn't have been more than 25.
"You!"
they both exclaimed in unison. It was the guard from the Sylvester Merchants District, the same one he'd brought those 4 would-be muggers' names to that day. The one who'd looked at him so strangely when he'd explained how he'd managed to subdue them all. "You two know each other?" the tiefling and dwarf asked, almost in sync, looking between Adam and the guard. "Yeah," Adam said, still processing the coincidence. The guard laughed, a warm, rich sound. "Small world, isn't it?" "Not particularly surprising," Biggins commented, adjusting something on his workbench. "You both do live in the same city, after all." The tiefling suddenly straightened. "Oh, where are my manners?" She smiled at Adam, her tail swaying gently behind her. "I've heard so many stories about you since I was a child. It feels strange, finally meeting you in person." "Yeah, totally same," Adam managed, though he had no idea what stories she might have heard. She extended a slender hand, her skin a deep blue opal in the shop's lighting. "I'm Zara." "Artun Kalan," the guard added casually. "Nice to meet you," Adam said, then turned to Biggins, who was watching the exchanges with obvious amusement. "I suppose it's my turn then," he chuckled, setting down his tools. "You know me as Mr. Biggins, but my real name is Ilarion. My friends call me Ale." Adam frowned slightly. Ilarion? That was definitely an elvish name, but looking at Biggins now, he couldn't see a single elvish feature. The man looked entirely human, if a bit unusual. "Are you of elven descent?" he asked. Ilarion, laughed. "Heavens, no. My heritage is a bit more exotic than that." He paused, reaching up to remove his glasses. "The name has quite the story behind it, but..." He looked directly at Adam then and smiled. In that moment, Adam's eyes widened. Behind those round spectacles, Biggins's eyes had changed. They were still the same warm brown, but now the pupils had shifted, becoming vertical slits that caught the light like polished amber. "I'm what humans usually call a dragon," he said, as casually as if he were commenting on the weather. A dragon. A living, breathing dragon. Dragons had been extinct for over 17,000 years. They were creatures of myth and legend, revered as part of the old pantheon by early humans. Even today, there were still cults dedicated to their worship,
treating them as gods rather than the beings they had been. And here was one, casually standing in front of him in a cramped shop, wearing spectacles and tinkering with mechanical devices.
Ale!
Thorgan sputtered, looking like he might have a stroke. You can't just go around telling people that sort of thing on a whim. What happened to all that secrecy you're always preaching about? Adom's mind was racing, trying to process everything. So, he took a deep breath, steadying himself. I have questions. A lot of questions. And I want answers.
Earthen and Thorgan burst out laughing, while Zara smiled. Alarion placed his glasses back on, hiding those reptilian eyes behind ordinary lenses. Of course you do, he said. And you'll get them all. He gestured to the group around them. We all have answers for you. After all, he adjusted his glasses. This is just the beginning.